Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Flip the Coin in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 25. Sakura couldn't move. She just couldn't. She had tumbled into that damp hole after a massive snake summoned by their attacker had chased them away from him and Naruto, and as it went after Sasuke, she had fallen behind. Now she was holed up in some bushes, and she couldn't move. She wanted to. Maybe. She had to anyway. She had to find her friends again, she had to help them. The man had made it so that he would find himself alone with Naruto, and who knew what he wanted with him. As for Sasuke, he was getting hunted down by a snake the side of a shopping street. She needed to move, she needed to go look after them. But she couldn't, she couldn't. She was paralyzed, she was stuck. She didn't want to go out there. She didn't want to be attacked again. What sense did it make? Why did they have to get through this? She understood the dangers of their lifestyle, she understood about war and enemies and missions, but this wasn't it. This was just an exam. What sense would it make to die here? Or maybe she wasn't as tough as she believed herself to be. Maybe she just wasn't cut out for this. If she was, she would be able to move. She would be able to get over it. Instead, here she was, curled around herself and trembling all over. How pathetic was that? There was a scream. It was so unexpected in the false silence of the forest and the spiraling of her own thoughts, she was almost offended by the interruption. It was a female voice, most likely, crying out in pain and surprise not too far from here. One lone scream, and then nothing. But Sakura was already on her way. She didn't spare a single thought to the very real possibility that this was a trap, that she was walking straight into it like an idiot, that now wasn't the time for pointless heroism, that she ought to stay put and ignore it. She couldn't. She had to move, she had to do something. She had to help, somehow. She burst into a small clearing to come face to face with a girl about her age, with long hair a shocking red and her glasses askew on her nose. Her face was scrunched up in agony, as she battled weakly with a bear trap that had closed its barbaric teeth on her leg. Despite the pain, she put her guard up as soon as she spotted Sakura, 3 long needles slotted between her fingers, ready to strike. Sakura held her hands up, trying to appear non-threatening, as she approached the other girl slowly. "I'm here to help, I promise. I'm not going to attack you." The girl scoffed, disbelieving, and gripped her weapons tighter, but she was in too much pain to be a real threat. And, well, she couldn't move, caught in the trap. The metal teeth sunk deep into her left calf. Without the leg protectors she was wearing, it would have broken the bone in half. Sakura kept edging closer and the girl kept tensing more and more until Sakura was kneeling right by her side, trying to get a look at the device. The girl just gave up then, too worn out to reject the help. "I can't get it to open," she admitted weakly. She had tears streaks down her cheeks, although she was fighting not to cry now. Sakura wanted to tell her it was okay, that she'd been crying too, and she wasn't even hurt. She kept the words in, focusing on the trap instead. "There's a lock, right here in the mechanism. Hold on." She took 2 kunai out of her weapon pouch, only to turn back to a needle millimeters away from her eyeball. It's just to try and pry it open," she said in a breath, staying as still as she could lest she found herself blinded by a wrong move. After an awful moment of complete silence and immobility, the girl slowly retracted her hand, and Sakura focused back on the trap, gripping the kunai hard to keep her hands from shaking. She inserted one blade between the 2 jaws, the other into the gear that kept them shut. She had to rewind in manually, teeth by teeth. If she let it go, the trap would close again around the girl's leg. "Okay. Okay. Don't move." Slowly, she forced the trap open, inch by inch, using one kunai as a lever and the other to lock it open step by step. The girl groaned and moaned as the metal slowly left her abused flesh, until finally, she could take her leg out. Just in time, because Sakura couldn't twist her arm anymore, and the second she let go of the pressure, the trap snapped shut again with a morbid crack, loud in the still air of the forest. Sakura turned to the girl, ready to assist, but discovered it was no use. The stranger's hands were glowing green against her leg, and the skin was slowly knitting itself back together, flesh coming back to its place as blood dried between her fingers. After a few minutes, she looked exhausted, but there were only scars where the wound had been. Cool, Sakura couldn't help but whispered, odd. Thank you for your help, the girl said curtly. Sakura couldn't tell if she was embarrassed, or angry or ill at ease. The situation didn't really call for casual and relaxed, and she hated that. That girl wasn't supposed to be her enemy, even if Sakura didn't recognize the music note that adorned her forehead protector. It's no big deal, she said lamely. It is. How can I repay you? You don't have to. Just as she was saying it, her vision blurred, and her head swayed around for a second. She would have tumbled forward without the girl catching her. Hey, what's wrong with you? Sorry, I'm just tired. I'm almost out of chakra. I just need to rest. A little. Not that she could do that. I can help, the girl said. What? I can help. I can give you chakra. It will be my repayment. Here. She stuck her arm under Sakura's nose and rolled up her sleeve. You just have to bite. Horrified, Sakura squinted at the pale skin of the girl's forearm. It was ridden with bite marks, old and fresh, most deep enough to have drawn blood. What is that? She exclaimed. Who did that to you? What? It doesn't matter. Just do it, you'll feel better. There's no way. The girl frowned, inexplicably angry. I'm not trying to poison you or anything, I just want to help you back, come on. I'm not going to bite you. That's crazy. You shouldn't let people do that to you. The girl's eyes widened and she stared, dumbfounded. She straightened her glasses several times, a look of confusion of her face. You need chakra, she tried again, less sure of herself now. I'll just have a snack and nap or something. It's fine. I don't want to hurt you. Was it that weird, what she was saying? The girl was gaping at her like she had grown a second head, like she wasn't making any sense. A rustling sound coming from the bushes distracted them from the building tension as they both squared up, ready to fend off a potential assailant. It wasn't an enemy though. It wasn't even a person. Sakura. I finally found you. It was Naruto's fox. Huh. Akito, she said, unsure. The fox lost its panicked expression just the time to look pleased that she had remembered. Yes. Come on, come on. Naruto sent me to find you. Is he alright? The fox's expression was answer enough. What a weird day. It's Naruto? As in Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura had forgotten about the girl. She frowned at her, suspicious. What of it? She asked curtly. What was it today with people going after her friend? Weren't things hard enough that they needed even more enemies on their heels? The girl recoiled at Sakura's unfriendly tone and backed up quickly. It's nothing, she mumbled. Sakura didn't have time to dig into it. Can you take me to him? She asked the fox. He said to find Sake first. She paused, confused, wondering if it was supposed to be a joke, but the animal looked completely serious. Sake. Yes. Akito said, unsure. Your other friend. Sakura really couldn't be blamed for the noise she made. So hard she was laughing that she almost lost her balance, bent over around her aching belly as she shook all over with unrestrained laughter. She had to sound a bit manic, but that day had been so awful and she just had to let go. It's Sasuke, she managed to explain once she was a little calmer, although she still felt like giggling at the mishap. She couldn't wait to tell the boys. Sasuke would be mortified, Naruto would love it. She had to get back to them. Lead the way then, Akito, she said as she got back to her feet. Wait. Sakura, isn't it? The girl got up too. She winced a bit when she set her injured foot on the ground, but overall she looked like she could walk just fine, which was impressive seeing the state her leg was in just a few minutes ago. She stood straight though, determined, facing Sakura head on. She was just a bit shorter. She adjusted her glasses once again. Yes. I'm Karen. And I'm in your debt. Sakura waved a hand around, dismissing. It's okay, really. No, I am. I won't forget it. I'll repay you somehow. You don't have to. You kind of helped me too. Karen raised an eyebrow, skeptical. How? I was feeling pretty bad. But it helped to come here. I'm glad I helped you. Again that look on the girl's face, puzzled and surprised and just a bit complacent, as if Sakura couldn't possibly be telling the truth. All the same. I owe you. Sakura shrugged, not about to get into a fight over a favor owed, or not. Good luck getting back to your team, she said as a goodbye. Akito took off through the trees, Sakura just behind him. She didn't hear the girl's answer. Naruto had never felt like this before. Not faced with Mizuki, not faced with Haku and Zabuza, not with that foreign nin earlier. They had wanted to kill him, but no more than he wanted to kill them, or anyone else. It was born from the necessity of getting rid of a threat. There was some logic to it, a reason. Here and now, in front of that stranger and their strangeness, Naruto just knew he was in danger, in a very different way that he had been before. The ninja didn't have to fight him, or kill him, maybe didn't even want to. And yet there was no telling if they would do it anyway. Naruto was alone. The ninja, from yet another village he couldn't identify, had decided that Sasuke and Sakura were in the way, and had summoned a giant fucking snake to chase after them and send them away. Naruto had been powerless to stop it or follow them, and now he was alone again, and faced with someone all his instincts were screaming at him not to fight, but that he was burning to fight anyway. He had the urge both to preserve himself and to prove that he was the stronger one here. Now that we're alone, Naruto, let's chat, shall we? People who don't tell me their name don't get to use mine. Just because he was backed into a corner and in serious trouble didn't mean he was going to play nice. The ninja laughed, a mean, grating laugh that almost made Naruto regret opening his mouth at all. Maybe he ought to stay silent after all. Fair enough. My name is Orochimaru. Naruto had never heard of them. What do you want from me? Oh, nothing at all, for now. You'll soon realize the question is what should you want, from me? Naruto didn't get to parse out that nonsensical answer. The very next second, he took a heavy punch to the gut that sent him flying against the nearest tree. He heard the bark crack behind him. Falling to his knees on a branch below, he coughed out blood, seized with nausea. But if you must know, I've always wanted to study a Jinchuriki, and I heard only good things about Konohas. Come on, Uzumaki Naruto. Show me what you're worth, and don't disappoint me. Naruto was ready for the next blow, even if he could only fall back on defense. The ninja's movements were weird, almost inhuman, legs and arms and neck extending and chasing after Naruto, always so close, always right there. Naruto couldn't escape them. I don't know what you're talking about, he exclaimed. At this point he was ready to do anything so that this Orochimaru person would leave him alone, turn away. Naruto was already feeling on edge, cornered. Already feeling the demon get agitated in his cage, begging to be left out, to take care of their enemy. No. No. I'm a scientist, you see. And Jinchuriki are some of the greatest mysteries of the shinobi world. I'm telling you, I don't know what you're talking about. You have the wrong person, asshole. Naruto was jumping from branch to branch, but he stopped when he realized he wasn't being pursued anymore. The foreign nin had stopped a few meters behind and was looking at him with something akin to surprise, but mixed with a dangerous sort of delight that made Naruto dread their next words. Could it be that you don't know what Jinchuriki are, Uzumaki Naruto? And Naruto recognized that tone. He was suddenly thrown back 2 years ago in the forest, running away, running, but unable to escape Mizuki's voice, implacable, merciless. Tell me, Naruto, how do you think it's possible to kill a tailed beast? I'm not interested in what you want to say to me. Oh, is that the truth now? No, it wasn't. He knew the pain it would most likely bring and yet he wanted to know. He needed to know who he was, what he was, where he came from. Tell me, little boy, Orochimaru asked calmly, pedagogue. Have you ever heard about the power of human sacrifice? He knew he ought to stop listening, and he knew he wouldn't. Katon. Great Fire Dragon. At long last, the blast was enough to stop the giant snake in its track. The animal engulfed in fire shrieked in agony, until life had left its body and it stilled, burnt, and broken on the forest ground. Sasuke dropped to the floor, exhausted. That jutsu burnt way too much chakra, and he should have been able to fight off the beast with something else. He was aware that he had been panicking, unable to think clearly as the snake chased him like a mouse and drove him further and further away from his friends. It didn't matter now. The snake was dead and Sasuke still had some energy to spare. He got back to his feet and looked around him. At least the path of destruction left by the giant creature made a pretty easy trail back to Naruto and their mysterious assailant. Sakura caught up with him on the way there. "Sakura. Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine, I'm fine." "You?" "I'm okay. We need to find Naruto. I'll bring you to him." Sasuke had no energy to spare at pondering why they ought to follow a talking fox around, and just let it take the lead. They could hear the rumors of a fight, of branches snapping, bark exploding. Sasuke picked up pace, gripped with a very bad feeling about all this. That stranger was so strong, and when Naruto was backed into a corner, they needed to reach him. "There, look," Sakura said, pointing up at the roof of the forest. The area was devastated, upturned trees, broken branches, dirt and splinters flying everywhere. And up there on a branch stood the foreign nin, holding Naruto with his freaking tongue. They leapt up as the man readied his hands in a way they recognized easily from when Naruto did it. He was calling up a seal. Naruto's hoodie was lifted up around his middle, showing off his stomach and the intricate seal that stood there. Sasuke had never seen it before. "Let's see what happen if we mess with that a little," the man said. "I'm hoping for a good show, Naruto." He slammed the seal on top of the one etched in Naruto's skin. The boy cried out as he tumbled backward, and for a moment he didn't move, looking like he was. But then it happened again. The exact same sensation as that day on the bridge. The air charged suddenly, heavy and dense like it was solidifying around them. Naruto sat up just as Sakura and Sasuke landed on the branch behind the foreign nin. Naruto was grinning around sharp, pointy teeth. The marks on his cheeks had deepened, and his eyes were a bright red. "You shouldn't have done that," he said. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated, and as such, he had the time to throw himself into Sakura to push her out of the way, as Naruto charged the man. They crashed against the trunk of the tree, went straight through it, and crashed against the next one behind it. The foreign nin was still smiling though, still looking pleased with himself. "I don't see why not. This is perfect." Fast as lightning, he slipped out of Naruto's grip to reappear a few branches away. Naruto followed, but when he punched the tree hard enough to dent the trunk, the man was already gone. Naruto's hand was dripping in blood, skin torn and bones showing. He didn't seem to notice. He was slipping away. He scanned the area around him, looking for his enemy, and completely ignored his two friends standing there. He wasn't himself. He wasn't there at all. "Naruto! Naruto, stop!" Sasuke screamed, trying to get his attention. It didn't please their opponent at all, and Sasuke was thrown away by a snake springing out of his sleeve where his arm ought to be. Sasuke collided painfully with the trunk, Sakura just behind him to check on him as he coughed out his lung. Naruto screamed, enraged, exploding with unfamiliar chakra that knocked them back with the force of it. "Be careful, boy," the man purred. "You wouldn't want to hurt your little friends." Of course it only served to enrage Naruto even more. He obliterated a rock on which the Sound Nin had perched briefly, and yet another tree. He was destroying things at random now, his enemy nowhere to be seen. At this rate he was going to bring the forest down on them. What if there were other people in the area? What if someone got hurt? This wasn't what Naruto wanted, but he wasn't in any condition to stop himself right now. And if adults got involved, the proctor or the supervisors, if someone found him like this, Sasuke had to do something. "I have to try and stop him," Sasuke declared firmly. Sakura shook her head, disbelieving. "How? We've been working on something. And did it work?" He couldn't say yes and not be lying, so he didn't answer. She wasn't fooled. "Sasuke. I promised him, okay? I promised I'd stop him." They had to jump further away when Naruto toppled the tree they were perched in. There was red chakra oozing out of his body like red molasses, getting more and more opaque. Soon they wouldn't be able to see him through it. Sasuke just needed to see his eyes. To meet his gaze. And then, maybe. He had managed to get in, a few times. But never for long. And always to be cast out by the brute force of the demon living in Naruto's insides, who laughed and taunted and whom Sasuke had grown to despise. The next time Naruto got close to them, still wreaking havoc on the forest even though their opponent had all but vanished, Sasuke jumped him. He grabbed his face between his hands, holding tight as he forced their gaze to meet, despite the red chakra floating around, menacing, despite the red of Naruto's eyes, not dark and bloody like the Sharingan red, much brighter, violent. Sasuke barely put a foot down in the cave that he was already thrown back out. Naruto shoved him away, but he didn't resume his rampage. He gripped at his head, tugged at his hair in a way that had to be painful, hunched over himself, stumbling like he had been stabbed. He raised his head and for the briefest moment his eyes were blue again, and he looked so angry and so scared, and he pleaded. Sasuke! Sasuke! The red won him over once more. He howled. Damn it! Sasuke cursed as he had to jump away, the red chakra swinging around, almost tangible. I need him to stay still, he screamed at Sakura so that his voice would carry over the sound of cracking wood, exploding rock, and the wild beast growls escaping Naruto's throat. He sounded like he was in pain. His hands were in ruins. Someone was bound to come see what the ruckus was about. They had to do something. I can do it, Sakura said firmly, drawing her sword. Sasuke's eyes widened. She rolled hers. I'm not gonna hurt him, dumbass. Come on. Gone were her exhaustion and the defeat in her eyes despite the tear tracks still stark white lines through the grim on her face, gone too her worry and fear. They would come back soon enough, he supposed, but for now she was focused on their objective, and it was enough to keep her upright, keep her moving. Sasuke drew from that too. The day wasn't over, the fight wasn't over. It couldn't just stop here. They couldn't lose now. Couldn't lose him. Not now, and not ever. Stay close, Sakura said, and she jumped. She landed on a branch just as Naruto did, and he seemed confused for a moment, as if he didn't expect to see anyone there. Sakura wasn't confused, and she didn't hesitate. She charged him, sword drawn up and aiming straight for his head in an obvious move. He ducked easily, and Sasuke was spurting after them, a warning on his lips. The tip of Sakura's blade caught the flying hood of Naruto's sweater, just before sinking deep into the trunk behind him. Naruto was yanked backward, pinned against the hardwood. Now, Sasuke. A good thing his body could move without his mind, because he was a little dumbstruck. She had timed that perfectly. She had known how Naruto would deflect, had known she could catch him that way. He felt bad for doubting her. Naruto was trashing around and he wouldn't be held back for long. Sasuke grabbed his head again, locked their gaze. He put all his focus on the swirling arcana of his Sharingan, all his will, all his strength. He pushed against the maelstrom inside Naruto's head, against the red chakra, against the wailing. He pushed, pushed, pushed. It wasn't enough. He wasn't strong enough. He needed more. He needed. That last time, he had been too caught up in their fight against Haku to notice it, to feel the change, the shift. But this time, so hyper-aware that he was of his eyes and their power, he could feel it, almost physically. The two tomo shifting around, spinning, to give room for a third one, to evolve to the next stage. It felt like his vision expanded and narrowed all at once. Wider and more focused. Sharper and more sensitive. He couldn't see a thing, in the cave, but he didn't need to. There was the cage, and there was the chakra that should have been trapped and swirling around him. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, but that didn't matter for now. Get back, Sasuke willed. It felt like he was screaming but he knew he wasn't even moving, his body locked as he dived down, down, down. The beast was enraged, but not at him, not really. It seemed more confused than anything, circling around, howling. Like it couldn't even found the way out, like the door was open but it was still chained, still tied down. Get back, get back. His forces were abandoning him as the Sharingan drew more and more from them, consuming his chakra at an alarming speed. 3 Tomo was nothing compared to the lone 2, and he had already burned up more than was wise earlier in the day. Back. There was a shift. Something subtle, but it was there. For the briefest moment, the massive presence of the demon subdued, bended. For the briefest moment, it couldn't fight back. Sasuke shoved in all the strength he had left, willing the monster back behind its bars, willing whatever was happening to end, for things to return to normal, for Naruto to return to him. He was pushing so hard that he crashed when, without a warning, suddenly the beast was gone. Chakra receded. The storm had passed, vanished in an instant. Sasuke didn't have the time to formulate a single thought before he passed out. Maybe she should have made it mandatory to incapacitate the team from whom they stole their second scroll. Or maybe she should have insisted they ensured there was as few winners making it to the tower as possible. Anko tsked, annoyed at herself, and she couldn't enjoy the last of her dango as much as she would have liked. Had she been too soft on them? She should have hardened her rules, seeing how many of those fuckers Ibiki had let into the second trial. He was getting soft, that was for sure. What happened to "it's not my problem if none of them get promoted"? Genma and the others thought she was being too harsh, but they were just idiots. Had they forgotten their own Chunin exam? Granted, a lot of them had bypassed it and made the rank on account of their time at war. Promotion was easy to get by then. But that's exactly why they had to be tough on the kids. If there was no war to forge them, Anko's trial would have to do. Better they died or gave up on the shinobi life here, than later during a mission or a battlefield, by being too weak or, gods forbid, chickening out, and bringing their teammates down with them. She scoffed. Too harsh? When the trial used to be bringing 5 foreign forward protectors to the feet of the proctor. Were they forming ninja or school teachers here? She jumped on her feet, deciding now was a good time to head toward the tower and monitor how things were progressing. If none of them made it in under 20 hours, she would be tempted to call the whole thing off and fail all of them. She should have make it 2 days just to spice it up, give them more of a sense of urgency. Damn it. Kotetsu, who was supposed to patrol the perimeter of the training field to make sure no one entered it, or tried to escape, appeared in front of her just as she was about to leave. Anko. You have to come and see. We found something. What? What is it? 3 dead. They're candidates, for the exam. And, just come. The Chunin's tone and his wary expression, out of place for someone usually pretty laid back, had her falling into his steps without comment, matching his hurried pace. He led her to a small stone altar tucked away between the trees, not far from the main entrance to the Forest of Death, where Izumo, Kotetsu's usual partner in crime, was waiting for them with a pinched expression and worried eyes. 3 corpses, laying around in distorted positions that would have had them scream in agony had they not be dead already. But she barely noticed that, just as she ignored the blood sprayed on the grass and the holy statues. Right now she couldn't have cared less about bad omens and affronts to the gods, because she was much more concerned with earthly threats, and this one. They're from Kusa. We got their identities from their pass, seeing that they didn't have a face. It was gone, the flesh smoothed out like it had melted, a blank where their facial features should have been. All 3 had suffered the same fate. Izumo said something at her side, but she couldn't hear him over the rush of her blood in her ears, over her own spiraling thoughts. She would have recognized this handiwork anywhere. Show me the passes, she yelled, snatching the sheets from a confused Izumo. On the first one, the picture of an androgynous man with a knowing smirk stared at her, accusing. He had even talked to her. Just before the beginning of the second trial. Is killing other participants a motive for penalty? He had had the nerves to. And she had eat it up. How? How had he masked his presence so well? How hadn't she recognized him? What the fuck was he planning? Why was he here? How? Her mind was whirling, overwhelmed, as she tried to piece out why the fuck he would enter the Chunin exam like this. What had he come for? As if on cue, a wave of chakra rippled through the air, thick and heavy with murderous intent, straight from the training ground. Anko was 13 the last time it had resonated through Konoha, and it wasn't a sensation she wasn't about to forget. The Kyuubi host was about to lose it. Is that Kodas to contact all the examiners patrolling the forest? Anko cut sharply. Tell them we have intruders in the exam that are to be located, but they can't engage with them in any way. Have them locate Uzumaki Naruto and report on his status. Izumo, go to the Umbu headquarters. Have them send 2-3 teams to the forest. I'm going after them now. We have to inform the Hokage. Do you recognize this, Anko? Do you know who we are after? Anko pressed her lips closed tightly. Of course the Godame had to be informed, if she hadn't sensed it already. But had she known fucking Orochimaru was back in the village, she would have done something. So she didn't know, for now. It was just Anko. I'm not sure yet, she lied. I'll keep you posted. Now go. The Chunin hesitated, clearly doubting her words. She snarled. That's a fucking order. Go. They disappeared in a puff. She took off to the forest. The Kyuubi chakra was more muted there, on account of all the shit that already permeated the foul air of Training Ground 44, the poisons of the plants and the hunger of the beasts. But it was unmistakable for those who had felt it before. The kid had to be here somewhere, and Orochimaru was too. That couldn't be a coincidence. Next time, he had said to her, just as he left, as he turned his back on the village, on her, next time I leave this place, I won't leave anything standing behind me. Was he here to make good on his promise? Now that she knew to look for it, the trace of his chakra was unmistakable. She hated how attuned to it she was still, after all this years, how familiar it felt. How fucking comforting. Damn it. She was so sure she was past all this. Soon enough following his own chakra started to lead her away from where the demons was coming from. It should have been her priority, she should have gone and check on the host boy, try to stop him if she could. She turned her back on it, set on Orochimaru's trail. She knew about Naruto by Izumi mostly, since the girl never shut up about her friends and her friends' siblings and her friends' siblings' friends, for some reason. And she knew what had happened during their mission in Wave Country, if only vaguely, because Kakashi was many things, but a sharer certainly wasn't it, and a storyteller either. But the boy losing his grip over the Kyuubi was always a possibility. And she couldn't bring herself to care. Honestly, she didn't understand what the deal was with the kid. Sure, the Kyuubi had brought them death and destruction, just like war had, and foreign shinobi slipping into the village in the dead of the night to carry on the same assassination missions they ordered themselves in the other countries. He was far from being the only monster around, the only freak with dangerous powers and carrying the threat of unleashing it on them. From the way Izumi talked about him, he had it more under wrap than a lot of older ninja she knew. Sure, none of them would be quite as destructive if they snapped one day and went on a rampage. Or wouldn't they? Teams and clans and villages being wiped out by a few bloodthirsty shinobi was not unheard of. As far as she was concerned, Orochimaru was the greater threat here. If only because if the Kyuubi was released once again, she was sure they could put the blame on his head. She had to stop him. She had to. She had to stop him before he killed again, before he moved against the village again. She had to stop him because she had failed to do it before, because she had let him get away and all he had done after that was on her. All he had done before too, because she had been too fucking blind to see anything, too caught up in her adoration for him and the attention he lavished on her, that had been nothing but a lie, a scam. She had to stop him before he did to someone else what he had done to her. Her mark was burning in the crook of her neck. Was he still doing that too? Had he perfected it? Did they survive now? Did they manage to control themselves before killing 2 members of the medical staff looking after them? Anko picked up pace. She had to stop him. No matter the price. Sakura watched, anxious, as Akito touched his paws gently to Naruto's, then Sasuke's face. Nothing happened, but he looked back at her with an air that said it's done, and how was a fox communicating that? She grabbed Sasuke's wrist and lifted it into the air, before letting it go. It fell back limply by his side and she breathed out a sigh of relief, although she tried to be subtle about it, not wanting to upset the fox or make it look like she didn't trust him. The boy's weight was back. She could recognize that she had been properly incapable of any form of grounded reasoning when, a few minutes ago, she had let Akito do whatever it was he had done to them. She was sitting between her two unconscious teammates on a ruined battlefield that promised to be swarmed with more shinobi very soon, and probably not friendly ones. She was scared and exhausted and she had to move them both somewhere more secure, but there was no way she would be able to carry them both on her own. That's when Akito had chipped in. "I could take their weight," he had said. What did that even mean? She had no idea, but she had agreed anyway, because why not? Not a single coherent thought was forming in her brain at that moment. She was talking to a fox. So he had touched their forehead, and he had taken something from them. It was invisible, but when she had hauled them on her shoulders, they weighed nothing at all. It was like transporting two feathers. She was freaked out, but at that point it was just adding on past her tolerance limit, and she couldn't care all that much. She was still relieved that, now that they were relatively secured, hiding under huge roots behind some bushes, Akito had reversed whatever he had done, and her teammates were heavy again. What a weird day. She wanted nothing more than to pass out too and be done with it, but she couldn't. She was too high-strung to so much as close her eyes, and it was too dangerous. They weren't safe here. She had the horrible impression that they would never be again. She would never relax again. She would always live with that fear. Yet as soon as she sat down, after securing their surroundings and making the two boys as comfortable as could be, she immediately dozed off. "I will stop you." "Come now, Anko," Orochimaru said, complacent. "You know you can't." It wasn't him. It wasn't his face, his body, it wasn't his voice either. And yet she recognized him, if only in the way he looked at her, talked to her, in the sweetness of his smile and his tone she knew were fake but got to her all the same, in the way he said her name. "Come now, Anko, don't be so hasty. Come now, Anko, I know you can do better than this. Come now Anko, don't disappoint me. Come now, Anko, you deserve a reward." He had never been parsimonious neither in reprimand nor in praise. "I can, and I will. Or I will fucking die trying." She wouldn't let him get away. Not this time. She slid 3 kunao in her hand, but he knocked them out of her grip with his tongue before she got a chance to throw them. She could match him on this though. She still used the snake techniques he had taught her, even if it was disgusting to those who saw it, even if it earned her scorn and distrust. She would fight with everything she had at her disposal, no matter where it came from. She wasn't about to get picky and principled about the way she would win. The snakes sprung out of her sleeves, tangled tight around the outstretched tongue. She pulled with all her strength, bringing him crashing down into her body. She took advantage of the confusion to pin him against a tree, take out another kunao. She planted it into their joined hands. The pain didn't register. She had repeated this string of actions in her head 1,000 times, as she laid awake at night dreaming of the day she would have a chance to get back at him. Her mind was already focused on the next step, on forming seals with the help of his other hand. He recognized it immediately. "Suicide? That's your solution, Anko. Shut up." But before she could complete the jutsu and finally send them both to their grave, he dissolved into her hands with a laugh. "A fucking clone. This jutsu is forbidden, you know." She spun around to catch him sitting calmly a few trees away, as if they were merely conversing and not trying to kill each other. "You're the one who showed it to me. And it warms me to see you've been following my teaching." She winced, anger rising like the tide, anxious to make him shut his mouth, to punch his satisfied smirk off of his face. A small flicker of his hand in the air, and she was sent down to her knees by the pain suddenly radiating from the seal on her neck, flooding her body and mind. She gritted her teeth hard enough to break them, determined not to let out a single sound. She sat straight despite the agony, to look at him. "Why did you come here? What do you want? Wouldn't you like to know, Anko?" She screamed, she howled, and raged, and it was as much the pain as the frustration, the anger, the hatred churning in her guts as her former master just stood there, so close but out of reach, set on inflicting her more pain, and not even because he was after her, or because she was in his way. She wasn't, not really. But she would be a collateral in whatever plan he was scheming, she and every single person she knew. Unprompted, Izumi's smiling face came to her mind, her optimism and blind hope in what the future had in store for her. She thought about how easily young people could be folded and bended into shape, could fall prey to those who just paid them a little attention, who pretended to show them the way. How Izumi looked up to her, Anko couldn't bear it sometimes. Couldn't bear the power the girl's admiration put in her undeserving hands. Orochimaru had wrapped Anko around his finger so easily, and doing the same to the girl would be so easy too. Kekai Genkai are not so easy to get a hand on these days, you know, he added after a while, never one to skip on talking, knowing he had time, because she couldn't fucking move and who knew how long it would be until someone find them? Closely guarded, even in a place as badly protected as here. So I'm trying something a little less elegant. Man-made, but just as efficient, I'm sure. The air around them unclogged suddenly. She had completely forgotten about it until it was no longer there, the oppressive heat of the Ninetales chakra. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, displeased. Huh. I didn't think he would come down quite so fast. I'll have to tease him a bit more maybe. What did you do to him? Me, he laughed. Believe me, I hardly did a thing. It was all on you. Not her, she understood. You all. You, the village. You should keep a close eye on him, Anko. After all, this place was never very welcoming to monsters now, was it? That reputation, he had passed it down to her after he was gone. Snake girl, little monster. Freak. She couldn't count the number of times she had thought about leaving it all behind, fucking off to a place where those whispers wouldn't pursue her. Only the repulsion of following into his footsteps and comforting them in their opinion of her had stopped her. Was that what he was trying to achieve here? You won't take him. No, I won't. He was grinning, satisfied. I won't have to. Orochimaru. I swear. I'm sorry, my dear. This was very nice, but I have to go now. Don't spoil my fun, will you? If the exam is interrupted, I will be very upset. Wait. Another careless flick of his hand. The seal flared, the pain spiked up to impossible heights, and she blacked out for a second. When she came back to herself, he was gone. Wake up. Sakura jumped out of her own skin and hit her head against a tree root. It took her an alarmingly long time to place where she was and why. She cursed herself for falling asleep, and even more when she realized that the color of the sky wasn't the sun setting, but rising. The entire night had passed. It wasn't Sasuke, nor Naruto who had woken her up. It was Akito, who was still shaking them to no avail. They wouldn't budge. She didn't feel rested in the least, and she wanted to cry. Someone's coming, the little fox said. She couldn't keep in a strangle sob. Where? When? How many? I'm not sure. No more than 5? And they're very close. Sakura took in a shaky breath. Now wasn't the moment to freeze. Her teammates were still out. It fell onto her to protect them. She tightened the strap of her sheath on her chest and crawled closer to the entrance of their hiding spot to try and get a look of their surroundings. She didn't have to wait long. Don't put up the brave act. Just give us your scroll. 3 people. A team from that village with the music note as their symbol. The one who had talked had his face covered by bandages, except for one of his eyes, and his sleeves were so long they almost dragged on the ground, hiding weapons probably. There was another boy with a mean-looking face and a girl with long dark hair brushing her calves. They had to be a couple of years older than Sakura's team. And they had made short work of her flimsy hope that whoever had found them would be a friendly bunch for once. I'm not gonna do that, she declared, voice shaking just a little. They hadn't come all that way to just give it up now. She could protect her team, and their scroll. She could. I think you will. The second boy took a few steps forward, eager for a fight, but his teammate stopped him. Wait, Zaku. Look. First layer was a failure, but she knew that already. They spotted the freshly upturned earth immediately, but at least it brought them in the right spot for second layer. She cut the wire attached to a root behind her. A good thing Sasuke was always carrying an absurd amount of cable, and that weird little knife specifically designed to cut them off. The huge branch tumbled toward the group, but before it could crash on their face, Bandages put his 2 hands against the wood, and promptly made it explode. Is that all? This is pathetic, honestly. Don't underestimate us. She was aware of that. She had put the traps together hastily, and it was a job best done by 2 people, or 3. Or 6. At least she had remembered that old mantra from infiltration and ambush class. 3 layers minimum. She cut the second wire. The one named Zaku spun around, and managed somehow to blast away most of the shuriken speeding their way. Most, but not all. None caused any fatal damage, but at least they drew blood. It wasn't going to win her the fight though. And they were angrier now. I'm gonna kill you, you bitch, Zaku promised. She drew her sword with a slippery, shaking hand as they stalked closer, closer. Her other hand was reaching behind, shaking Sasuke's limp body, trying to wake him. She couldn't do this alone. There were 3 of them. She needed help, she needed. There was a yell, a crash, something spinning. The 3 foreign nin took a foot to the chin and went flying. And you, don't underestimate us. Dumbfounded, Sakura recognized the ugly green jumpsuit first, of all things. What are you doing here? Well, I came to help, of course. Of course, Rock Lee said, as if it was obvious. It really wasn't. But why? I was very rude to your team. I'm here to make amends. And besides. He turned around just enough that their gaze could meet without keeping his eyes off his enemies. He was blushing lightly. He mumbled, but his usual voice was so loud that him tuning it down just made it regular loud, "You're very cute." Sakura spluttered, blood rising to her face at top speed. What? When you 2 are done. Bandages thundered. Lee turned back his full attention to the other team. He was standing right between them and Sakura, she could barely see them beyond the barrier of his body. It was comforting. My friend is not at the top of her form, he said. I will be your opponent, if it's alright with you. The 3 ninjas scoffed, mocking. Zaku, we take the clown, Bandages said. Kin, go get the scroll. Sakura got to her feet. As Lee stood as a shield to her, she too had to stand as a shield. Naruto and Sasuke still out cold on the ground with the little fox curled up next to Naruto's face, frightened but unwilling to run away. She could relate. It was still 2 against 3. Lee proved to be very strong, when he managed to rip out some roots straight from the ground to stop his opponents in their track. It gave them a pause, at least, so she wasn't the only one astonished by the feat. He was fast too, and his hits looked painful. But he was only using taijutsu, and the 2 others seemed to have something else. Bandages swung without his punch connecting, and yet Lee stumbled as if he had been hit. The boy said something about sound, vibrations, and it sounded interesting, but Sakura had her own problem to deal with. She raised her sword to face that kin girl. She was awfully limited in her movement. She couldn't dodge and jump as well as she wanted because she couldn't move away from her spot, lest her teammates be at the mercy of the girl. They were defenseless, it would only take a second. So she fell back on defense, and the girl was strong and relentless, having a great time pushing Sakura around. And she couldn't help it, when she saw Zaku charging at Lee from behind, the boy already in a bad shape and too distracted by his other opponent. She moved, sending a handful of shuriken just to slow the other boy down, to stop him. He cursed, redirected his sonic attack to deflect the shuriken. It was enough to give Lee a little time. Kin 2. She dived toward the boys and there was no time, no time. Sakura leapt, got in front of the other girl, was too close to do anything about the kunai flying her way but let go of her sword and grabbed the blade with both hands. What the? What's wrong with you, you stupid? It was a spectacular bad move and she was very scared she was just going to see one of her finger fall off, but she didn't let go. And then, because the other girl had 2 hands and there was a kunai in the second one too, Sakura did something even stupider. Instead of dodging, she ducked her head so that the tip would collided with her forehead protector. She was relieved to discover they weren't called that for nothing. The blade skidded over the metal and nicked her face but the other girl lost her grip on it in surprise. Sakura let go of the one she was still holding and shoved at her, hard, so that she could take back her sword and... She couldn't take back her sword. Her hands were covered in blood in a mess. Kin recovered quickly and drew closer again, her eyes full of rage, and there was nothing Sakura could do but stand there. What was she thinking? She should have just given them the stupid scroll, she realized helplessly. Lee was on the ground. She couldn't do anything. Enough. The entire scene froze. They all turned their gaze to the edge of the clearing, where right there on a low branch stood. What do you want, Karen? Kin growled, obviously meant for the interruption. It was the injured girl from earlier. She didn't seem to recognize Sakura though. In fact, she didn't even look in her direction. Master is calling. We have to regroup. Really? Now? Yes, now, Dosa. She had gotten closer, and she was smaller than Bandages, Dosa, but she faced him head-on. We still need the scroll, he said, menacing. The girl adjusted her glasses. It's been taken care of. This is not what we're here for. And why should I listen to you? She adjusted her glasses again. Because I'm the one who will be reporting to him whether you obeyed his will or not. They defied each other for a long, tense moment, but eventually, the boy relented. Let's move, he spat, gesturing at his two teammates. Kin threw a last murderous look at Sakura before turning away, as did the other one, Zaku, clutching his shoulder, victim of Lee's brute strength. They disappeared between the trees. Just before doing the same, Karen turned back to Sakura, meeting her gaze straight on. She mouthed at her. We're even. Her eyes flickered behind Sakura for the briefest moment, and then she was gone too. When she looked back, Sakura saw Naruto staring after her, looking very confused. Sasuke stirred too. Sakura, he asked, concerned, as he sat up. What happened? She really couldn't be blamed for bursting into tears. Rock Lee was pretty banged up, but he would live, according to Sasuke's admittedly not very professional, but also the only available right now, opinion. He had pried most of what had happened from a sobbing Sakura and a sheepish Lee who was mortified not to have been able to be her knight in shining armor or something. Sasuke didn't understand everything that went out of his mouth, but he was grateful for him nonetheless. Had he known this use of his Sharingan would take such a toll on him, he would have think about another option. Not that there were any, but still. Sakura could have just died. She could have died, and Sasuke and Naruto too, gutted in their sleep, and Sasuke had a hard time wrapping his head around that. They had come so close. Way too close for comfort. Give me your hands, he told her, and just grabbed her wrist since she was spacing out. Her palms and fingers were sporting deep, messy cuts, where she had grabbed a Demkunau in a panic. A few bandages weren't going to be enough, and they would never get through this forest with her handless. Okay, don't move. At least his forced nap had restocked his reserves a bit. He focused chakra in his hand and called it up like his mother had shown him. It was so different from any jutsu they had ever learned, so much gentler than what he was used to. He had trouble keeping it steady, but it worked, and slowly, the cuts filled in until they were fully closed, and if he wasn't able to erase the scars entirely, at least by the time he was done she could move her fingers again. Thanks, she said, a little impressed. That was one thing going right for the day. Their ratio was improving. He thought it was about to plummet again when someone else showed up in their corner, but it was Hyuganiji and Tenten, from Lee's team. They frowned at the state he was in, but he was quick to reassure them that Team 7 weren't the ones who had done this to him. And that they didn't have the scroll they needed. Sasuke couldn't hold back a relieved sigh when they decided to leave them without a fight. We need to move. And to find something to eat, he said, as they had made a valiant effort at ignoring the embarrassing noises coming out of their stomach until now. And we need an earth scroll. I have one. Sasuke and Sakura spun fast enough to get whiplash to see Naruto take out an earth scroll from his hoodie and wiggle it under their nose. It was the first words he had uttered since he had woken up, but he still wasn't looking at any of them. Where did you get that? Sakura asked, a little hysterical. The team that attacked us right at the beginning. It's actually Team 10 who got their hands on the scroll, but since it was a joint effort and they didn't need it, they let me have it. Ino said she couldn't deal with your ugly crying face if you learned they had stolen our scroll from me. He put it back, nonchalant, as Sakura strangled herself in her indignation. That's one thing solved then, Sasuke said, unsure. Naruto's behavior was putting him off balance. They were used to him being broody or downright antagonistic, but this was something else. Did something happen back then? He asked. With that guy? Naruto shrugged. Nothing happened. How come you lost it like that? I don't know. I just did. Come on, Naruto. He had a look on his face, like he wasn't really there. So lost in thought he could barely spare one for them or their situation. It was as if he didn't know what emotions he was supposed to be having, in turn looking confused, furious, bitter, mournful, lost. The fox was sitting in his lap, staring at him with open worry, and he ought to have seen something. Naruto had told him to go back wherever he came from, but the fox had confessed, sheepish, that he couldn't actually leave on his own. He had to wait for Akira to come get him, whoever that was. Naruto wasn't happy about it, but he was so preoccupied, he had just let it go. Something had happened, that was for sure, and it meant it could happen again and they needed to know, damn it. But they would have to argue about it later. That's all they seemed to be doing, lately. Push it to later, later. Sasuke wondered though, if later would ever come. We don't know what happened, but it was over before we got there. As per your instructions, we didn't intervene. Tsunade swore she could hear the disapproval in the Umbu captain making his report on the Forest of Death situation. They believed they should have removed Naruto from the trial right away, but she had put her foot down, and down it would stay. He had hurt no one, had posed no real threat, and had calmed down on his own. As far as she was concerned, it was a non-issue. She wouldn't single him out, if she could help it, she wouldn't do anything at all, and she didn't give a damn about what they thought of that line of action. Especially seeing that once again, it's not like they had a choice. Just like they couldn't treat the Danzo affair openly, they couldn't let it slip that they might not have control over Konoha's Jinchuriki. And they couldn't send all their forces after those intruders lest they exposed the fact that people could infiltrate the village so easily in the first place. Now she understood why every village fought every time not to host the Chunin exam. What about the intruders? Did you hear from Anko yet? She fought one, but he got away. She asked that you meet her at the tower. It seems like she wanted to talk about the matter with you in person. All right, I'll be there. Dismissed. Shizun was by her side as soon as the man was gone, handing her a fuming tea and a pill for her migraine. Tsunade thanked her a bit too heartily, desperate that she was for any scrap of comfort. She couldn't wait for all those foreign nin to fuck off of her village and for that dem exam to be over. They talked. They said things, they asked questions, they debated, they inquired. Naruto couldn't understand or hear them. He couldn't get out of his own head. He could only think about the snake's words. About that story the snake had told him, that no matter how he spun it, he couldn't even try believing was a lie. About his life, his birth, about the others. The power of human sacrifice. Jinchuriki. Chapter 26. I'll tell you a story, boy. Figure a storm. A massive, powerful, mighty storm, running across the land, destroying all in its path. There is nothing men can do against it but wait for it to pass and lament after it's gone. They might rage at their gods or at the storm itself, but neither care much, do they? They hate the storm. They hate it with a burning passion, with all the strength of their grief and frustration at how it renders them powerless. But then men think, and men find out they can do something about it. They find a way to put a leash around the storm. To tie it down, or to cage it, or to shrink it into a harmless, manageable size. Men are happy, no longer would the storm come and lay waste to their homeland. They still hate the storm though. And then men think some more, as they are so tragically bound to do. Isn't it a waste, that caged storm? All that power, all that destruction, couldn't it be put to better use? And of course by better use, understand against someone other than them. Some other men, who are not the same you know, they are different, they live elsewhere. So let's find a way to unleash the storm. And they do. Men always find a way. And so the mighty storm that once brought them such misery is now a weapon to use against their enemy. It's now reduced to just another tool at their disposal, to bend others to their wishes, to stray the course of a war, to change history. There is just one catch: it has to be chained to a person. The cage has to be a body, a life offered to rein that power in, to permit its use. Well, it's not much of a catch at all. Just a small price to pay. And now figure that there isn't just the storm. There is the raging wildfire, there is the flood, unstoppable and ravaging, there is the tsunami, the very sea descending upon the land. 9 of them, in total. And each little group of men has its own catastrophe, its own destructive weapon. Now they're stuck, you see? If they use theirs, the others will too, and then what will remain? So they keep it tightly bound to their human prison, while dreaming of the day they can set it free again. It guarantees the peace, in a way, even if it's a shaky, despised peace. The weapons remain hated, but this hate soon shifts to the prison as well, because aren't they one and the same after all? And if the prison protests, rebels, if it tries to escape, or dies, they can always find another one. And that, my little fox, is the story of Eugen Hiraki. The voice was haunting him. Low and sweet, syrupy, almost cajoling. That Orochimaru took pleasure into tormenting him, that was for sure. But they were also telling the truth. Naruto was sure of it. And this certitude didn't come from him, not entirely. But the beast was musing too, and the rage and resentment sitting at the bottom of his stomach, Naruto could finally give it shape and form, could understand its roots. The storm, caged. To protect, at first. And then, to attack. To obey, always. And there were others. 8 others. One of them was here, somewhere in this forest. 1 tail, 9 tails. Another natural disaster chained to an unwilling child, another weapon to be both used and rejected by its village. Another just like him. How could Naruto be expected to give a damn about what was happening around him, about the agonizingly slow process of making their way through the thick of the forest, about this stupid exam, when he knew what he knew? It felt so meaningless, even cruel, in the grand scheme of things. Were they ever going to tell him? Were they ever going to stop pretending like he was just another citizen of the village, just another ninja, with the same rights, the same future? Because he wasn't. It was all a lie. Things would never get better. He would never be free. For your own good, they had said. For your own safety, to protect you. But that wasn't it. They needed him, needed them. This was the reason, for the life he had led, for his very existence. To fight their war. What was war even like? What use did it have? Would they unleash him upon their enemies, if they could? To save the village, the third had said, but that was a lie too. It wasn't an accident, it wasn't by chance. It was all planned. They were always going to do this, to him or to someone else. They would again, after he was gone. They had already, to another before him. How had they died? They stumbled upon a Suna team, desperate after losing their own scroll, and managed to come out on top. They stumbled upon a Konoha team, and agreed wordlessly to ignore each other and go their own way. They stumbled upon an AIM team, wild-eyed and terrified, who warned them to stay away from that monster and his sand. Who's the monster? Naruto thought. What's a monster even? The way they had looked at him, the grown UPS in the Hokage's office after Mizuki's death, Kakashi-sensei on their way to Wave Country. The suspicion, the worry, when they were all guilty of the same crimes, when they had all killed before. But he wasn't the same, was he? He was different from them. Always has been, always would be. Akira came to fetch Akito, fuming with both outrage and worry. Akito felt guilty, about not having been able to help more. Naruto was pretty sure he completely failed at reassuring him, at thanking him too. They caught fish in the river to appease their raging hunger, they kept to the shadows of the trees to stay out of sight and out of the hot sun's way, and it could have felt like just some kind of extreme camping trip, if it wasn't for the blood drying on their clothes, the bandages around their hands and limbs, the exhaustion. The fact that Sasuke and Sakura kept talking to him, kept trying to reach out, to make him say something, to make him tell. They knew something had happened, and faced with their concerned expression, he was tempted to spill, more than once. But there was a voice in his head stopping him every time. It sounded like the snake's. What if they already knew? Sasuke's parents were prominent shinobi, his father was someone important, close to the Hokage. They had to know. It made sense. So did Sasuke too? And Sakura? Did they know? Had they hid it from him? Had they been told more than him, like everybody else in this village? Could he trust them? The way Orochimaru had talked about it made one thing very clear, most of them who knew about it didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The system worked, he'd said. Everyone was content with it. It did guarantee the peace. At the small price of one life ruined. One sacrifice, the power it had. Maybe his friends would agree. Why not? They all did. Maybe they would think he was selfish, to feel wronged, to believe it was unfair, to be so angry. Maybe he ought to be grateful that he had been allowed that much, to walk free, to live a life. Maybe they would turn, at long last, against him. Another part of him was convinced it was absurd. That they weren't like that, that they would never. But that part didn't win. The risk was too high. He was too scared of the answer. He was consumed by a rage that wasn't his own, but that he could no longer shut down. He kept it all to himself. And he kept a hand on his stomach. There was something wrong with the seal. It had been a shock, for sure, when the first of them had been summoned. It was barely 2 hours after the beginning of the second task, most of the Chunin in charge of the various teams weren't even back at the tower yet. What was the point? The record was 4 hours and some, and the average time was closer to 12. Izumi was already there, because she was nothing if not thorough. At first they had thought Inuzuka Hana had been summoned because one the teams had had the brilliant idea of opening their scroll in advance, happened all the time. But when she had come back, dumbstruck, it was to tell the gathered Chunin that the team she was in charge of, 3 young genin from Suna, had made it to the tower, scot-free and fresh like they had just taken a stroll through the park. That was more than 15 hours ago, they had waited, but the performance was truly exceptional, and no other team made themselves known in such a way. About 5 of them were knocked out by their Chunin because they had opened the scroll too early. For the rest of them, they just had to wait. Izumi had managed to get Konoha's Team 7. She preferred to think it was because she was Anko's favorite, and not because everything pertaining to Naruto was deliberate instead of left to fate, like it was for all the others. Around hour 6, Anko had burst into the tower looking agitated and weakened, but she had locked herself into the control room before Izumi had the chance to ask what was going on. She had heard Naruto's name, from some Umbu escorting her mentor. The wait had been harder after that. Hana could have left, since her work was done for this task, but she wanted to know how her brother was doing, and so she had come back on day 2 and kept Izumi company. Izumi liked the other girl, they had crossed paths at the academy a few times, and they had done a few missions together since under Anko's command, before the Inuzuka girl had been definitely detached to the police force. She was famous in the Uchiha district for getting along so smoothly with Uchiha Fugaku, whom no one would ever describe as easy to work with. Just for that, Izumi admired the girl greatly. They were eating a late lunch on the second day when the Godame herself appeared in the tower. All Chunin present scrambled to their feet, attempting a salute with their mouth full and uniforms dotted with rice. She dismissed them absent-mindedly. Just before going into the control room though, she approached them both. "Are you done with your duties here?" she asked without meeting any of their gazes. She seemed far away, mind occupied elsewhere. "I am, but Izumi is not," Hana replied, casting an uncertain glance to the side. Izumi shrugged. She didn't know what this was about either. "Hana, go back to your clan, and tell your clanmates to do the same as soon as possible. Same goes for you, Izumi. Sort things out with your team and meet back with your clan heads." "What's happened?" The women had already turned their back on them. Hana apologized and left in a hurry to collect the few other Inuzuka Chunin present. Izumi went to do the same, but it was precisely the moment Team 7 decided to activate the summoning seal from their scroll. Izumi had it all down, the congratulations, the whole speech, but she was thrown off the loop by what had just happened, and the scene greeting her in one of the entranceways of the tower did nothing to ease the confusion. Sakura and Sasuke both had a scroll in hand and were staring at her, wide-eyed and weary. They looked exhausted and in pretty bad shape. It took a moment for Izumi to spot the third member of their team. Naruto was crouched in a corner, back to his friends, his mask glaring at her. He got up slowly and turned, but he stayed where he was, at the other end of the room. He seemed ready to burst out of his own skin, his chakra was all over the place. She had to wonder if she had done something wrong, from the way he was looking at her. She quickly inferred that she wasn't the target of his ire, not really. Congratulations, you three. You passed the second task. Sasuke and Sakura dropped, they crashed on the floor like they had been dying to do just that. Sakura's face was swollen in places, her arms and hands bandaged. Sasuke looked on the verge of passing out. And Naruto? Naruto stared. He had no wounds but his clothes were in pieces, and he was staring, hard. Looking for something. Probing. The task is still ongoing, she said, uneasy. You can rest for a while in the room behind you. We'll come fetch you when it's over. You'd thought she had told them they had a 5 kilometers track to run in order to reach a damn sofa, with how they sighed and dragged themselves out. She wanted to ask what had happened, what the problem was, exactly, why they were so quiet, why Naruto looked ready for murder. Instead she let them go, deciding she wouldn't get anything from them in the state they were in. Only when she turned around did she realize they hadn't even talked about the message, the riddle that their scroll was supposed to complete. The board was set above the door, the classic precept inked on it in careful strokes. It was still the words of the third Hokage, there had been no time to change it. If heaven you lack, gain knowledge, be prepared. If earth you lack, gain power, steel yourself. If heaven and earth are open to you, dangers will leave your rightful path. Above men you will rise, of men you will be a guide. Earth and heaven. Body and mind. It was a bit pompous for her taste, as it usually was with the third. He was rather old-fashioned. She wondered when the transition would be official, for as little as he was seen around the Hokage Tower lately, he was still Konoha's leader in the people's eyes. The old saying summed up the requirement of the exams pretty well in the end, be smart and strong and maybe you'll make it through. Of course the other lesson was, obey your orders or you will fail, open the scroll before the right time and be disqualified. It was pretty literal too, for it was often crucial the messengers do not be aware of the message. She wasn't sure it was the lesson the kids had learned from this though. There was a kunao embedded into the Sandame's signature. And you really have no idea who they were? Tsunade asked again. She was so skeptical, Anko was sure she was going to call her out on her bullshit, to claim that she was lying. But when she repeated a firm no, feet firmly planted on the ground and hands clasped tight in her back so that she could control her trembling limbs, hide the pain still radiating from the mark, Tsunade only gave her a long, scrutinizing glare, before dismissing the subject altogether. Damn it! As if we needed this, on top of everything. Anko had heard briefly of the mess with Danzo from one of the Umbu. The timing was terrible indeed. But Anko wasn't the Hokage, and as such, she didn't have to care about every single problem in the village. Just the one. The cursed mark was burning, and only her iron will kept her upright in front of the woman. The Sandame could have done something about it, but the Sandame wasn't there. To him, she would have talked about Orochimaru. But to Tsunade? Who could say how she would react? Come to think of it, maybe Anko wouldn't have told even him. She had never questioned her leaders before, never thought they could fail her. But his friendship for Danzo had blinded Sarutobi, and wouldn't it do the same to Tsunade with Orochimaru? Anko would stop him no matter what. She didn't need Tsunade's sentimentality in the way. It's not like we have a choice, Tsunade sighed after a pensive silence. The exam has to proceed. As if on cue, one of the Chunin in charge of monitoring the second task knocked on the door. 21 participants made it through. There are a few more still in the forest, but it's confirmed that there is no more scroll in circulation for them to succeed. No need to drag it out then, Anko settled. The second task is officially over. And we're going to need some intermediate selection. Couldn't they have been more efficient? 7 teams, what was that? So few of them had stolen more scrolls than necessary to cut the numbers? Pathetic. Anko gathered the examiners and the Jounin instructors here to watch their team, and they followed Tsunade down to the training room of the tower, where the ones who had succeeded in bringing back both scrolls and all their teammates alive were waiting. Some had had more time than others to rest, but they all looked tired and fed up already. She couldn't wait to see their face when they would understand it was far from over. First of all, congratulations, all of you, for completing the second task. Although you had a rather soft go at it, and you will regret it soon. What is that supposed to mean? A blonde brat with a displeased frown shouted from the first row. Anko recognized one of the youngest Yamanaka, if only because they were often warned against her wandering ears and eyes among the Jounin. It means there are only 10 slots available in the third task. So we're gonna have to trim that group down a bit. Right now. Various protests erupted among the group. How it wasn't fair because they were exhausted, poor them. She scoffed. Shut up, all of you. You should have thought about it when you were lazing around the forest of death. If you don't think you're up for it, feel free to drop out now and stop wasting everyone's time. She didn't expect anyone to take her up on the offer, but it looked like someone really had no pride whatsoever. And a Konoha genin at that. I'm afraid I'm at my limit, the young man said. I withdraw. And you are? Yakushi Kabuto. Anko clicked her tongue but dutifully crossed the name from her list. Very well, you're dismissed. That makes an even number of you, so at least you won't have to fight twice. Thank your weak-willed friend for that. The boy smiled, unfazed, and simply walked away. What a disgrace. There was a small commotion among the group. It was Kakashi's team, unable not to make itself known in some way. The 3 kids seemed in dispute, 2 against 1, hissing angrily. In the end the 2 relented in front of the unyielding host boy. Anko had heard enough about how annoying that kid could be. Anyone else? She asked, just to be sure. The Uchiha and the girl glared at their friend, but he didn't budge. They shook their head. I will leave the next few words to the Hokage then, Anko concluded, stepping back. Tsunade barely hid a sigh. I hope you understood the purpose of the 2 trials you just overcame. It was meant to test capacities we expect from Chunin, as well as to push out those who couldn't make the cut. The final trial is a lot different. You won't only be judged by your peers. You will be scrutinized by envoys and spectators from all your villages. The aspiring Chunin shared questioning looks and excited chatters. Glory and fame made a fool out of anyone. They will judge how worthy you are of their business. They will judge how much stronger or weaker you are than the other villages. This is a competition, and this is what marks the difference between a strong village, a strong nation, and a weaker one. Anko wondered if she was the only one who could catch the dispassion in Tsunade's tone. She didn't know that woman that well, but enough to infer that she didn't think much of that particular line of thought. Chunin exams always went that way though. It was a display, as much an advertising strategy as a warning. This is how strong we are. This is what we are made of. Others beware. Anyway, that means we can't just send anyone in to fight in front of all those people. If you want to prove yourself to the world, you will have to win the next fight. In a puff of smoke, Genma appeared in front of her, respectfully kneeling. I'm here to oversee the preliminary tournament, Hokage-sama, he said in his usual laid-back tone. He always looked careless, an airhead. Anko supposed a lot of people had been fooled by it, had thought he would make an easy target. People who hadn't lived to spread a warning. Go on then, Tsunade said. Hello everyone. I'm Shiranui Genma, he said louder, addressing the gathered crowd. Follow me. They moved the group to the tower's huge arena. The remaining candidates cast curious looks at the room, the platform circling the area for observation, the paved ring, the massive hands sculpted in stone at one end of the room, set into the ram seal. Tournaments of all sorts were held here, but today it would be without much of a public. That would be for later, and for only half of them, or less. A fight is won if your opponent is dead, unconscious, unable to keep fighting, or if they give up, Genma said. I reserve the right to stop a fight if I judge the outcome already decided. I advise against trying to argue with me. Unconcerned and relaxed as he looked, no one missed the threat, and no one dismissed it either. At least they weren't completely stupid. Well, without further ado. The panels on the wall opened to reveal a screen where the names of the participants were flashing rapidly, waiting to settle and seal their fate. "Keep an eye on Naruto," Anko heard in her back, Tsunade whispering to Kakashi and Tenzo before taking her leave. The boy was agitated and jumpy. As distasteful as it sounded, she couldn't help but see a restless beast in a too tight cage. She felt bad for wishing to see where it would lead, but it was only logical, after all. If Orochimaru was here for him, then he was the one she needed to keep an eye on. Sasuke was the first to go, against an older genin from Konoha named Yoruichi. Sakura was a bit worried for him, because their trek down the Forest of Death had really taken its toll on him, but she needed not to worry. Unfortunately for that Yoruichi, his specialty was chakra absorption, but with Naruto's habit to suck up chakra into his scrolls at every turn, Sasuke had built up quite the resistance to it. He fell back on taijutsu, which he excelled in, and he seemed to channel all the pent-up worry and frustration that had piled up during those tense few days. He won his match easily enough. It didn't bring him much joy. Naruto was still avoiding his gaze. They had tried to talk him out of staying for the tournament, to have him withdraw, or at least tell Kakashi about what had happened in the forest, about whatever was making him sweat and lose focus like this. It wasn't mere anger that made his eyes flicker red and his nails break the skin of his palms, but he assured them he was fine and had refused categorically to leave or warn anyone. There was no threat of his that Sakura would heed, but going behind his back would brew nothing good. If he said he would be fine, they could only trust his judgment. She was split between wanting all of this to be over and wishing her turn would never come. She wanted to sleep for 10 days and stuff her face with her mother's crepes, and the thought of being forced to fight for her life again to achieve that was depressing. It didn't even occur to her to just give up though. She wouldn't lag behind. Never. She was ashamed how little she paid attention to the next matches. Shino fought one of their attackers from the forest, Zaku, and more or less obliterated his arms from the inside. It was a little pleasing, a little. Next came another ninja from Konoha, against one from Suna named Kankuro. He fought with disgusting, creepy puppets, of all things, and sent his opponents unconscious and broken to the infirmary. They all turned their attention back on the screen, but Sakura was so out of it, she didn't even recognize the names for a second. Even if one of them was hers. Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino. She stood stunned as Ino, next to her, stared with equal disbelief at this dumb screen. It was hard to tell really, if this was better or worse than the other alternatives. On one hand, she was reasonably certain that at least Ino wouldn't try to kill her for real. On the other hand, she had zero wish to punch her closest friend in the face right now. They spared together of course, but it wasn't the same. Training was about improving themselves, not winning. The stakes were the same for them both, the reward was the same. But here, one of them would get to move onward, and the other just wouldn't. "Let's go, Sakura," Ino probed gently when the audience started to rustle with impatience. She followed, a bit numb, and they both went down to the arena. "Ready?" Genma asked, although it didn't sound much like a question. In fact, he didn't wait for any answer from them, and simply commanded, "Begin." Nothing happened. Until Ino screamed. "Sakura!" She jumped, startled. Ino was angry now. Now is not the time to give up. Don't you have a goal? Don't you want something? Laying in Ino's bed, playing with her long, pale hair. "I don't want to be left behind. What would they do without me? I need to stand by their side." She and Sasuke, they had an agreement. Nothing explicit, but it was there all the same. They had to look after Naruto. They had to keep an eye on him, they had to help. She couldn't let them increase the distance. Sakura didn't excel in anything, but she was good, at everything. Good enough. "I have to win too, do you understand? I'm not gonna go easy on you," Ino said, parting her feet, taking her stance. Sakura followed. When she was lost and unsure, it was always the best way to go, just follow Ino. Follow her lead. Let her guide Sakura. Ino was right. They had to fight for what they wanted. She wanted to make the highest ranks in intelligence, and Sakura wanted to protect her team. One of them had to lose, that's just how it was. They could win next time. As long as they kept trying, they could always make it. Being friends didn't mean that they couldn't fight each other. It meant they would be okay, even if they did. You better not, she finally answered, and she meant it. One of them had to lose. And one of them had to win. Sakura kept her sword sheathed, for now, swords were to make sure enemies wouldn't follow, but Ino wasn't an enemy. They were familiar with each other's moves and style, although the context made the outcome of the fight unpredictable. Sakura had made great efforts in the past few years, and Ino no longer stood so far away beyond her. She was confident she could hold her own against her friend, and she would prove it. Above all, she needed not to fall prey to Ino's mind jutsu. They started moving at the same time. Ino was always going soft on her during training, and Sakura hated that. She hated that she had never grown past that scared little girl that needed protection in her friend's eyes. When they were kids, Ino was Sakura's hero, her knight in shining armor. But they weren't kids anymore. She could protect herself. She had to, if she then wanted to protect others. She concentrated chakra in her feet to leap at Ino, faster than she ever could with the physical limitations of her body. But refined chakra control could compensate for a lot of things. Her fist caught Ino by surprise. Ino got back up, wiping blood off her mouth with a grin. All right. Let's do this, Sakura. It was a bit of a blur after that. They focused on taijutsu and projectile weapons, since their respective skill and ninjutsu were rather ill-suited to frontal combat in an open, barren landscape. The mind jutsu were still a concern in the back of Sakura's mind, but it was hard to imagine Ino would be able to use it in such circumstances. She needed Sakura immobilized for that. They went for the same punch and each blocked a fist just before it connected to their cheek. They found themselves locked in the hold, trying to push against each other to land the hit, to get the other to back down. To no avail. They were of equal strength. Ino huffed in frustration. I shouldn't have made you do all those push-ups. I can do more than you, Ino pig. You wish, ugly. Sakura's mother always scolded her when she heard how she and Ino talked to each other. Sakura didn't find it that weird though, there was no heat in the words, no cuts. It was as affectionate, as intimate as if they had been nicknames, pet names. Sakura didn't heart the insults her mother did in them. Damn, we've talked about it, Sakura, Ino lamented after a few more seconds. Sakura frowned, puzzled. What? You need to expand your focus. Ino's smile was triumphant. Something moved in Sakura's back. Shit. She had been told before that her attention was too narrowed when she was engaged in a fight. Mind jutsu. Mind transfer. The clone she was wrestling with dissolved into her grip just as Ino took over her body. Ino had tried it out on her a few times, to train it, but Sakura would never get used to the terror of suddenly losing the reign over her own body, of her mind being pushed back in a corner, trapped and powerless. Try to fight it, Ino had said once. Come on, try. It could be fought, or so she had said, but Sakura had never succeeded. Ino's presence was overwhelming, bright and larger than life. Sakura felt dwarfed by the strength of her mind. The worst thing was that she could still feel Ino raising Sakura's hand, opening Sakura's mouth over the words that would write her off the competition. She could still see through her eyes, hear through her ears. Hear Rock Lee yelling encouragements, tell her not to give up. See her friends and classmates up there on the platform. Her teacher, her teammates. Naruto and Sasuke, staring at her. Sasuke had won his fight, Naruto surely would too. Only her then. Only her to lose here, to be stopped while they moved on. Only her to sit in the audience during the last trial while they fought down there in front of all those people. They're from the same team. Where's the third member? Oh, she didn't cut it. She didn't cut it. She didn't want to become a Chunin. She wanted to become a Chunin with them. She wanted to keep up. Maybe she would make it next time, but where would they be by then? The distance wouldn't grow. She wouldn't let it. Besides, she couldn't leave Sasuke to deal with Naruto alone. He was too easy on him, too forgiving. Who would yell at Naruto and shake him in all directions to keep him out of his own head, if not her? She couldn't just lose. Get out. She wouldn't. She wasn't a whiny little girl anymore. And the prospect was far scarier thinking about the life awaiting them. If she was captured, if she fell prey to this kind of techniques from an enemy, would she just lose too? Would she have to watch, helpless? No way. Get out. Not Ino, not anyone. She wouldn't let them do this to her. It wasn't desperation she felt, it wasn't hopelessness and regret. She was fucking enraged. Get out. She pushed, with all her might, with all her will, with all her need to prove herself, to rise above, to keep going. She pushed, pushed, pushed. Ino, what's happening? She heard from Shikamaru, somewhere above them. The words had stilled in Sakura's mouth. Ino couldn't go on. Get out. She pushed, and Ino stumbled. Sakura didn't waste any time, didn't pause to marvel at her success, to wonder how she had done it, if Ino was alright, what was happening. She spun around and drew her sword in one swift motion, and before Ino could recover from the trip back into her own body, Sakura had her blade pressed against her throat. They were both breathing heavily, exhausted and hurt, but they didn't falter. Ino stood straight, Sakura did too. They stared at each other, unblinking, emotions raging. Until Ino sagged down with a frustrated sigh and a bitter smile. Well, damn, Sakura. It was over. Winner, Harano Sakura, the proctor confirmed. Sakura lowered her sword, blinked dumbly at Ino's sour face. Ino punched her in the arm, too hard for it to be entirely friendly. She was radiating disappointment, but she waited, when she saw Sakura wasn't moving, for her to wake up and follow her back to the platform. One to lose, one to win. It was hard to watch the low line of Ino's shoulders, her eyes cast down, fists clenched in simmering anger. Ino, Don't. Ino's voice was cutting, fierce, and she was angry, but when she looked back at Sakura, she didn't direct that anger toward her. Don't you dare. We move forward, Sakura. Always. Sakura nodded. She wanted to provide comfort though, she wanted to hug her friend and ease her pain, but it wasn't what Ino needed right now, especially not from her. Ino went to her team. Sakura went to hers. Congratulations, Sakura, Kakashi said warmly, eye smiling. Sasuke smiled too, the faintest thing. Naruto smirked. Didn't expect anything else. She wondered if it was true, if they hadn't thought too that she wouldn't make it. It didn't matter. It didn't matter what anyone else thought if at the end of the day, she remained the one standing. The tournament resumed after that. Tenten lost, quite painfully, against the girl from Suna, Temari, who took way too much pleasure in it for Sakura's taste. Lee was heartbroken, but his teammate would be fine. They moved on to the next. Shikamaru, against Kin, from the forest too. He won with his usual phlegm and convoluted strategies, another one that felt good to Sakura's vindictive heart. Strange how scary they had been, the three of them back in the forest, but here in one-on-one, it was a different story. Unfortunately, Sakura knew that in real life, the forest's situation was the likeliest scenario. Where else but in exams and tournaments would they ever have such fighting conditions? It was still nice to see her classmate take the win against the enemy. Although when Koji's turn came next, he lost to the third member of this team, Doso, and came back dejected and disappointed, just like Ino. Next up was Naruto. And he was fighting Kiba. Sakura cursed that damn screen. Couldn't he have been set up against one of those insufferable sand ninja, or one with the music note of their forehead protector? Naruto wasn't in his normal state. Fighting could be good actually, could help him get rid of some of his aggression, but she feared how he would react in combat. And Kiba was their friend, sort of. He was obnoxious and kind of gross, but they were of the same promotion, they were bound at least by that. Sasuke's face didn't betray much, but she could see the concern on his face, even if they denied anything was wrong when Kakashi-sensei asked, behind them, if there was a problem. Be careful, she said to both Naruto and Kiba before they climbed down. She didn't want to watch them hurt each other. a concern they didn't seem to share if the look on their face was anything to go by. Naruto looked the same as usual, ready to fight anyone and everyone, and Kiba seemed equally eager for it. Why did boys have to be like this? They faced each other in the middle of the ring, Kiba flanked with his dog as always, Naruto feigning nonchalance in front of him. He had his back to Sakura, but the unmoving face of Haku's mask was staring at her from the side of his head. Genma looked at them in turn. All right, are you ready to? You bastard tricked Hinata during the first task. Sakura sighed. So that's what this was about. Naruto shrugged, even if Sakura was sure he wasn't that proud of this stunt. Naruto wasn't above playing dirty, but he wasn't one to step on others to succeed either. He was within his rights here though, there was no playing fair at completing a mission. So I'm gonna beat your ass down, asshole. Naruto rolled his eyes, and of course Kiba had to provoke him, to rile him up even more than usual. Couldn't he have kept his mouth shut for once? Especially seeing that Hinata hadn't seemed that bothered by it. Then again, her two teammates taking her defense because she never did herself was a common sight. Hinata bore everything in stoic silence, but that couldn't be said about Kiba, and even Shino could be quite vindictive in his protectiveness of her, though he was way more subtle and refined about it than that stupid dog boy. Come at me, Naruto snarled. Sakura had a bad feeling about this. He had told them he would be fine, because he didn't want to be sent away, didn't want to be slapped with a seal and be examined or questioned, but Naruto wasn't feeling like himself at all. That wouldn't have been a bad thing, except he was feeling worse. He was angry. He didn't even get why. Breaking Kiba's face was just what he needed right now. Begin. Beast Path, Passing Fang. Fast. Kiba slammed into him with brute force, an elbow digging into his abdomen, knocking the breath, and some blood, out of him. He was sent flying, crashed heavily on the floor. Why were all those people so fast? Couldn't they calm down a little? He'll be down for a while, Proctor, Kiba said smugly. The others whispered among themselves, disappointed by such a swift ending. How dare they? Not so fast. Naruto honestly couldn't tell if the hit was supposed to lay down a regular genin. Maybe it was. Sakura would have stayed down, maybe even Sasuke, he was still too soft, couldn't take a good blow to the guts without throwing up. It hurt badly, but it was fading already. You should bring Akamaru in, Kiba, if you hope to win this, Naruto taunted. Kiba scoffed. As you wish. A smoke bomb exploded at Naruto's feet. Kiba took the opportunity to set his dog on him. Naruto could only try to dodge in the fog, as claws and fangs nipped at him, trying to get him off balance. Naruto escaped the smoking cloud, only to fall right into the path of Kiba's foot. He ducked, just as Akamaru charged back toward him. He jumped to Naruto's face, intent on napping his nose or gauging his eyes out, who knew? Instinct took over. Whose instinct? Hard to tell. Naruto slapped the dog down and closed his own jaw around the back of its neck. His nails had grown sharp again. His teeth too. He shouldn't have been able to keep his hold on the dog, and yet. He tasted blood, along with the disgusting fur. The dog yapped, distressed, trapped. Akamaru. Kiba tossed something to him. A pill? Naruto couldn't see. He was busy trying not to snap his jaw for good. The need was overpowering, to just bite down hard. It was a relief when the pill seemed to give the dog an extra burst, and he freed himself from Naruto's grip to go back to his master. His fur had turned red, the pill, probably. But the blood on his neck was redder. What's wrong with you? Kiba hissed, as if he had room to talk. There was blood on Naruto's lips. He wanted to taste more. Blood. Blood, and death, to all of them. Whatever. I'll end this. Kiba promised. Naruto could barely hear him, see him, a red haze clouding his vision. Akamaru jumped on his back. Transformation, beast-human clone. Akamaru metamorphosed into another Kiba, both with bulging eyes and grinding teeth. War drugs, someone said from the platform. Was that what it was? Beast Path. Fang passing Fang. Both of them charged this time. Naruto avoided only one, took the second hard in the side, didn't have much time to get back on his feet before they were on him again. Kiba's techniques were usually like this: he turned feral, beast-like, drool dripping from his long, pointy teeth, pupils narrowed like a predator's. What beast? This? This, a beast? Let me laugh. It was like instinct against this answer from his body, from his chakra. Teeth growing, nails turning to claws. Naruto growled at yet another hit, pain radiating from his abused body, anger too. Things that always made it harder to keep it in. He coughed out blood. Kiba and Akamaru kept dancing around him. He couldn't think, couldn't see, but he was mad, oh, so mad. They stepped back, both sporting matching grin of satisfaction. Did the dog learn to act like this? Like his master? Didn't have enough yet. Kiba taunted, pleased. Could the dog talk? Something caught Naruto's eyes then, something that had nothing to do with the fight. Straight in his line of vision, above him on the platform. Gaara. His eyes were blown wide, his hands gripping hard on the railway. Anger? Excitement? The same bloodthirsty rage overclouding Naruto's mind? Blood, and death. To all of them. Kiba and Akamaru charged him again. One time too much. He snapped. The chakra charge was enough to give them both a pause. Enough for Naruto to ready his hand, to turn to one of them, it didn't matter which one, to aim at the chest, seal at the ready. Fuinjutsu. Heartbreak. Naruto. Naruto. He faltered. His voice stuttered around the seal he was going to pronounce, and just for a second his gaze broke away and he looked up at Sasuke. Sasuke saw many things: confusion, hurt, anger too. It lasted a heartbeat, maybe less, but it was enough. Kiba took the opening as it was, and using Naruto's momentum against him, he punched him down, hard. They heard the sinister crack of a jaw breaking. Sakura gasped in horror as Naruto's face smashed against the hard ground. He didn't move after that. Genma approached, to assess. He knelt down to Naruto's head, shook him a little. "I'm fine," came the muffled groan, straight from the broken pavement. "I don't think you are. Just gimme a sec. I'm fine. I can still fight." "Sorry kid, it's over." Genma stood back up. "The winner is Kiba." The boy erupted in cheers, pleased and proud, as tension dropped in the arena. From their corner the medic nin started to move, stretcher and first aid kit in hand. They didn't even reach the middle of the room. Naruto sprung back to his feet and punched Kiba's boastful smile off his face. Kiba tumbled backward with a painful cry and he stayed down on his ass, rubbing at his sore jaw with a murderous gaze. "I told you I could still fight," Naruto deadpanned. His mouth and jaw were smeared with blood that trickled down his neck and onto his forehead protector. He smiled, black, white and red, some of his teeth were missing. There was another crack, louder this time. The other probably hadn't caught it, but Sasuke knew it was his jaw, snapping back into place. It wasn't anything happy, that smile. Not anything friendly either. He took a threatening step toward Kiba. In an instant, Kakashi stood between the two of them. "That's enough, Naruto. It's over." For a terrible second, Sasuke thought Naruto was going to lash out. But in the end, he only shrugged, and, foregoing any medical aid, he took the way back to the platform. Sasuke watched him approach them, tried to find what to say. "Naruto, He trailed off. How could he say it? "I thought you were going to kill him. I had to stop you." What would be worse, that Naruto wasn't going to do that, to use that seal, to aim for the heart, or that he was. Naruto had lost his fight because of him, was out of the exam because of him, and yet Sasuke couldn't regret or apologize. He just had to. It was his role, to stop Naruto, wasn't it? His friend faltered, when their eyes met. He lost his crazed expression, he lost his knife-sharp smile. He looked at Sasuke and he was lost, and he was hurt, and he was scared. But he said nothing. He turned to flop down on the railway, stating clearly that the matter was closed. Sasuke settled beside him but didn't manage to catch his gaze. On his other side, Sakura was frowning deeply. Moving on to the next fight, the proctor said. Kiba had gotten back up too, and Sasuke tried to tune out his boisterous preening. He had to know he didn't win fair and square. But maybe it was for the best, that he didn't realize Naruto could have very well be going for the kill. The screen started to flash once again. Sasuke had almost forgotten the day wasn't over yet. Wasn't it enough trials already? Hyuga Neji vs. Hyuga Hinata. Obviously not. I wasn't going to kill him. I wasn't. Was I? Weren't you? Shut up. You sure wanted to. I wasn't going to. Isn't this how it works? I'm not like that. Humans are all the same. They all deserve to die. Shut up, shut up. He didn't know. What was he going to do, when he had aimed his hand at Kiba's chest? He had always had a hard time parsing out the fox's intentions from his own, but never like this. He felt like he had back in Wave Country, when poison was coursing through his vein and he couldn't tell if he was even master of his own body and mind. That pure rage and hatred, could they really be his? He was angry, that was true. But Kiba had nothing to do with it. They're all in this though, they're all accomplice, they're all guilty. Those feelings weren't his. It wasn't him. It didn't come from him. The rage, the hatred sipping into his skin, suffusing his mind, they weren't his, but he was powerless to stop them. It was hard remembering that he was supposed to, when it echoed so well with the darkest recess of his own mind. It was the seal, he realized with no small amount of fear. Orochimaru had done something to it, back in the forest. Naruto had felt it clearly, even though he couldn't pinpoint what it was exactly. But it was changed. Altered. Where he used to be able to just turn his back on the cage's door, to shut out the hissing voice and the glowing eyes, they were everywhere now, coming from every direction, inescapable. He had to tell Sasuke. They were in this together. Sasuke had to know. But Naruto couldn't talk, at war with his own mind. Or well, not his own, not really. The demon was laughing. The lines were blurring. At a loss, he chose to focus back on what was happening outside of his own head. Hinata was facing his cousin, according to the gossip flying around him. The third member of Rock Lee's team, a beautiful, cold boy, whose face was set in a resigned scowl. He had the eyes of his clan, white and mysterious, just like Hinata's. Naruto always wondered if they saw the world differently through those eyes. Hinata is from the main branch, while Neji is from the secondary branch, Rock Lee was explaining. The relationships between the two are rather strained. The secondary branch is subordinate to the main. They are meant to serve. What makes one Hyuga from one branch or another? Sakura asked, curious. Well. Birth. No wonder the boy looked so bitter. A fate sealed at birth. Couldn't Naruto relate to that? Give up, Hinata. I'm not bound by my oath here. I may very well kill you. The girl said nothing, of course she didn't. She didn't talk surrounded by so many people. In class, they had never heard the sound of her voice, and a good portion of their classmates believed she was actually mute. She wasn't though, she had greeted him, a few times, when they run into each other in the forest. It was always a whisper, barely audible above the rustling of the leaves, the sounds of woods. Naruto could respect someone who chose not to speak, instead of saying things that were useless or untrue. For how much he talked himself, he didn't spew much more truths than she did. You don't belong here. You held on until now for your team and it's admirable really, given how weak you are, but it's time to leave now. This is not your place. It was hard to tell if the words were affecting her. It always was, she was so closed off, expressionless, she never let anything slip. She had to suffer though, from the loneliness, from the harsh words thrown at her, calling her weak, weird, scary, creepy. She never reacted to any of it. The others called her doll, but not in a nice way. You'll never change, Hinata. No matter how hard you train, no matter your effort. How we were born, so we remain. Me, beneath you, always. And you, weaker still, valueless. Hinata was among the best of them at Taijutsu, but few actually were aware of it. She was so shy, so reluctant, she often underperformed in training, unwilling to fight and hurt for nothing. Naruto had fought her though. He had seen. No amount of effort can ever change one's fate. Now that was enough. Hinata, why are you waiting around instead of shutting that piece of shit's mouth? Despite his nonchalant tone, Naruto's voice rang clear across the arena. The Hyuga boy turned to cast him a scorching glare with his pearly eyes. Hinata's were widened in surprise. He's really annoying. You're not gonna lose against that, right? You're not just gonna do nothing. He stayed focused on her, ignoring the indignation around him, the urges to stop being so impolite, to shut it. Esteemed clan members weren't supposed to be addressed like that, or something. Naruto couldn't have cared less. He wouldn't let anyone spew such nonsense, try to assert that their future was set in stone, that they could do nothing against it, couldn't fight it. It wasn't true. It wasn't. Hinata didn't reply or nod, didn't even blink. But she raised a hand in front of her, the other close to her chest, elbow drawn back. She flexed her legs. Ready to fight. Neji scoffed, enraged. As you wish. But you'll bear the consequences of your choices. It was an argument thrown around often in the Uchiha clan. Be it young members complaining about the elders and their strict rules, or a taunt to an accusation of unfairness, or when the weight of the expectations placed on their head by their family name became too much. It was said in good humor or subtle insult. It was said often enough. At least we're not as bad at the Hyuga. Sasuke was well versed in the old clan's practices, as he was in every clan of the village, and of some others too from an early age. He knew the reasons for the implementation of the system and its upholding, in theory, but in his heart he couldn't help but find it horrifying. For him, it would have meant being born beneath attack. Not that he wasn't, but it would have been a fact, set in stone, never to be challenged. He wouldn't have been allowed to chase after him, to try and surpass him. He would have had to just bow and bear it, to defer in all matters, to just accept his inferiority as a fact. He could understand Hyuga Neji's anger. He didn't know if his would have translated so violently though. It was hard to marvel at the elegant style of the Hyuga's taijutsu, a compliment all Uchiha reluctantly granted to their rival clan, if only not to appear dishonest, with how painful each blow seemed, with the wet, bloody cough crowding Hinata's throat. The seal they put on the members of the bunk was designed to prevent this kind of things, but this was an official fight set within the boundaries of their duties as shinobi. As such, Neji could do as pleased. Could unleash without restraints. The result was quite awful to watch. Sasuke didn't think much of Hyuga Hinata, but she didn't deserve this. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan to follow their movements. Even if, unlike them, he couldn't distinguish their tenketsu, he could still tell when they hit them dead on. Well, when Neji did. Hinata, despite her efforts, couldn't do the same, and she was growing weaker by the second. Soon she wouldn't be able to move at all. Is that all the heir of the Hyuga clan can do, Hinata? It was sort of impressive, to be able to be so taunting, so cutting, with such a serious, blank tone. She fell to her knees, got back up. Neji laid her down flat on her back and she spat blood on the tiles, but she got up again. Even her gasps of pain were silent. Her voice wasn't here. At Sasuke's side, Kiba was becoming agitated, as was his dog. He had advised her not to fight her cousin, to opt out of the fight if it came to this, but now he couldn't just tell her to give up. He was worrying his bottom lip enough to draw blood. Next to him, Shino had his arms crossed on his chest, a white knuckle grip on his sleeves. I'll show you your fate, Hinata. It wasn't about fate though, was it? Sasuke disagreed with him, but then again, Sasuke could try to surpass his brother, if he wanted to. He supposed that for Neji, it was easier to think that it was impossible, rather than to remember it was simply forbidden. The title you bear, the role you were given, you hate them as much as you hate yourself for not living up to them. And you know, deep down, that you can't change it, any of it. At least we're not as bad as the Hyuga. The mantle of the head of the Uchiha clan wasn't passed down from parent to child, officially. It had happened before simply because leaders groomed their own children early on to take over after them, but it wasn't the law, it didn't have to be. For the Hyuga, however. Hinata got back up again, for some unfathomable reason. Sakura looked away, unable to keep watching, as Naruto stared, intent, unblinking. Would Neji be able to kill his cousin, Sasuke wondered. It's not. An unnatural silence dropped like lead over the arena, when Hinata's voice breached the constraint of her throat. Clear as crystal despite how small it was. It's not my fate I will change, Neji. She gave a sort of strange smile, bloody and clouded. She was half unconscious already. It's yours. Neji threw himself on her. A heartbeat later the 4 Jounin instructors present had jumped in to stop him. Kakashi-sensei and Kurane, the girl's teacher, along with Asuma and Guy, and the proctor Genma too. All of you, just for me? For her. Neji spat, acidic. We don't all get treated the same, do we? He wasn't wrong. Others could have their arms ripped off or die, but Hinata was still heir to her clan, for now. No doubt that they would have intervened on Sasuke's behalf too, if the need had arisen. For Shikamaru, for Ino, and Koji. But not for Sakura, or Rock Lee or Tenten. And for Naruto? Who knew? It's over, Neji. Calm down, Guy said, soothing. Are you disappointed, sensei? Did you think I would pass up the chance? So he would have killed her after all. Kurane broke away when Hinata collapsed to the ground. The medic nin rushed in, fussing over the unconscious girl. She was carried away on a stretcher. Neji didn't look remorseful. If you hate it so bad, why don't you just fight it? Naruto asked out of the blue. Neji raised his eyes to him, gaze hard. Why do you think? He asked back. Sasuke knew, the adults too, most likely, but it wasn't over-advertised either. The members of the bunk were never seen outside their compound without their forehead protector. My guess is that you're a coward, but I could be wrong. Sasuke hissed, elbowed Naruto in the ribs so that he would shut his mouth. He didn't know what he was talking about. Neji saw red, not one to let such an insult unanswered. He was haughty and prideful despite his status. Sasuke remembered having to accompany his parents to the Hyugas as a child, for one diplomatic thing or another, remembered thinking maybe he would be able to make a friend out of that dignified boy. Remembered being told it would never come to be. There was no need. He wasn't worth it. Remembered being stirred toward Hinata instead, but she was even shyer than he, and dull too. Even then, Neji was already wearing a bandage around his forehead, and sharp resentment on his proud face. Neji reached up without looking away from Naruto's inquiring gaze, until he could untie his forehead protector. There it was, a cross in pale green etched dead into the middle of the boy's forehead, surrounded by lines running to his temples. The famed Hyuga seal. We obey, Neji stated. Or we die. After a beat, Naruto had the gale to laugh. Is that it? Neji looked ready to burst with indignation, ready to strangle Naruto with his bare hands, and Sasuke thought about stepping in, but Naruto tilted his head, considering. I could help you out, you know, he said pensively. Neji frowned. What? There is no such thing as an unbreakable seal. There was a shift then. Nothing visible, not really, nothing Sasuke could put his finger on. But the look in Neji's eyes changed as understanding dawned on him, and for the briefest moment something passed between the two boys. The moment was broken by both their Jounin instructor appearing behind them to put a heavy hand on their shoulder. That's enough, Naruto, Kakashi warned, as Neji's teacher, Guy, stirred his student away. They didn't break eye contact immediately though. Sasuke shook Naruto's shoulder to get him out of it. This wasn't the kind of trouble he couldn't afford, the kind of mess he could get involved in. This fight wasn't his. If Hyuga Hayashi heard about this. Naruto flashed him a distracted grin, as if that would alleviate Sasuke's worries, before following everyone else's eyes back to the screen, although there were only 2 names left. Sasuke couldn't wait for this damn day to end. Only one more fight to go. Maybe it would be over quickly. Rock Lee vs. Gaara of the Desert. Chapter 27. It started as soon as Gaara appeared, in a swirl of sand, in the middle of the ring. A rush of unbridled excitement washed over Naruto, quickening his pulse and shortening his breath. He stayed slouched on the railway in his nonchalant pose, but inside, he was boiling. Was that what Gaara had felt when he had watched Naruto's fight against Kiba? Naruto understood the look on his face now. Before Lee got down, Kiba stopped him by the arm. He murmured a rushed warning to the other boy, that his adversary was no ordinary genin, no ordinary person even. Naruto clicked his tongue. Anticipation was rising inside of him, stirring his core. Gaara too seemed moved by the perspective of a fight, and it was as if those desires resonated together, to fight and to witness, just like during Naruto's own match. Show me, he thought. Show me. Show them. Gaara didn't look at him, but it felt like he was answering all the same, as sand started to filter slowly from his gourd, dispersing in the air around him. Lee caught the cork just before it could collide with his face, looking calm, far calmer than his opponent. Oh, well, Gaara did look calm. No emotions showed on his face. But Naruto could feel. Begin. Lee was on him in an instant. Naruto had never seen anyone move so fast. His movements were impossible to follow, as he leaped and kicked at Gaara. No blow hit their target though. Gaara didn't move an inch, he didn't have to. The sand danced around him, and Lee didn't manage to even touch him. He moved back to think about another strategy, under Gaara's unmovable glare. He wasn't moving, nothing showed on his face. And yet, Naruto squeezed his hand tight around his wrists, digging his sharp nails into his skin. Show them. You can take them off, Lee, his master said to the boy who had perched on the sculpted hands for a reprieve. The man gave a huge, confident smile, as he assured Lee that he would allow it. They were obviously close, and not only because they looked weirdly alike. Naruto couldn't help but think about Kakashi, who had come to stop him twice today. Under his leg warmers, Lee revealed a pair of training weights that he happily got rid of. His master explained that Lee was a taijutsu master because he could use no other form of ninja art. Naruto was reluctantly impressed, even if he didn't care about that guy at all. His eyes moved back to Gaara, waiting in the same spot. He was far from being as detached as he looked. All his attention was focused on his opponent. His prey. Lee dropped his weights. A shiver ran up Naruto's spine when they crashed on the ground in a loud, destructive bang. How was it even possible? How could the boy move with those tied to his ankles? The boy jumped a few times, overjoyed. That's better. He moved then. If Naruto had had a hard time following him before, it was impossible now, and the sand didn't manage to do it either. Naruto's focus was as intense as if he had been the one standing in there, surrounded by sand and by the green blur of the other ninja. His heart was hammering in his chest as he wondered where next, where next. Up. Lee kicked down, and this time, there was nothing stopping him from catching Gaara dead in the face. He leaped back, charged again. Appeared in one spot, then another. Struck again. Gaara rolled away. Naruto was vibrating out of his skin. Gaara's excitement was only growing, as he got back on his feet, eyes wide, and smile even wider. Things were getting good now. The hunt was starting, now. Show me, show me. Show them. The skin of his face cracked to reveal a mask of sand protecting his real body left unblemished. Lee cursed, frustrated, when he realized he had achieved nothing yet. The sand poured into Gaara's skin to form another armor, and Naruto couldn't help but lean further in, drawn in by the outpour of bloodlust and rage. How he had wanted to fight and display, earlier against Kiba. To take revenge, for whatever, he couldn't even articulate it. But it was the same for Gaara now, the urge, to fight and destroy, to draw blood, to hurt. Lee untied the bandages around his hand. The lotus flower, he called it, and it ended with crashing Gaara into the ring, hard enough to break it down. But it was no use, no use. The clone of sand dissolved, and finally, it was Gaara's turn to display his own brand of violence. Lee gasped in pain as sand blasted him against the wall of the arena. His movements were sluggish now, impaired by the damage he had done to his own body. His head was bleeding, his hands too. The sand drank it all up. Naruto could smell it. More. The ring was half destroyed already. Sand chased the Konoha in around, scrapping and slicing but never injuring too much. Teasing, almost. Like a cat playing with a doomed mouse. Lee kept dodging as best as he could, but he was growing weaker as more wounds appeared on his body, through the slashes in his uniform. More. What could mere genin do against them demons? Lee still had something else in store though. Naruto heard the others talk about gates, 1, 2, 5, about body limitations and how to break them, but he could barely understand, and he didn't care. It would be of no use. In the end. There was pain though. Lee moved faster than ever before and the sand couldn't follow, couldn't protect, and there was pain, and rage. As a last resort, Gaara called up all the sand he had left, including the one forming his gourd, to envelop his body and cushion his fall, as Lee collapsed painfully a few meters away, no longer able to move. Who did he think he was? Kill him. Gaara was done playing. Kill him. The sand rose again, creeping up to Lee, an unstoppable force. Naruto almost wanted to follow it, wanted to get closer. The sand would obliterate the boy, become his coffin, and then it would do the same to all the others. There was no stopping them. There is no stopping us. Lee's previous outcries were nothing compared to the sound that tore out of his throat when the first tendrils of creeping sand closed around his right arm and leg and squeezed. Sarcophagus of the sand. To kill them, to bury them all. All. A hand came to rest on Naruto's arm. He blinked up to Sasuke's distressed face and released the bloody grip he had on his flesh under Sasuke's gentle tugging. Down there the sand kept rushing. Kill him. Kill them all. No. That wasn't it. It wasn't them. They weren't here. The sand stilled. Not all. Not him. Not them. No. Naruto gripped Sasuke's hand in his own. He knew he was squeezing too hard, but he was drowning and he needed to surface, to come back. He stayed hooked to Sasuke's dark eyes, to the lines of his face. This is what we want. No, it's not. It wasn't. That wasn't true. Not them. He caught the other two, out of the corner of his eyes. The ones from Suna, the blonde girl and the boy with purple face paint on, looking afraid and lost, focused on their brother down below. Not them. He couldn't distinguish whose thoughts were whose feelings he was feeling, but he wasn't the only one, because the anger receded, ever so slightly, so that he could finally think past the bloodthirst, past that overpowering need to bring death and pain to all around them. This is what we want. No. From the other side he felt only confusion, curiosity too. No. His eyes cleared, and he could breathe again. The sand settled back. The fight was over. Life kept going around them. Sakura rushed down to check up on Lee, not before casting a scorching look at Naruto, as did the boy's master guy, and the medic nin with a stretcher and a grim look on their face. The others started debriefing, talking about the fight, speculating. Sasuke and Naruto didn't move. It wasn't for the death grip Naruto had on Sasuke's hand, although Sasuke was reluctant to shake it off. It was his eyes, his face. Sasuke's Sharingan was still up, and even if he made no effort to get into Naruto's eyes, he could still see the agitation, the chaos, far wilder than usual. Naruto had been properly ecstatic a few moments ago, had been ready to leap into the arena himself. To do what? Sasuke didn't want to think about it. His leg and arm are beyond saving, they heard from down below, from one of the medic talking to Guy on the side. This boy won't ever fight again. A shiver ran down Naruto's body, head to toe, a low whine sounding from the back of his throat. His fist tightened some more. Sasuke didn't want to let go still. Naruto's eyes broke away when the other nin appeared back on the platform in a swirl of sand. Their gaze caught immediately. The boy's teammates talked to him, he didn't answer. Seemingly, Sasuke tried to catch back Naruto's attention, to no avail. He couldn't get into what passed between the two of them, let alone understand it. Naruto. Gather round, all of you. Well, those who can, Genma called from the ring. Sasuke cursed inwardly, fed up suddenly with every single person surrounding him. Couldn't they see some things needed to be taken care of? Couldn't they catch a break? They couldn't. The remaining genin and jounin gathered in the middle of the ruined arena, facing the proctor and his nonchalant face. Congratulations to the 10 of you who won their fight. I'm going to explain to you the modalities of the next and final test. Naruto stayed at the back, with the ones who had failed, lost. Ino was sulking next to him, but he didn't look that affected. Not by this, anyway. As the Godame told you, it will be another tournament, a public one this time. And it will be held in 1 month from now. A month, the Suna girl exclaimed, displeased. That meant a month to stay in Konoha for all the foreign nin, they couldn't be pleased about it. Sasuke wasn't either. That Gaara would be around for a while then. A month, Genma confirmed. To train and prepare yourself for the event to come. If it's a tournament, there'll be only one winner, Shikamaru said. Does it mean only one of us can become a Chunin? No. Winning or losing do not guarantee to pass the exam or not. You will be judged on your abilities and skills. Several of you will make the rank, or none. Of course, the more fights you win, the more chances you get to prove yourself again. A lot could be done in a month, Sasuke pondered. They had seen most of the fighting styles of the fighters involved, it would help to orient their training. The fights will be determined by a draw. Each of you, take a paper. Anko handed an urn from which they each drew a number. The proctor of the first task put their name on a board, according to that number. Despite his preoccupied mind, Sasuke couldn't help being curious at who he would get to fight first, who he hoped to face in the ring, who he would rather avoid. For a moment he pondered whether fighting Naruto would be a good or a bad thing, before remembering Naruto wouldn't be there. Here we go, Marino Ibiki said, turning the board for all of them to see. 5 fights for the first round. Sasuke looked for his name among the ones written on the board, Nara Shikamaru and Temari, Hyuga and Gaara, Inyazuka Kiba and Kinyuta Doso, Abarame Shino against Kankuro. His eyes traveled back to the very first pair. He had skipped over it, because the first name was Harano Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Oh. That was. His gaze found hers. Her expression was unreadable. What was she thinking about? He had no idea what to say. Sakura. Don't. She looked shaken, but determined too, fierce. She raised a hand, spun into a tight fist. I'll be your opponent, Sasuke, she declared. Speechless, mind in a jumble, he could only bump his own fist to hers and nod, watch as she turned back to one of the jounin, the one who was teaching her kinjutsu, turned to what she needed to do next in order to fight him. To beat him. He had no doubt she would try her hardest. See you in 1 month. You're all dismissed, Genma concluded, finale. They got to use a summoning seal to get back to the heart of the village, in front of the Hokage Tower. Sasuke was ready to throw a proper fit had they been asked to trek the Forest of Death back to the training grounds limits. His thoughts were going a mile a minute, having a hard time focusing on one thing when there were so many to take care of. He needed to train. He also needed to rest and eat and see a nurse probably. He would fight Sakura. Naruto was not okay. Someone was after him. It was Naruto who settled the conflict inside of him, by grabbing his wrist with an urgent look. Right. Naruto first. The rest could wait. Sasuke. His friend let go as they both spun around to see Izumi walking fast toward them, and Sasuke's frustration at the interruption melted in front of the serious and grim look on her face. Inyazuka Hana was following with the same expression. We need to go home now. You too, Kiba, Hana said to her brother. Their voice left no room for argument. Sasuke felt like arguing anyway. Can't it wait? Just 4. No, Sasuke. He startled. He had never heard Izumi raise her voice, snap like this, especially not with him. She bit her lips. There was red around her eyes, as if she had been. What happened? He asked with a sudden sense of urgency. She shook her head. I'll explain on the way. Come now, please. Hana was already ushering Kiba away, after a last charged glance at Izumi. Sasuke turned back to Naruto. I'll meet you later. In the forest. Don't worry about it. I will. Naruto shrugged. Suzuki sighed, frustrated, but Izumi was urging him on, and he followed her. Ino cast them a calculating look and hurried away too, catching on something he was yet to understand. Izumi remained silent while they were still within earshot of the other participants and examiners, and Suzuki frowned harder, unnerved. "Izumi, tell me what is wrong," he pleaded quietly. Her steps faltered until she came to a halt, but she kept his back to him for a moment. When she finally turned to face him, her eyes were shining. "It's Kamui. He's dead." Izumi had left after delivering a stunned Suzuki to his parents, who would stand by them and his brother as the head family mourning the death of one of their own. She had no part in the process until Kamui's body was recovered from the hospital. She had gone straight home and slept away the rest of the day and night. She was no less tired when she woke up in the early hours of the morning. She took to wander the streets of the district aimlessly, a little lost, trying to wrap her head around the brutal death of a boy she had known her entire life. Kamui was just a few years older than Shisui, and he had always been one of the softer ones. When they were younger, Izumi and the other girls her age always blushed and giggled in his presence, pleased with his gentle smiles and easily earned compliments. And now, she had seen countless friends off to some missions, but he wasn't supposed to be in any danger. Of course they could never know what could happen, but still. She had waved at him in passing just a few weeks ago, as he was heading out of the village with Inyazuka Hokuto, his usual partner in crime. A lot of rumors made them secret lovers, but he always laughed and said she was even more than that, his dearest friend. Hokuto always had a smile at the tip of her mouth. She was bright and joyful, cunning too, when she wanted to be. He said she was the one dragging him into trouble all the time, but the truth was he never resisted at all. They were both gone now. Her steps had led her to the district's entrance, and she hesitated. She could visit Shisui, just past the threshold, but she felt strangely reluctant to leave the bounds of the Uchiha lands just then. She stood, indecisive, just behind the gates, until she was jolted out of her thoughts by a woman clearing her throat. "Izumi, is it? Could you please take us to Fugaku?" Inyazuka-tsum said. Izumi blinked stupidly at the woman before remembering her manners. With a hasty salute she gestured at the woman to follow her. Hana was here too, shadowing her mother, along with another woman and two young men Izumi didn't know, but who bore the Inyazuka marks on her cheeks too. Izumi walked them to the clan head's house. "Do you want to wait out here?" Tsum asked her daughter once Izumi had announced them to Mikoto. Hana nodded quietly. The adults disappeared inside. An awkward silence descended on the girls. For how much she liked Hana, they weren't that close, and Izumi felt clumsy in the face of their grief. At a loss, she gestured for a bench laying outside the house, where older people sat to talk and gossip at the passers-by. They sat down, one at each end. "My mother came to ask for a joint funeral," Hana declared out of the blue, catching Izumi by surprise. "We know you have your rights, as we do our own," she went on in a rush as if to justify herself. "But Kamui and Hokuto were very close, and since they will both be laid to rest at the cemetery." "That would be nice," Izumi said without thinking, both to cut Hana's fumbling explanations and because it was true. She didn't need convincing. Sure, it wasn't common for people of different clans to be sent off to the next world together, but this was different. Besides, they were supposed to do better, regarding clans and their secular divides. Something Kamui and Hokuto had done well. "You do?" "Of course. I think they would. They would have liked that." She was horrified to feel herself choking up, but in the end it was Hana who cracked first. She let out a strangled sob before raising her hands to her face, trying to hide tears. I'm sorry," she said with a half-laugh. Izumi was stunned. Hana had shown nothing the day before when they had met back at the tower to herd they last wayward clan members, heavy with the news they had just heard from their respective clan heads. "Were you close?" "With Hokuto?" Hana nodded. "My dogs, the trio." Hokuto's companion was their sister. "We brought them up together." "They're not here, your dogs. They're mourning too." Izumi couldn't pretend to get the attachment the Inyazuka formed with their canine companion, but she knew how people could be affected by a pet's death, and the Inyazuka dogs weren't mere pets. They were members of their clan and family, brought up alongside their children, lifelong companions. Hokuto's dog had died with her human. Izumi's throat closed around a sob as her eyes burned and blurred. It was so unfair. And it wasn't, not really, shinobi died all the time, it was part of their life. But it was unfair still. They were just so young. And loved. It wasn't fair. Izumi scooted a little closer to put a hesitant arm around Hana's shaking shoulders. They waited in silence after that. Sasuke really wanted to be elsewhere right now, but he also understood how rude that would be to try to escape this situation, knowing that it was a luxury only he could afford. Kamui's parents and his little sister surely couldn't, nor could Inuzuka Hokuto's mother and brothers, arrived here with her clan head to decide what would be done about the two's funerals. Sasuke wanted to be elsewhere, but he bore it all in silence. The cautiousness and dispassion Inuzuka-tsum and Sasuke's father used to discuss the woman's request were negated by how warmly Kamui's parents reacted to the suggestion that the final burial rites be merged. Kamui's mother took Hokuto's mother's hands into hers, eyes shining but face exempt of tears, as she assured her that it was all her son would have wanted. The two families knew each other well by the soul depth of Kamui and Hokuto's friendship. They shared the same loss. Next to Sasuke, Kara kept her head bowed low, eyes spilling tears on her hands and folded knees. He couldn't remember the last time he had even interacted with the girl. She had been greatly shamed by his father's and her own parents' reprimand, after what she had done to Sakura had come to light all those years ago. She had stayed cleared from them ever since, and Sasuke had carried a dislike for her, but this was just too cruel. Itaka was sitting on the other side, besides their mother, and just imagining himself in Kara's place, imagining himself suddenly without an older brother, it was just too terrible a thought. Sasuke didn't register the dismissal until she got up next to him. It was time for a more informal and technical talk between the adults, of how things would go in the next few days. The children were sent away. He walked along the canal with Kara in awkward silence, reluctant to just leave her to her own device but unable to come up with anything to say or do. He wanted to ease her pain, he wanted to change things, so that it didn't happen, so that Kamui was still alive and she still had a brother. He was met at his own helplessness. Wasn't there anything they could do? Were they that powerless in the face of death? I'm sorry, he apologized, because he could do nothing. Nothing at all. Keep your words, she shot back, biting. He recoiled at her fury. Sorry. I said keep it. She was crying again. He wondered what she was most angry at, herself for breaking down like this, him, for his pointless words and presence, fate, and those who had taken her brother's life, the world at large. I'm sorry, he said again. There they just stood, face to face, close but not touching, and he wished he could breach that gap, offer comfort, but he just didn't know how. She didn't either. They weren't raised that way. All he could do was extend a hand. She hooked a finger to his, her other hand trying to stale the flow of her tears, shoulders shaking in quiet sobs. There they just stood, trying to wrestle grief and loss into a manageable size, so that they could move again, so that they could go on. Eventually she calmed down a little. She opened her mouth a few times, trying to say something. He waited, rooted to the spot even if he wished he could have just flown away from here and forgotten it all. He waited. I waited some more. I need a favor, Sasuke. Of course. You used to, there will be the vigil. At the temple. Would you play? He was surprised she remembered that, or cared. It had been quite some time. Not that it mattered. At last, even so small, even so fragile, her face eased, and she smiled. For hours Naruto schemed his Fuinjutsu scrolls and stared at his seal, but still he couldn't figure out how to fix it. The difference was easy to spot. There was a new set of signs wrapped around the seal, and he knew it was what was disturbing it, but he had no idea what to do about it. He needed more material. He hadn't been able to get a hand on Sai since the Chunin exam though. He had gone to bang at the boy's door, but there was no answer. Neither he nor Shin had been in when he had visited. It wasn't that odd, they kept a hectic schedule. It was still a little odd. This time when he went, he ran into Ino just coming out of the flower shop, the last person he wanted to see. He was still shaken by her display at the preliminary tournament. He had known about the Yamanaka techniques only in passing, and would have preferred it remained though. Mind invasion. Why was there even such a thing? Why was it allowed? He could never relax in her presence ever again. At least it was mutual. What do you want? She barked, aggressive. Naruto growled in response, displeased. I'm looking for Sai. What for? I need some things. She frowned, snarled. What was wrong with her today? Don't ask for things anymore. It got him in enough trouble as it is. What? She pinched her lips tightly, like she had said too much. She had, or she had not said enough. What happened to him? It's none of your business. It is. Why? Because he's. Naruto snapped his mouth shut and Ino crossed her arms on her chest, looking smug. As if to say, see? You can't even say it. But he needed to know what had happened to Sai. And not just because he needed him to get him the scrolls he wanted. Just because. Sai is, he's my friend, okay? So please just tell me. Her arms fell back at her side as she gaped at him, taken aback. He averted his gaze, uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Was it so extraordinary? You know he was. He wasn't with us. Before. He was doing something else. Naruto had gathered, yes, if only peripherally. He had no idea what exactly Sai had been involved in and where he and Shin had come from before they had appeared suddenly at the academy one day. He could speculate though. What about it? Something happened. With the people he was with before. And so they've all been brought in for questioning. And you know he's been taking a lot of stuff. That was just for me. Well, they don't know that. Ino retorted, resentful. There was something under her wrath though. She was close to the two boys. She was worried, Naruto realized. His mind was going a mile a minute. Had Sai gotten into trouble because of him? Because of all the scrolls he had asked of him? He had never questioned too much where Sai got his supplies, but he had gathered that it wasn't a very approved process. Still, he had never stopped to think what position it could put his friend in. I'll tell. What? I'll tell them. Sai couldn't get punished because of him, he just couldn't. It couldn't happen. Naruto wouldn't let it. Where is he? Just take me there. I'll tell. Ino eyed him skeptically, but why would he have been lying about something like this? She came to the same conclusion, because after a tense moment, she nodded. Ino knew the intelligence department as well as her own house. She had always loved to hang out there, even as a small child. At first because clinging to her father's leg and refusing to let go no matter where he went was the only way she had found to spend some time with him, but quickly because she was fascinated by the work they did there. She loved decoding and encryption, the idea that something completely obscure and meaningless could hold such treasured information, that they could hide in plain sight and unmask in turn. She loved the messaging system, the spy network, all the communication that passed through the department. The mission reports, the maps of faraway lands, the notes on foreign customs and traditions. Above all, what she had come to love about it was the fact that here, they could fight without actually punching anyone or getting punched. Ino loved a good fight as much as anyone, but punching was so inefficient when you could just get people not to do that. If you caught information in time, if you intercepted the right transmission or the right person, you could avoid all this. Avoid people getting hurt or kill, avoid bloodshed and destruction. You could win without a fight. A physical one, anyway. She was well versed enough in the Yamanaka brand of Nindo that she knew there were a lot of different fights to be had. Like this one, standing her ground stubbornly as the Chunin guarding the entrance to the interrogation section refused to let her in while she insisted without an ounce of hesitation that she had to pass, and she would. Naruto was shadowing her, thankfully not saying anything. At least he had realized it was not his place to intervene in these matters. Your father said. Intelligence head Yamanaka, she said sternly, has no right to prevent a concerned citizen from checking in on a detained companion. Her father repeated often enough that there was no place for any filial bond within the department, and she wasn't about to let anyone turn that around now. I assure you that your friend is fine. And I assure you that I will see that for myself. It was the same argument every time. She had yet to have challenged the complete rotation of the Chunin holding this position. But Sai wasn't in confinement or solitary. She had a right to see him. You're out of line, Ino, the Chunin warned, getting fed up. He had no idea what he was getting in. And you're out of law. If I take it up to the Go Dame, who will she side for, do you think? In all honesty, she had no idea. She didn't know the woman after all. But she had to hope she was a rule-abiding kind of person, or that she wasn't immune to Ino's argumentative skills. In any case, she already had a reputation among the shinobi force, one that the Chunin seemed well aware of. She had a high temper, especially when she was bothered for trivial matters. And for all that it meant the world to Ino, this was, in fact, trivial. Every single member of Danzo's now defunct cell was being held and interrogated. What was one girl visiting one of them? The man was about to abide or argue once more when his eyes fell on something in Ino's back. Or well, someone. You have something to say to me, girl. Spinning around, Ino came face to face, first, with Naruto, who she almost head-butted in her haste. She shoved him out of the way with a huff. Behind stood her father, frowning so hard he would probably still have the mark at home that night, and the Go Dame herself. Ino gulped, but she hadn't gotten the reputation she had by being a coward. I'm requesting permission to visit one of my friends held here. It is allowed by the rules of the section, she declared. She always had a talent for looking much more confident and self-assured than she really was. What counted was what others believed after all. Ah, the young Sai, isn't it? Your father told me. Well, tag along then, we will start with him. What about you, Naruto? Both kids froze, taken aback by the woman's lack of formality and care. Or so it seemed anyway. She had raised a subtle but unmistakable hand in front of Ino's father, preventing him from speaking up. She was undoubtedly in charge here. Same, Naruto said through gritted teeth, shoulders hunched to try to escape her prying gaze. Very well. They followed her past the flustered Chunin. Sai had already been ushered to one of the interrogation rooms, instead of the cell he had been kept in for the past few days. He didn't look any worse for wear than the last time Ino had visited him, but then again, how to tell, with him? Had he been hungry, tired, or in pain, he would have looked his usual pleasant self. Hello again, Sai, the Hokage said, taking up the chair set in front of him. Ino was quite surprised at her tone, casual, conversational, like they were all sitting at the kitchen table around a cup of tea. She relaxed a little despite herself. She sensed no deception in the woman's demeanor. Still, she rounded the table and knelt next to Sai, bold and defiant. Her father looked ready to choke on his indignation, even if he knew how to hide it well. She didn't care. There was nothing he could threaten her with that would feel worse than risking letting Sai think she was not on his side. Hello, Hokage-sama. Inoichi-sama, Ino. Naruto. There was a very small modicum of surprise in his voice at this last name. We came to talk about the scrolls, again. You need to tell us what you were doing with what you stole, Sai, so that we can let you out of here. Sai's face remained unchanged. It seemed that every other person present opened their mouth at the same time to say something, to accuse, defend, ask again. Naruto beat them all to it. It was for me. He came to stand next to Sai to look at the woman in the eyes, hands flat on the table. He was rather small, she didn't have to lift her head much to meet his gaze. It was all for me. I asked him to learn Fuinjutsu. That's where I got it from. It's all in the forest, in the clearing. I'll give it all back, I swear. So leave Sai alone. Despite his rude tone and aggressive stance, he looked rather vulnerable too at that moment. Ino had thought he would chicken out, or at least try to bend the truth in his favor. She was quite impressed with the display, especially considering he was already on thin ice with any authority figure, in a general sense. That's where you got all those from, the Go Dame asked, and there was a sense of familiarity here, in the way she addressed the boy, in the look she laid on him. Yes. The woman sighed and leaned back in her chair for a moment, considering. That still doesn't explain how you got your hands on it, Sai, she said, coming back to the subject of this inquiry like the rest was already forgotten. To everyone's surprise, Sai's answer was straightforward this time. Ino was equally marveling and reeling at the loyalty that had been at play here. Sai liked Naruto, for some reason, and he had kept silent for his sake only. Never selfish enough, that stupid boy. It was one of my attributes as a member of Root, to acquire certain materials, in and outside the village, for my master's benefit. Including in the Hokage's library. Including anywhere at all. Ino had closed her eyes on it because she too benefited from Sai's uncanny ability for retrieving about anything and everything from anywhere in the village. She shouldn't have. She was at fault too. Well, it needs to stop, Sai. Right now. Yes, Hokage-sama. Of course, for Sai, it was that simple. No one had told him it was forbidden, so he had simply kept on doing it. And now he wouldn't ever again since it wasn't allowed to him anymore. Sai wouldn't disobey, wouldn't break the rules, any of them, granted they had been stated clearly. In that case. The Godame got up, looking slightly more relaxed now. Ino's father stepped in. Hokage-sama. Ino wanted to deck him. Why was he going after Sai like this? Didn't he know him, after all the time he and his brother had spent at the Yamanakas? Didn't he trust him at all? The matter is closed. I believe the kids, and I know where the scrolls are. You will bring it all back, Naruto, she said to the boy, hints of a threat in her otherwise monotonous voice, and we will go through what you got from them together. Otherwise, nothing points to any more misdoings from little Sai here, and we honestly have much more serious matters pending. Let's get going. What about my brother? Sai's voice and face were the same, and yet they were different too, just barely. They shared the same cell, and Ino had been planning on visiting him next. The Hokage smiled, amused. Shin was cleared the last time we spoke to him, but he refused to leave here without you. You're both free to go. Ino let out a relieved breath, the tight coiling of her wound-up body unfurling as tension finally sipped out, sapped by a relief that startled her in her intensity. On one hand she hadn't believed his father would let harm come to her friends. But on the other. No matter. All would be fine now. Uchinnen accompanied them to fetch Shin from his cell. They didn't hug, even Shin, who was much more open than his young brother, didn't display his emotions so openly, but he took Sai's hand briefly, and Ino's next, and they just shared a look, but it was enough to be comforted, to calm their heart. Naruto stayed out, at a safe distance. Ino almost reached out for him, out of gratitude, out of respect. She didn't. They stepped out of the intelligence department and it was the first time in her life she was glad to get away from there, to go back home. Maybe she would rob Sai into taking care of the shop with her, he didn't say, but he always looked a little happier when he watered the plants and put bouquets together. He had a knack for it too. Just as they were about to round the corner, Naruto stepped into Sai's space, grabbed at his collar, sticking his face up close enough for their nose to be touching. You're not allowed to get into trouble on my behalf, he said sternly, low but not low enough that Ino couldn't make out the words and the cutting edge of his tone. Sai was unfazed. He even smiled, if barely. Thank you, Naruto, he answered. Naruto huffed, annoyed. He released the other boy and made to run away. Sai's quiet voice stopped him. About what you asked last time. Naruto didn't turn, but he listened. I found her, the woman. But she didn't have a file, like all the other shinobi. It's gone. The others bearing the name were only mentioned. Tense and disappointed, Naruto only shrugged as a sign of acknowledgement. In a few seconds, he had vanished. What was that about? Ino asked, knowing full well she wouldn't get an answer. And indeed Sai smiled but said nothing. What a pair of lunatics. Ino didn't even get to tell Naruto that Sakura had been looking for him. And to ask if he was going to the funerals. There were some of Naruto's feelings the demon had no grip on. His worry for Sai, his disgust at being the cause for his troubles, the need he had felt to reach out for Sasuke after the second task, his desire to know where he had come and who his parents were, the warmth spreading through him without fail every time he came home late and Shisui had left a bowl out for him to have dinner, Those were his, undoubtedly, and they were things the rage seeping through the cage couldn't touch. But he was afraid it wouldn't remain so, if he didn't fix the seal. It had shifted, the door, ever so slightly. The paper seal tapped to the cage used to be flat and bounding perfectly the two sides, but now it was a little distorted because the door had been pushed open just a smidge. Not enough that there was even a tear, and yet enough for Chakra to slip through, for the limits between their thoughts and feelings to blur even more. Naruto had to fix it no matter what. What is it? Akira asked, annoyed, when Naruto summoned him in the clearing. He hadn't even been sure the fox would show up, he was still mad about Akito's involvement in the whole Forest of Death debacle, and Naruto didn't expect to see the little fox for a while. His apology would just have to wait. Do you know anything about sealing? Desperate times, desperate measures, although he didn't know what use foxes could do of sealing. Are you daft? Sealing is one of our specialties. Naruto gaped. Really? Yeah. Isn't that why you wanted to contract with us in the first place? Unwilling to appear even dumber than Akira already thought he was, Naruto laughed, dismissive. Of course. But I don't know if you'll be good enough for that. It had the intended effect, Akira frowned, displeased. Believe me, there's nothing you human can craft that we wouldn't know of. As much as proving him wrong would be satisfying, Naruto actually hoped he was right, because if the foxes couldn't help, Naruto didn't know who he would turn to. He took off his shirt and called up the seal to the display. The slight widening of the fox's eyes, the frown deepening on his face were nothing good. So? Naruto asked, unnerved. Akira didn't look up at him when he answered. I'll be back. In a puff of smoke, he was gone. Naruto cursed, frustrated. Soon he remembered he had to keep his calm though, he couldn't panic. The injunction was pretty useless and only served to make him panic even more, but still he soldiered on, forcing his thoughts to quiet down, his body to relax. Forcing himself to ignore the beast's laugh rumbling in his entrails, delighting at his struggles. He could have been meditating for a minute or an hour, time seemed meaningless these days, spinning around him without taking him along. There was the characteristic pop of an invocation, and the not-so-characteristic snap of branches breaking. He blinked, dumbstruck, and he had to raise his gaze, up, until he met a pair of yellow eyes staring at him calmly. Fox's eyes, the size of his fist, belonging to a great white fox that took up the entirety clearing. Despite himself, he stepped backward, stunned. The fox didn't move, only following his movements lazily, head resting on its crossed paws, and one of its swirling tails. Naruto counted 6 of them. He flinched when it opened its mouth, convinced he was going to disappear here and then, eaten alive by a giant fox. He regretted staying shirtless after Akira had gone, clothes would have been a deterrent maybe? You were right, Akira. He does smell good. There was movement at the corner of his eyes, but Naruto didn't dare look away from the white fox, until Akira came into view between them. He was comically tiny compared to the other, even if he was bigger than a regular fox, reaching up to Naruto's chest on 2 legs. His chakra tastes good. He has plenty too. And you like him, the white fox said, amused. The voice was a low rumble, a vibration more than an actual sound, mouth barely moving. Naruto wondered if it didn't speak directly into his mind. Akira scrunched up his nose, pouting. He didn't deny it though. You are yet to sign your contract, young one, the white fox said, addressing Naruto this time. Is that why you're here? He asked, unable to sound defiant even if he wanted to. He could be nothing but humble faced with that creature, could do nothing but defer. Maybe. You want our help, with your seal. We won't grant it, unless you sign. Then I will. You should not be so hasty. Naruto bit back a retort. It didn't matter what it would cost, what they would sky of him. Nothing was worth more than the safety of the seal, the certitude that it wouldn't come loose without his will. I'll do anything. Is that so? Naruto shivered. He was abruptly reminded that foxes were masters of trickery and mischief. Reminded of Tsunade's warning. Animals can be rightful bastards. But what choice did he have? I need help. Naruto bore the soul-searching gaze of the fox for a long time, fighting against the urge to look down, to escape and hide. He wouldn't back off, he wouldn't get scared. He had one of those even larger curled around his mind. He could handle this. Very well, the fox finally said. Akira drew a tall scroll from inside his kimono. He unrolled the first few lengths, covered in undecipherable text, signatures, and handprints. Done in blood. Eventually, he reached the last of them, where the paper was still blank, and laid it on the rocky ground. Give me your hands. Naruto complied, palms up toward the sky. Akira dragged his sharp claws on the rough skin, breaking in, drawing blood. Naruto bit his cheek to keep a groan of pain in, forced his face and body to stay still. Your chakra is ours, the white fox said, solemn. As is your obedience. Again Naruto fought himself over a protest, over bargaining. He couldn't afford it, and it was best not to anger the creature. He nodded. Here, Akira pointed, guiding his bloody hand to the paper. Naruto's small hands joined the ranks next to his predecessors, as did his name, scrolled messily with his finger. Good, the great fox said, and now? Now was cut short by another apparition. Naruto. Akito. Mom, you're here too. Mom. Akira screeched, outraged, and tried to catch his little brother. Faster and smaller, Akito managed to elude him and took off, Akira chasing after him with angry shouts as the white fox watched, half amused, half exasperated. Mom, did you see? I managed to come on my own. I wasn't summoned. I see. I also see you're where you're not supposed to. That sobered up the little fox who stopped in front of his mother, then, sheepish. I wanted to see Naruto's signing. Well, you just missed it, Akira shot back, smug. He lost the grin when Akito's face fell, eyes shining. But. All right, the scroll is still out, come on. Don't cry. Naruto stood by awkwardly, trying to wipe his bloody hands on his shorts. Akito studied the signature with attention, but soon focused back on Naruto. Are you all right, Akito? The boy asked. He still felt guilty about the forest, about the danger he had put the young fox in and his lack of gratitude over his precious help. Akito didn't seem to care much though. He didn't catch the meaning of the inquiry. I'm fine. How are you? Does it hurt? He asked, taking Naruto's hand in his. It was almost healed already. It's okay. Is he one of us then, Mom? Is he? Naruto had almost forgotten the white fox, which was a feat, given its size. Her? She sort of smiled, for lack of a better word. He is. I am Akihime, matriarch of Mount Inari. You know my sons, Akira and Akito. They told me lots about you. We haven't contracted with humans in a long time, but you have charmed them, it seems. Naruto blushed lightly despite himself, finding it easier now to look at the big yellow eyes rather than the expression on the young fox's face. For your seal, she went on, pointing at his bare stomach with her snout, yours is a 4-point seal, and it was overlaid with a 5.1. That's why it's unstable, they act as a repellent against each other. You need another 5-point seal of opposite structure to cancel that one. Akira will show you. Naruto could only nod dumbly, seals were intuitive for him, but he thoroughly lacked in theory, on account of it being boring, and him being a very, very poor reader. We will meet again soon, Naruto. And you'd be best to hold your end of the deal. Until next time. Wind swept through the clearing. The white fox was gone. She likes you. Akito affirmed, delighted. I knew she would. We'll see, Akira retorted. Let's get to work then. As was often the case when the foxes were involved, Naruto elected to simply shut up and follow. I'm home. Welcome back. Sasuke expected the house to be empty, for his family to be at the temple already. He was caught off guard by Ataka's muffled voice coming from the bedroom wing. Shoes off, he padded to Ataka's room. The door was open, he found him sitting on the floor in his morning clothes, hair wet from the bath. He had a brush in hand. They stared at each other, struck with the exact same thought. Sasuke was frozen on the spot though, unable to ask. It had been so long, he had almost forgotten about it, and would Itaka still? His brother held the brush out toward him. "Do you want to?" Sasuke took it with an unsure hand. He would have been hard-pressed to say when was the last time they had done this. Several years, 5, 6, more. He used to love it, always running after a freshly bathed Itake. "Let me brush your hair." And Itake indulged even if Sasuke was far from gentle. He liked to do it with his mother too, but it was different with Itake, special. Somehow it was easier to talk and share when his hands were occupied. Itake couldn't move, and they couldn't see each other. They would sit on his bedroom floor or his futon and Sasuke would brush his hair again and again, for far longer than necessary, while they talked about everything and nothing, safe in a bubble, just the two of them. Sasuke was 12 now, Itake, almost 18. A lot had changed since then, not the least their relationship, and yet when Sasuke sat down at Itake's back, when he reached out to untangle clumsily the long strand of black hair with his fingers, he felt like he was exactly where he wanted, and needed, to be. His brother was alive, after all, and as they had found out, it wasn't something they ought to take for granted. "They're pretty long now," he commented, running his fingers from root to tip. The longest strands brushed Itake's lower back. "I like it like this," his brother answered mildly. "Tell me if it hurts." They said nothing for a while, but it wasn't awkward or loaded, wasn't uncomfortable like it had been so often in the past few years. The house was silent around them, but they could hear the trees rustling gently and the vague rumor of the district life floating through the open window. Itake liked to keep the paper rice doors open, despite their mother's protest that he would catch a cold if he slept like this. It overlooked a secluded part of the garden, lush with plants and flowers Itake liked to tend to on occasions. Sasuke thought to himself that this moment was nothing special, but it would be worth remembering all the same. He got lost into the motion and startled a bit when Itake broke the silence. It was rare for him to initiate a conversation, rare enough that Sasuke's attention was immediately drawn in. "Can I ask you something?" "It's a bit weird, I believe." It took a second to understand that Itake wasn't gathering his thoughts or waiting for an answer. He was silent because he was hesitating. "I won't laugh. I don't expect you to. I won't get mad either." Itake didn't answer. He would either drop the subject entirely, with no hope to be coaxed into talking again, or he would blurt it out bluntly, all at once. It was usually all or nothing with him. "What would you say, if I told you I was thinking about quitting the shinobi forces? For good?" The latter it was then. Sasuke forced his movements to remain steady and regular, forced himself to relax and keep his freak out under wrap. Itake sure knew how to lay them down. "Are you saying it?" he asked, to buy himself some times, and to get a sense of how far Itake had taken that reflection, how serious he was about this. Itake stayed silent for a long time, and Sasuke was sure he was going to deflect too. They could go back and forth a while like this, trading questions and answers without saying anything at all. It drove Shisui crazy. Today looked like it would be different though. "I am." Well. That was clear at least. Itake wasn't interested in emotional response and empty reassurance. He had asked a question and expected a truthful answer. Sasuke took his time to think about it, while still busying his hands with brushing his brother's hair. He was trying to determine if he had seen it coming. In any case, it wasn't as surprising as it would have been a couple of years ago. Itake had done a lot of desk duty and small-scale missions within the bounds of the village these past few years, but their father had been hinting more and more at Itake going back on active duty lately, and Itake had been getting vaguer at his answers and excuses. "What would you do instead?" "I'm not sure yet." But he was thinking about it already. "What do you think I could tell you?" "That it's a shame to waste such talent. A shame to turn my back on everything we stand for. A disgrace, a travesty." "You're thinking about Dad." It wasn't quite as funny as he wanted to make it. "That you're disappointed," Itake added. It was hard to read his emotions and harder when his face was hidden, and yet to Sasuke the worry was clear in his voice. "Would you still train me?" he asked, even if it was irrelevant, but that was kind of the point. "I would do anything you asked." Sasuke needed a minute to come back from that. I wish you'd find something that makes you happy, he eventually said. I don't care what it is. I'll be fine with it. Way before understanding how special Itachi stood among the rest of the ninja force, way before registering his position as the clan's and village's genius, Sasuke was already fond of his brother. He already thought he was the coolest, most awesome person around, and him being super good at fighting and shinobi things were just a bonus, or a minus, depending on how bitter Sasuke was about the constant comparison. Can I ask why though? Not much appealed to Sasuke more than becoming a force that would stand between his village and what threatened it, more than protecting this place and its people. He knew some became shinobi for other reasons, which, he had no idea. I don't want to kill anyone ever again. The blunt statement took Sasuke off guard. What if someone threatens you? Or someone you care about? That's not what I'm talking about. Sasuke knew that. He had an inkling at least. He knew what the Ayanambu stood for. But it was a distant knowledge because Sasuke didn't know what kind of person, in this world, warranted to have a death sentence on their head. People so bad they had to be assassinated, there couldn't be that many, right? I understand, he said anyway. Itachi had been there, he knew what he was talking about. Say, Sasuke. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why do you want to be Hokage? Sasuke hands stilled in their task. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't sure he had explained it properly to anyone, wasn't sure anyone had asked. He knew he sounded like dozens of other dreamy kids that threw around that wish with no intention to ever back down their words. It didn't matter, only time would prove how serious he was about this. Dad still thinks it's to get attention, Itachi teased lightly. Sasuke huffed. I'm not 6 anymore. Chances were their father wouldn't take it seriously until the hat rested on Sasuke's head. And even then. It was scary to talk about it though. As scary, he assumed, as it had been for Itachi to broach the subject of his own future. For the longest time their father had made it look like the future was already set, their path already decided, and for the longest time neither of them had thought about straying from it. Sasuke couldn't speak for his brother, but he knew what had changed for him at least. He had discovered his father could be wrong. And most importantly, he had discovered that there were things far bigger and more important than the clan at play in this world. Sasuke was proud of being an Uchiha, he was, but he didn't see himself working solely within the boundaries of the clan when there was so much going on outside of it. I want. How could he phrase it, that urge? Sasuke looked around him and was frustrated by the number of things that were out of his control. That he didn't know, that he could do nothing about. Sasuke thought about Naruto. About Haku, the Wave Country and their bridge. About the Chunin exam and the public display it would end up with, about the wariness and distrust of the foreign nin. About Kamui and Hokuto and their mourning family, about Kara and Sakura and Rock Lee in his hospital bed. Money, threats, danger, death, protection. Surely there had to be a better way. Surely they could do better. I want the power to change things. On your own. Sasuke felt like it was a trick question. If people want to help, they can, he answered, instead of yes. Itachi didn't press. Their mother came at the door, cutting the conversation short. Sasuke absent-mindedly braided Itachi's hair down, pleased that he remembered how. Are you ready to go? Sasuke, you have all you need, she asked. She too was dressed all in black, with only the Uchiha fan as a break, on each her shoulders. Sasuke nodded, pointing at the case he had brought to the music shop for revision. Let's go then. They held the wake for 3 days at the temple, as was their tradition. Sasuke's dad had tried a comment about how Sasuke had to think about the exam still, but his mother had stopped him with a single glare before he could finish the thought. As if Sasuke could think about his training in a time like this. Besides, Kara had asked something of him, and he intended to honor it. So he played the flute during the ceremony where they bind Kamui's face with a white cloth and gave his eyes back to his family. After their mourning was over, they would be destroyed, but for now the ornate wooden box would stay in his home, close to his loved ones. That's why they didn't have a cemetery in the Uchiha district, not even for steel. The body ashes went with the other villagers, near the monument of fire. Only the eyes stayed, and the private shrines in each house. Sasuke played as the others sang. He used to do it often when he was a child, for the sacred holidays and the weddings too, less often for the funerals, as the traditional music was more often played by a relative of the deceased. His fingers were sure on the holes despite his nervousness and lack of practice. It always felt a bit transcendent. To play in the temple, he always felt a little beyond himself, a little more than his own. This was the one thing he could do. He would see to do it well. Had he been older, Kamui's pyre would have been lit up by his children, nieces, and nephews. Just a little younger and it would have been his siblings, cousins, and friends. As it was his parents, aunts, and uncles who performed the katon and set the fire ablaze. It would burn for the whole night and in the morning, they would carry the ashes to the cemetery, to be buried under the stele already engraved with his name, next to Inyazuka Hokuto. It wouldn't be the whole clan then, it wasn't even now, at the pyre. The clan was big, and death was common. But Kamui was well loved, there were a lot of people still. They joined with the Inyazuka at the cemetery the next day. There were others too, Jounin and Chunin from Kamui and Hokuto's age, some older who had overseen them during missions or trained them, some younger who had been trained in turn. Kamui had often said he would want to train his own genin team, eventually. He wouldn't now. There were a few other people, clan members, Kara's friends. Sakura and Ino were there too, others from their years, standing closer to Kiba. Sasuke looked and looked, but... "He's not here," Sakura whispered. "I couldn't find him." She sounded angry. She often did these days, more often than not, when she talked about Naruto, fed up with his mutism and reluctance. They hadn't seen him in days. The Hokage was here, she said a few words, voice welling with emotions. They buried the ashes. Life went on. There is a funeral. Naruto had been on the verge of sleep, warmed by the sun in a patch of grass. He leaped to his feet but had to spin around a few times to spot the newcomer. How hadn't he heard him coming? Because he had sprung up from a pile of sand, probably. Gaara was standing by a tree, arms crossed and face blank, staring at him. Despite the rapid beating of his heart and his blurry vision, Naruto affected a nonchalant pose. "I know. You're not going." He couldn't tell if it was a question or just an observation. He answered anyway. "They wouldn't want me there." "Why?" "I am my own funeral already." It didn't make much sense and yet Gaara nodded, understanding. "Me too." They weighed each other up across the clearing, assessing, searching. Naruto wanted to know more about him and run far away from him at the same time. He wanted to know why those things happened when they were close, and didn't want to experience it ever again. "What are you doing here?" he asked after a while, for lack of anything better to say. Gaara kept silent a long moment, face betraying nothing. He didn't even blink. "I think I wanted to kill you." Naruto purposefully didn't tense up, didn't put up his guard, didn't react in any way, as if faced with a wild animal any sudden movement could set off. "You can always try," he taunted, although he really hoped Gaara wouldn't take him up on the offer. They would draw too much attention to themselves. And he didn't want to fight the other boy. Another pregnant pause, and then sand started swirling again. Gaara disappeared. "Freak," Naruto muttered, unnerved. He hoped the boy would be back. Chapter 28. Alcohol wasn't as efficient as it used to be. She wanted to believe her resistance was just that good, but more likely, it was just that the issues she was trying to drown in her bottle of sake were too big to fit in. They hit the bottom and still poked above the surface, there was no submerging any of them. Tsunade pushed the half-empty bottle away, disgusted. It was a meager comfort to have discovered that the bar she used to visit to drink away her sorrow when she was younger was still standing, amidst the many changes Konoha had seen over the years. Even the owner, she knew her still. The daughter of the previous one, who was but a child the last time Tsunade had come and handled the whole business now. The bar was part of one of the largest bathhouses of the village, and was forbidden to men. Officially to guarantee the client's peace of mind. Unofficially, because there were many women and girls working at the bathhouse, far more than such a place would need. They appeared out of nowhere, looking fearful and unable to meet anyone's eyes, until a few months behind the high walls of the bathhouse would give them some modicum of confidence back. Some tried again at life then, some stayed. If a man came at the door, wrathful and threatening, looking for a wife, a daughter, or an employee, he was politely turned away. If he insisted, it was less polite. One of Tsunade's first acts after taking office had been to definitely put the police force off of the bathhouse's back. The second had been to let them thank her by drinking her weight in sake and falling asleep in one of the many guest rooms. The bathhouse was supposedly an inn too, but there were never many beds available. She could count on the women's discretion, and now that she was the Demhokage, she had to. She couldn't be seen staggering in the streets and spilling sake all over herself. She had to do that in private. Thus, no one knew she came here, apart from the women working the bar. It was no small feat to lose the Umbu watching over her, and she knew it was mean because they would be running in circles by now, frantic and worried about failing their mission, but she didn't care enough to step out of the bar and meet back with them. 1. Because she was too drunk to stand up. 2. Because she still wanted to drink some more. She had made a list. The paper was crumpled and humid. Too bad the things listed there couldn't blur out and disappear as easily as ink splashed with alcohol. It was a list of issues that needed to be dealt with, and to be drowned too. There was no particular order, each worse than the next. She had just a short couple of weeks to prepare for the arrival of the Kaze Cage of Suna and the Mizu Cage of Kiri, and the handover ceremony that would follow. She needed to placate the clan heads until the Chunin exam was over. All internal affairs were suspended for now, to their great displeasure. Former root members still needed to be interrogated, and they had discovered with great discontentment that at least half a dozen of them had still been in contact with Danzo, still willing to serve him. Inoichi had unleashed the psychology unit on them, hoping they could break through their unnatural loyalty, with no guarantee they would manage it. What would they do of those people then? There was the thing with Naruto, that she had no time to ponder over while feeling it was crucial. It was something that simmered in everyone's mind and she knew it. Could he lose control? Should he be contained? She still didn't know the full story of his birth and family. Hiruzen had said nothing. Hiruzen was another problem on the list. She didn't know what the clan heads would want to do with him. She couldn't bring herself to visit him. Another issue that had arisen recently, because of that Demchunin exam, she was needed back at the hospital. Mato-gai had sought her out. He'd gone to his knees, teary-eyed, and begged her to help his young student, heavily wounded during the preliminary tournament. She had looked into it, briefly. 2 limbs out of 4 were at high risk of being lost completely. No one in the village, and maybe no one at all, would be able to do anything about it. Except for her. If she could do it. She didn't know which one she ought to tackle first. She didn't know what to do. She had never felt more alone in her life. She had no friend here. Shizun was a great support, but she couldn't help, partly because she was too young, and partly because she had too much faith in Tsunade. So much that the woman could never open up to her about all this, couldn't bear to disappoint her in such a way. Not that the state she was in now wouldn't make a fine work of that. Mind if I join you? Tsunade raised bleary eyes toward the entrance of the private room the owner had graciously put her in. There was a woman standing there, impressively tall, even more than Tsunade, and slender, with skin so pale and long hair so dark she looked like a ghost. Her bright, colorful kimono only reinforced the impression instead of battling it, as if she was trying, without much success, to appear a little more of this world. She was also incredibly beautiful. Tsunade gestured vaguely, in a way that could be interpreted as about anything. The woman chose to see it as assent and came to sit by Tsunade's side at the low table. You look quite distressed, the woman said conversationally, without much compassion or care. Her voice was deep, a little rough. Tsunade thought she might have heard it somewhere. The woman was familiar, although Tsunade was sure she had never seen her before. I am. The woman chuckled. Her body didn't emit much heat. Are you in town for the Chunin exam? Tsunade asked. The stranger wasn't for Konoha, that was for sure. Among other things. Actually, I was hoping I would meet with the Hokage, but it's not so easy getting a hold of him it seems. Tsunade snorted. Is that supposed to be an insult? Don't waste your time. I'm quite immune. I beg you pardon. Oh come on, don't play the innocent card. Even if it's not official yet, surely the news must have traveled by now. The woman raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Her makeup was impeccable, if atypical. What do you want with the Hokage anyway? See me on, you already stepped into my office, I'll open the grievance session just for you. Her slanted eyes widened in understanding. For a moment, they did nothing but stare. Nothing changed. The woman didn't say a word, she didn't move. Maybe it was alcohol switching gears into Tusnad's mind, or maybe she just needed that long to catch up. It popped out of nowhere, the sudden revelation, the answer to her queasy feelings, to where she had heard that voice, where she had seen that expression, where she had felt that flavor of chakra. Even muffled as it was, even hidden so well as to fool anyone. But she wasn't anyone. She could always tell. She sat up and grabbed the collar of the kimono to mash her face against the woman's. Shishi. What the fuck are you doing here? It was nice to see she could still surprise her old teammate. She was far too enraged to appreciate it though. Did you really believe I wouldn't fucking notice? Who do you think I am? You think you can fool me? Me? You think I wouldn't recognize you anywhere, in any form? What the fuck, Shishi? She only noticed she was shaking her in all directions when she grabbed her wrist to stop her. The only thing that fucker could say was, "Please stop calling me that." Tsunade pushed Orochimaru away and kicked her hard in the thigh. Fuck you. She downed her last bottle in one go. It was you, in the forest. I should have known. Anko, she fucking lied to me. That fucking. She had known Anko was lying through her teeth, but she couldn't figure out why. She would never have imagined. But it made so much sense. Did you come to destroy the village, Shishi? She asked quietly, drained out. She wanted to cry. She eyed the list, there was no room to add, deal with my former teammate turned traitor and public enemy within the very bounds of the village. She could only laugh. I wish, Orochimaru sighed, as composed and chill as ever even after being recognized. But I don't have the means, for now. I wanted to rob Suna into doing the dirty work for me. But since Danzo has stopped his activities, Konoha's relationships with the shinobi world have dramatically improved, by the sheer vacuum of his absence. I imagine you have no idea, but it really did this place the biggest favor. Oh, Tsunade had an idea alright. She had seen Danzo's mission orders. She had seen the reports, the body scrolls, the fucking jars, the stolen jutsu. I don't believe you, she said anyway, because she didn't. Orochimaru would find a way. Is that why you came back here? The other asked, ignoring her. To take over the old man. Someone had to. She regretted it every day, but not as much as she would have regretted not doing it. Or so she tried to convince herself. What, didn't your spies tell you that? She joked, humorless. They didn't, Orochimaru stated, displeased. They had similar problems then. It was hilarious. Why did you come then? What do you want? She asked. Don't worry, I got it already. Tsunade startled. Naruto. Orochimaru failed to stop Tsunade from pinning her on the floor, fist very close to her face. I won't let you have him. Orochimaru smiled, all sweet and fond. No one has ever followed me against their will, Nana. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fist, itching for it to land. The affectionate nickname was biting in Shishi's mouth, where it had been only teasing and fond, once upon a time. It was Jiraya's fault, of course. They were sitting around a campfire one night, bored out of their mind, and he insisted that she was too fierce for a girl, too harsh and mean, and that she needed to soften up a bit. You need a cuter name, he had proclaimed. She hated that nickname. It was the one older members of her family used to remind her that she was just a child, and it felt mocking, insulting. Even Orochimaru was into this, a double betrayal. You two then, she had said later, deciding she too would give them a childish nickname, and keep it up as long as they would. Yaya, Shishi. But of course Jiraiya, that absolute fucker, had loved the idea. In the end both Tsunade and Orochimaru had paid for their teammates' idiocy, the usual way of the world. Konoha's mine now, Shishi. As are all its people. I won't let you harm them. Please don't make the mistake to think I won't go against you. She trusted he would heed her threat. Her plea too. I don't want to fight you. But I will. And I'll win. Orochimaru just shrugged. Don't worry. I'll leave it to you, if you're so desperate for it. Tsunade got up, smoothed her clothes out. She needed to go back. Disappear then. Leave. Ah, sorry, I can't do that yet. There's one last thing I need to do. Shishi. She took a step toward him, but the room swayed suddenly and she fell on her knees, nauseous. You fucking. Don't worry, it won't kill you. You're stronger than that. But I can't let you meddle in my affairs, Nana. Sorry. She had drunk the fucking glass. She was so fucking stupid. You have other things to worry about, Nana, he said, pointing a finger at the list, amused. Don't mess up my business, and I'll leave your village alone. She could only watch him go, helpless, her body refusing to obey as poison numbed her mind. Shishi. He was already gone. She struggled to sit upright, cursing and fuming, and only managed to slump on the table, half paralyzed. Sawako. Sawako. The woman came in a hurry but merely raised an eyebrow at Tsunad's predicament. Help me back on my feet. I need to go to the Hokage Tower. Some girls will take you there, Sawako assured. Indeed, two young women appeared at her back and all but carried Tsunade outside and into Konoha's streets. Without being asked, they took the smallest, emptiest ones. Tsunade would have to thank them properly later. After a few minutes she could feel her legs again, and some Umbu finally caught up to them. Where the hell have you been, she chastised, furious and willing to take it out on anyone available. Before she could though, the captain stepped forward. She racked her brain for the name of the one in charge of that team for the week. Was it Kage? All those masks looked too much alike. You've been unleashing the full scope of your skills to lose us in the village for weeks now, Hokage-sama. Please forgive us for failing to keep up. He insisted subtly on the title, and though he sounded contrite, there was a thinly veiled accusation in there too. Maybe they had even given up on trying to locate her when she put up her disappearing act. And she had been glad for it. She dismissed the girls with a discreet nod, trusting she could walk on her own from now on. She felt how she did when her body was still drunk but her mind was fighting it off mercilessly. It wasn't a good feeling. You're right, she said. I'm sorry. A subtle relief fluttered through the gathered Umbu. Had they feared her anger? But they had done nothing wrong. She really couldn't blame them. She was at fault here. Hey. The Sannin Orochimaru is somewhere here in Konoha. He was almost certainly responsible for some of the havoc of the exam's second trial. Gather all Jounin in service and search the village, but do not engage if you see him. Understood. He nodded. The mask didn't let any emotion show. She could see the appeal sometimes. It would be useless, for sure. As if Shishi could be caught that easily. But she couldn't do nothing. I'm going back to the tower. Have Anko be sent to me immediately. The woman was already there when Tsunade made it to her office and flopped down gracelessly in her chair. She was still nauseous and dizzy, from both alcohol and poison, the distinction didn't matter. Anko looked ready for a fight, at least she knew why she had been summoned. You lied to me, Tsunade accused without preamble. Better to get this over with. Anko kept silent. Why? Why did you keep to yourself it was him you had met in the forest? What did you hope to achieve? Anko startled, as she only now realized how it could look from an outsider's perspective. She had the gale to look angry at the accusation. I didn't help him, she spat out, disgusted. And I'm supposed to take your words for it? Do you realize what you've done? What you could be accused of? How dare you? How dare I? How dare you? How dare you keep that to yourself? If it's not because you're on his side, then what? Selfishness? Arrogance? Anko bit her lips, hard. She was shaking with rage. Distrust, she sneered. Tsunade scoffed. You'll have to do better than that, to justify putting everyone around here in danger. That was a low blow, for she knew it wasn't what Anko had in mind, that she wouldn't. But she had known Orochimaru was roaming around for days, and she hadn't said anything. Tsunade couldn't just let that slide. You're suspended from duty, and I forbid you to take part in any search effort. You can't do that. I can, and I am. And you better not disobey me, Anko. The girl stepped forward and Tsunade rose to her feet as an answer, leaning on the desk to close the distance between them, and keep steady. Anko's eyes were ablaze with fury, but she had to know she was in the wrong here. She balanced for a few more seconds, between exploding and receding, between fight and flee. In the end she stepped back, shark smile on her bitter expression. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Tsunade knew she had lost then. She had made a mistake, she hadn't handled that right. Anko shut down on her, retreated. Resigned, Tsunade let her go. Hate is not coming. He asked me to fill in for him today. Why? Yojao smiled, indulgent. Can't you guess? Sakura shrugged. She could, sort of. But she didn't want to talk about it. Shall we begin? She rose her sword, parted her feet as she had been taught. Yojao did the same, her sword was shorter, but that wouldn't Sakura much of an edge, giving the gap between their level. Nothing could give her an edge, really. Yojao was the first to move, since Sakura wasn't. They exchanged blows for a moment, Sakura losing more and more ground as she fell back in defense, anxious not to let any hit come through. Yojao easily got the best of her and ended a smooth move with the tip of her sword aimed straight at Sakura's throat. The girl threw her sword in frustration and looked away, face scrunched up to hold back tears. What's the matter, Sakura? Hate told me you've been moody and unmotivated lately. That's not how you'll make any progress. It's no use. Yojao picked up the sword, swept the dust on her trousers. Sakura took it back from her hand, ashamed. This was no way to treat the woman's gift. Where is this coming from? Hate had asked too, but she feared his disappointment too much to have been able to confide in him. And now he wouldn't even come to train her anymore. She had fucked it all up. I have to fight Uchiha Sasuke at the Chunin tournament. Ah, I heard. And? Sakura bit her lips. Did she have to say it? Wasn't it obvious? And I'll never beat him. Her grip tightened around the sword as she wrestled against her emotions. She didn't want to break down in front of the woman, how embarrassing. Why not? Sakura looked up to see if Yojao was having her on, but she seemed genuinely puzzled, as if she didn't get what Sakura was saying. Why not, Sakura? Why couldn't you beat him? Surprise and confusion chased away her anguish as Yojao kept asking what, exactly, she was talking about. He's way better than me. Well, that's why we train, right? But I'm just, and he's. What? He's what, Sakura? She looked away, distressed, unable to bear Yojao's steady, patient gaze, as she waited for Sakura to voice every last of her doubt and insecurity aloud. It was one thing to try her hardest to keep up with her teammates. She had held her own the best she could in the forest of death, but she had needed help in the end, and she would have gotten all three of them seriously injured or killed had she been on her own. It was one thing to try her hardest to keep up with her teammates. It was another entirely to think about surpassing them. Maybe it was the goal, in the most secret recesses of her mind. Maybe that's what she truly aspired to achieve. But it was supposed to be way down the line. Given time and efforts and some luck, maybe she could catch up and maybe she could even. But it was not for now. For now, she couldn't do it. She couldn't face Sasuke on the ring in front of so many people. She would ridicule herself. It was as if she could taste the humiliation already, the contempt, as people would laugh at her for thinking she could compare to the best student of their year. He's what? This was getting annoying. He's better than me, that's all. Yojao frowned. That's what training is for. He's like a genius, or something. He's too good for me. Again, that's what training is for. He's an Uchiha. This one, she regretted letting it slip immediately. She was supposed to be above all this, but it was easier said than done. Apart from her, all the genin going to the final task were clan kids. People would know their name, would recognize them instantly, would know what to expect of them. And her? She was a nobody. So what, do you think no one's ever beaten one of those before? Yojao said lightly. She didn't get it. I get it, Sakura. The girl blushed, embarrassed. She didn't want to have this conversation. I get it. You think it's too pretentious of you to aspire rising above him. You think at the end of the day there is truth in what people say, that these clan kids are indeed something special, and that there's nothing you can do about it. You think everyone will expect you to lose, and that they'll think it's well deserved when you do. There's no need to lay it all out like that, Sakura mumbled, eyes on the ground. She wasn't proud of those thoughts, and hearing them from someone else was at least 10 times worse. And what if you win? Sakura kept her eyes trained on her old, ratty shoes. She didn't want to think about it, it was no use, right? What if you won against him? She couldn't help but imagine though. She couldn't help but dream. As improbable as it was, as unlikely, it was still so appealing. Whining against Sasuke in front of the crowd, that would be. But if she trained with that thought in mind, if she really tried, it would hurt all the more, when she lost. It's not going to happen. Well, not with that attitude. Sakura huffed and looked away. Okay, so you're going to lose. Her head snapped back to cast a betrayed look at Yojao, who just raised an eyebrow. What? You said so yourself. Be as it may, she didn't have to confirm it. So, you're going to lose. And from what I understand, you want to lose as quickly and easily as possible. What? What? That's not it. WH. Of course not. Why would you say that? Well, you refuse to train properly, so you don't want to get any better or stronger. And if you don't, then you'll lose indeed, and pretty fast. That was mean. Of course that's not what she had in mind. If I try my hardest and I do my best and I'll still lose, and so, what then? You'll train harder. Yojao was smiling, kind and open, although there was steel in her gaze. There often was. They will too, Sakura couldn't help but retort. Every step she took, the others took too. How then was she supposed to close the gap? Sasuke was busy training with his brother and cousin as they spoke. As for Naruto, who knew what Naruto was up to? She didn't want to worry about it for now. They always worried so much, and it didn't change a thing. He refused to let them in. He wasn't interested in fixing things, in getting better, or he would have accepted their help. She was tired of reaching out and being left hanging. Besides, Naruto wouldn't be in the final trial. Is this how you'll deal with real missions too, Sakura? Yojao said. When you're sent into enemy territory, when you have to fight for information or a hostage life or yours, is that what you'll say? No point in trying since I'll lose anyway. She wanted to protest, because it wasn't what she had said. Except it was, wasn't it? She just felt so discouraged. It wasn't just Sasuke. There were that boy Dosu and the Suna trio too, and even Shikamaru and Shino and Kiba, and Hinata's cousins, and what was she supposed to do against all those people? I don't understand, Sakura. You qualified, right? You qualified for the last task, just like all the others. It's not the same. Why? She shrugged. She couldn't explain it. It just wasn't. We're done here then, Yojao declared, sheathing her sword. Sakura, startled, ran after the woman when she made to leave. What? Why? No. If you don't train to best your opponent, then what's the point? What's the point if you want to lose? That's not what I want. What do you want then? There they stood, facing each other in the middle of the deserted training ground, and Yojao was asking, and Sakura didn't think she could answer that. No, she definitely couldn't. It was too much. She couldn't. She wasn't so bold, she wasn't like that, she couldn't reasonably hope to. I want. Was it even allowed? I want to win. The dam broke only then, but she didn't bother catching the tears. She chose to withstand Yojo's steady gaze instead, desperate for the woman to stay, to change her mind, to not give up on Sakura even if she was a mess right now. I want to win. Against who? Anyone. Everyone. I want to win every time. I want to. She had already gone that far, so. I want to be the best. Yojo's usually mild, unreadable expression broke into a broad smile as she took up her sword again. Now that's more like it. Get ready to suffer then. Sakura put her guard up. She didn't have to think about the future, she decided. Since she couldn't convince herself she could win, she just had not to think about it at all. Yes, sensei. You made a mistake here. And here. Here too. With each here, Akira poked a sharp claw at Naruto's stomach, pointing at the various symbols he had painted on his skin. It was his third time redoing it, and it was no closer to being any good. Help me fix it then, he spat at the young fox who had to be taking wicked pleasure in Naruto's struggles. It wasn't easy drawing on his own skin, he had to mirror every pattern, had to keep the lines straight and the sigils evenly spaced. It didn't help that they were so small, and that there were so many. Of course it couldn't be simple. All right, that's not bad. Try it now. Naruto positioned himself back in the center of the ceiling circle painted on the stones. These were easier at least, despite the uneven surface. He had to align the lines on his body with the ones on the ground, that then went on and stretched in a star around him, ending by the point of 5 kunao embedded in softer dirt. 5-point seal release. Naruto slammed the seal into his stomach, hard enough to knock his breath out. He retched, nauseous, as he felt seals shift on his skin. So, he asked, panting, when he could open his eyes again. Akira was studying his stomach. Almost. Naruto cursed. Since he didn't have the resources to figure out the exact weight of the 5-point seal, he had to apply a small counter seal, over and over, until it would finally cancel the first one for good. It was like turning a key in a keyhole inch by inch until it would click into place and close the door. How many more? 2 or 3, I'd say. He cursed again. Another day. Tired already? Shut up. Akira was definitely using this to get back at Naruto. He huffed, but, realizing that the boy wouldn't do any more work that day, he disappeared in a puff, back to his mountain. Just a few minutes later, Gaara was back at the clearing. Right on time. The first day, Naruto had been waiting anxiously, on edge and tense like he expected to be attacked. He had tensed up even more when Gaara had appeared, but after just a minute of intense eye contact, he had left again. The next day, Naruto had elected to ignore him completely, focusing on the seals Akira had given him to practice. Gaara sat on a rock and watched, deadly silent. If Naruto looked his way, he was sure to meet his unblinking gaze. After a few hours and not a single word exchanged between then, he was gone again. Most days for the next week, that's how it went. Naruto was struggling now that he had given back everything Sai had acquired for him. He had only kept the scroll he had stolen himself from the Hokage's library all those years ago. The one with the red spiral. Most seals in there were too complex for him, or required more than one caster. He still wanted to hold on to it. So he cursed and tried again and again, and through it all Gaara stared and stared, silent. The previous day, he had snapped and attacked him. Sometimes he looked like he was at war with himself, clutching at his head as if in pain. His murder intent would spike up and Naruto would focus back on him, wait for him to calm down or explode. He had, on the 6th day, and they had fought for a while amongst the rocks and trees, and Naruto had siphoned Gaara's chakra to the brink of exhaustion, and Gaara had broken Naruto's arm in 3 places and then left in a hurry. Naruto had heard him wreak havoc in the forest for hours after that. He didn't expect him to be back today, but here he was, same place same time, as if nothing had happened. Naruto's arm was healed already. Gaara looked as fine as ever. Naruto had no idea how the boy occupied the rest of his days, but he was here every day at the same time without fail. Naruto made sure Akira would be gone by then, it would be too troublesome to have the two to cross paths. He wouldn't risk driving either of them away with an unwanted encounter. He wanted Gaara to keep coming. Even if they did nothing but sit in silence, or fight. Do you have parents? Naruto asked, out of the blue, because today was the day they would talk about something, anything. He didn't expect Gaara to answer. My father is the Kazekage. My mother died giving birth to me. Must be sweet, being the son of the boss. It isn't. It figured. Maybe it made it even worse. He was okay with you becoming a demon. That's why I was born. Naruto frowned. What? That's why I was born. It was decided even before that. Where was your demon back then? Sealed. In a teapot. Naruto bit his tongue, hard. He cursed as the taste of blood flooded his mouth. You mean? He had figured the Kyuubi had been sealed inside of him because it had gotten loose, for a reason or another, and needed to be stopped again. But here. Why didn't they keep it in its receptacle then? He didn't need to ask. He knew why. What use was a beast if you couldn't open its cage? Why do you think we're alive? He asked instead. To kill. That's what he was afraid to hear. But, what if it wasn't for other people? If it was just us? This time, Gaara had no answer to give. He looked mildly distressed, as if the question was out of this world, completely unfathomable. That's why they kept us alive, Naruto went on, unable to stop. But now. If we got to choose. He didn't even know where he was going with it. He remembered the woods and the soft smile on Haku's face, to whom he had blurted the same question, because he needed to know. He knew why others had kept them alive, but there had to be more to it. He had often thought about leaving, but never dwelled much about what would come after. Where would he go? What would he do? Why did people keep on living? I'm sure you'll find it. The reason. Haku's words had yet to come true. If I didn't have to live, then. Gaara didn't finish the sentence, but he did finish the thought, and Naruto heard it clearly. Why did they have to live this way? The sand took him away before Naruto could repair that conversation, leaving him alone, and suddenly quite cold, in the empty clearing. Gaara came back though. Where did it come from? Naruto asked, pointing at Gaara's forehead. Sand. You made it? Why? The answer was long to come. So that I have it. Love. What? I have love. Look. Gaara's fingers brushed against the red kanji. Naruto looked away. What would you have done? If I had killed the boy in green? I don't know. Nothing? But everyone would have been very upset. And if I had killed the other one? Which one? The one with the red eyes. Then I would have killed you. Gaara mulled it over as if it was a reasonable claim worthy of analysis. All people are the same to me, he declared after a while. Naruto rolled his eyes. You're even worse than me. What about the two that travel with you? The boy and the girl. Kankuro and Temari. If you say so. What about them? What if they died? Naruto dodged the sand, but only narrowly. The blast cut the nearest tree in half neatly. See, Naruto said. People are not all the same. There are others. Others like us. Like us. Between Ichibai and Kyuubi. There has to be at least 7 others. Others like us. Yeah. Others like us. Yeah. You can sleep. The voice startled him out of said sleep, and Naruto cursed himself for dozing off in such a vulnerable place. But he could cut himself some slack, after all, it was the first time in more than a week that he could, indeed, sleep undisturbed. I finally managed to repair my seal. So I can shut the damn fox up again. The demon had been poisoning his every thought, including when he was trying to rest, but he had laid the last of the correcting seal today, to Akira's mild surprise. The fox had even looked a little proud. Naruto really couldn't be blamed for succumbing to slumber immediately, both out of exhaustion and sheer relief. His thoughts were clearer than they had been in days, he felt centered again, master of his own mind. The demon was chewing his own resentment, but he could no longer easily infect Naruto with it. Take that, damn calamity. You can sleep, Gaara said again, and Naruto noticed only then that there was some sort of emotion in his voice for once. Astonished would have been the world for anyone else, for him, it was the barest hint of surprise, but it spoke volume already. Huh, yeah. Can't you? It was meant as a joke, although Naruto should have learned by now there was no use wasting those on Gaara. True to form, he answered dead serious. No. Despite knowing it couldn't possibly be a joke, it couldn't possibly be true either, so Naruto let out a light chuckle, that quickly died out when he caught Gaara's look. What? I can't sleep. It won't let me. The past week had been hellish, with the voice of the demon carrying beyond its bars and invading Naruto's mind constantly. But it was temporary. It was just damage done to the seal. What? He said again, because it couldn't be true. It couldn't be. Then again, why not? There was no master of sealing in Konoha, and after doing a bit of research, he was reasonably certain there wasn't much of a master of sealing anywhere. The old hag had said Naruto's clan was supposed to be the expert at this, but there was none of them left. It wasn't that implausible then, that the existing seals would be done poorly, just as the ones Naruto had encountered in the scrolls. Night and day, she speaks to me. She could take over if I fell asleep. So I don't. Gaara had been saddled with his burden since the very first day of his life, just like Naruto. How was it possible, all this time? His eyes were always darkened with makeup, so it was hard to tell, but did it just hide the shadows of insomnia? Was it even the purpose? The familiar haze of irrational anger descended upon Naruto's mind, clouding his vision. Gaara responded to it in an instant, his own rage rising to meet his. It fell on Naruto to find a way back out, before they dissolved into mindless fighting again. Shisui was getting suspicious at some of the injuries he sported these days. Show me your seal, he demanded. Gaara frowned. It has to be it. If it's incomplete, I could fix it for you. I could. He took a step forward, hand raised to grab Gaara's collar, tug at it maybe, look for the seal. The sand stopped him before he could as much as graze the other boy, a harsh slap that broke the skin of his forearm. Gaara's eyes were blown wide, afraid, or angry or both. I could fix it, Naruto said again, confident, although he didn't know that for sure. Gaara was still fearful. When Naruto attempted to get closer again, the boy disappeared. Oh, I will, Naruto thought. No matter what it took, and even if he had to drug Gaara out or beat him unconscious and tie him to a tree. I will fix it. You're back home early today, Shisui commented when Naruto crossed the threshold. He had been meaning to go straight to his room and sulk a bit, but even if Shisui was careful not to show it bothered him, it was true they hadn't seen much of each other lately. Naruto sat at the kitchen table where the Uchiha was grading history papers. What? You miss me? Naruto asked, ignoring the implied questions about his whereabouts. Naruto had waited and waited, but Gaara hadn't shown up at the clearing today. There was no use in lingering. Kind of, yeah, Shisui answered without missing a beat. Naruto bit his lips. He should know by now not to ask questions like that to the other man, who was always disarmingly honest and heartfelt. You spend all your time with your Hyuga anyway, he said so that he wouldn't have to comment on Shisui's words in any way. Spending time with friends is what people do, Shisui sighed, with a tone Naruto was sure he used on his students when he was repeating a simple fact for the millionth time. And we work together. And you're the one gone out all day who knows where. It wasn't a reproach, not really. Merely concerns. Naruto could tell. It was unnerving. Of course, no one knew about Naruto and Gaara's meet-up in the forest. Well, maybe the boy's companions knew, but Naruto doubted it. Without talking about it in any way, they could both infer that it wouldn't thrill anyone to know they were becoming. Friends was a strong word. But just them interacting had to be too much already. What branch is he from? Naruto asked, adamant to deflect Shisui's curiosity. Takuma. The bunk. The slaves. Shisui's eyes twitched and he looked about to protest, but with a defeated sigh, he nodded. Yeah. I don't get it. Hyuga Neji had been hanging at the back of Naruto's mind ever since the tournament. The contradiction of his resentment and resignation, his inner violence and his obedience, Naruto couldn't make sense of it. It's old traditions. It doesn't make sense to us, but that's not what I mean. Naruto picked up a test to occupy his hands, but he could barely read a teacher's neat handwriting on his best days, so the kid's messy scrawls were unintelligible to him. I don't understand why they don't just go against it. Seals can be broken. Surely, there is a way. Shisui set his pen down, sensing that this was no more just idle chatter. They could, probably. But at the same time, they can't. Why? There are things, Shisui started, pausing to gather his thoughts, choose his words. There are things you can't do, as in you don't have the capacity, or the skills. Be it physical, intellectual. But for this, it's not about the possibility in the material sense of the term, I think. There are things you could do, technically, and yet, you don't. Why? Fear of consequences. Loyalty, self-restraint. An old promise. Lack of confidence, of hope, of faith. Resignation, bargain. Maybe you're convinced you couldn't, or shouldn't. Maybe it's the right thing to do. How can you be convinced that you're better off as a slave? Shisui smiled, fond and indulgent, another teacher thing, the smile adults got toward children sometimes when faced with their ignorance. Naruto didn't like it much. It meant he had said something adults were sure he would change his mind about, given time. You have no idea what people can be brought to believe. But didn't Niji's pain stem from that fact that he didn't believe it? Not really. And if he didn't, then he had no reason to keep submitting to it. You shouldn't, don't meddle with this, Naruto. Naruto cast Shisui a betrayed, disappointed look. He would have thought that Shisui of all people would at least, if not openly reject it, then keep quiet on the matter. It's not fair, he said, stubborn. He couldn't help being affected by it. Couldn't help thinking about the cage circling Niji's head, imprisoning his fate and choices. I know. But you can't do anything about it. I can. Naruto. He expected anger, but that wasn't it. It was more like worry. Don't. You can't afford to get involved in this. The message was clear then. The Hyuga clan was powerful and influential. And Naruto was a plague. Who will then? He asked bitterly. How could nobody say anything? Why did nobody ever stand up for them? Shisui looked away, and Naruto recognized the bitterness in his expression, and surely, Shisui couldn't be fine with that either. Hyuga Takuma was his friend after all. But it's not like there was anything they could do. Wasn't there though? Naruto couldn't battle the clans, that was for sure, he couldn't change their way, couldn't go against anyone's will. But breaking seals, now that was something he could do. Naruto would break any seal he could get his hands on. He would tear apart any fate. He would free anyone. What about me? Naruto blinked, caught off guard by the longing that he could hear in the demon's voice, buried under the disdain and anger. What about you? You talk about freedom, yet you deny me mine. Shisui cast him an inquisitive look. Even if he was used to Naruto spacing out, it still worried him. Everything did when Naruto was concerned, it was annoying. He shut the fox down tightly, but his words lingered. Of course he did sleep. A little. Or he would be dead. He lied in bed, closed his eyes. At some point, his thoughts would wander off in all directions, free of control. He would start to relax slowly, to lose awareness of his surroundings, and then his own body. For a few minutes he would lose track of time. And then Ichibai would shriek, or laugh, or slam her tail against the cage, startling him awake in a panic. Rinse and repeat. It was an issue everyone around him had given up on solving, after trying to drug him to sleep once. Once only. They had decided it was just a fact he would have to deal with on his own. Nothing unusual here. He laid in bed, eyes wide open, resenting the deep, even breathing of his siblings who slept with ease, although the slightest noise would wake them. He tried to stay quiet, because they were annoyed and rude if they didn't sleep well. He wondered, sometimes, who he would be, if he too could sleep. I could fix it. Gaara didn't sleep, So Gaara didn't dream. And he didn't hope either. There was no helping him. Things were as they were they would remain, because there was no use fixing them anyway. It didn't matter. No one cared. I could fix it. Why? Why would the boy do this for him? Why did he do anything? He seemed driven by unknown forces stirring inside of him, pulling at his core. Gaara didn't understand him. Why Naruto talked to him, why he allowed him to stay close to him, even after they had fought and hurt each other, even after witnessing what Gaara was capable of. Naruto had no fear. No fear of him. What would it be like, to sleep? Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Don't let him near. The voice was his only guidance, all in all, his only friend. Yet he didn't want to listen this time, didn't want to obey. He's not our friend. We don't have friends. You. Naruto had his life. His dreams, his goals. He had other people. He didn't listen to the voice inside of him. He slept. What? You don't. What if he could really shut it out? What if Gaara no longer had to listen? Don't you dare. For the first time in his life, he thought he could hear fear in the voice. Can you do it? Hi. Didn't think I'd see you here again. Can you do it? Naruto would have felt annoyed, if not for the desperation in Gaara's voice, his whole demeanor. The truth was, Naruto had no idea if he could. He would do it anyway. Yes. Why? Isn't that what you want? Even if it was. I want to help you. Why? We are the same. He needed to help. He needed them to have it better, to be happier, to not suffer so much. We should be free. The demon scoffed inside of him. Gaara was gone again. Sometimes the water was barely a sheen of mirrored light on the ground, sometimes it reached up to Naruto's ankles. He had no idea why it was so, where it came from. He didn't know why the prison was in the sewers of his own mind. Was it supposed to be a metaphor? Whatever the reason, it sure was an unpleasant place. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor, studying his forced guest on the other side of the bars. He was all but sulking since Naruto had reversed the seal and cut him off again, spun in a tight ball and keeping silence. Naruto couldn't complain. And yet, his last words kept playing back in his mind. You talk about freedom, yet you deny me mine. I don't intend to keep you here forever, he said. In an instant, the beast had unfurled to fix its huge red eyes on Naruto. They were bright and blinding despite the darkness of the room, or maybe because of it, standing out in the washed-out colors and light. Is that so? Of course Naruto had thought about it before, although he had never formulated it to himself properly. It was just kind of obvious, as an end goal. Naruto wanted to be free of his chains, all chains, and that included the one he was holding himself. He was as chained to the fox as the fox was to him, and he wanted nothing more than to get rid of that cage. Free me then. I can't do that. I can't unleash you upon this world. You can't kill me, the fox warned, menacing. I know, Naruto answered, although if the fox felt the need to threaten him, maybe it wasn't entirely true. I'll just have to get stronger. The beast eyed him suspiciously, looking for a trick, trying to read his mind. What for? I'll become strong enough that I can beat you. There was a second of floating silence, before the fox burst into a loud, ugly laugh, that didn't sound much different from his menacing growl. You? You want to beat me? I don't have to beat you. I just have to know how to seal you. That sobered up the fox a little. It killed the last one who did it, you know. Then I'll have to be stronger than them. That way you will know, that I can trap you down here again. That way I can let you go and know that you won't go after this place. You're crazy, kid. You'll never get there. I will. He had patched up the seal. He could work on Gaara's, with the fox's help, and he was confident he would fix that one too. He just had to learn, to know more, to train harder, and then, if he could seal the beast, then he would no longer have to worry about losing control. About the seal breaking up, about being unable to hold the disaster back. If he could seal the beasts, any beast, then there would be no use for him, For them, to be kept on a leash, to be feared. If he could best them, if he could rise above, get stronger, then there wouldn't be a need to fear them anymore. Then they could all do whatever they pleased. He and the other hosts, they could live their own life. And the beasts, they would know to fear his power, fear being sealed away again. Do you think we fear you humans? If you had feared us more, you wouldn't have ended up here. The fox growled. Naruto bared his teeth too. I don't believe you. Well, you should. The other option is to accept we'll be stuck like this until I die. It could come sooner than you think. Naruto frowned. Is that what you want? The question surprised the fox somehow. He dodged. What, isn't that what you want? Me, dead? Naruto took the time to ponder over it. Ever since he had learned of the Nine-Tails' existence inside of him, he had longed for it to be gone, for this curse to be lifted. He had wished he had never been burdened with it in the first place. But no. Why not? This one was even harder. Though he realized that it was quite simple, actually. I don't hate you. Now that rendered the beast speechless. The huge face pressed closer to the bars, to get a better look at the boy sitting straight in the murky water. With their thoughts intertwined as they were, the fox knew he wasn't lying. I killed your parents. A punch to the gut. Naruto sagged under the pressure. It made sense, of course. Naruto thought back on Gaara's words. Was it the same for him? Had it been deciding he would host the Kyuubi, even before being born? Was that even the reason his parents had given life to him? Whether it had been sealed in someone else before, or an object or a scroll, they had attempted to stick it into Naruto. What did they think would happen then? Didn't they have it coming? If they had just left it alone. Long before meeting the demon, low in his guts and deep in his mind, Naruto hated his parents. He resented them deeply, for leaving him alone, for dying without a care for what would happen to their son. There were many orphans in the village, but they were taken in by relatives or family friends, or they were cared for at the orphanage at the very least. But not him. As a child he had figured they were traitors, or enemies, and he had been mad at them for leaving him behind. Why not take him with them, if this was the life they were condemning him to? And now that he knew where the hatred he had bare in his childhood came from, it was almost worse. Why had they agreed to this? Did they want him so little, did they have so little love for him, that they didn't mind sacrificing him in such a way? Maybe they had gotten what was coming for them. Naruto got up, stretched a bit. It was so weird to feel his body, while he knew full well he was still sitting on his bed, that he wasn't in this sewer at all, this was all in his head, it wasn't happening. If they failed to stop you before, it's their problem. But from now on, it's mine. And you won't hurt anyone else, ever. The fox smirked, amused. Its teeth were as long as Naruto's arm. Such power, such strength. All trapped in there. You're funny, brat. Naruto flipped him off and surfaced back, opening his eyes to his room in Shisui's house. Somehow the first thing his gaze fell on was the team picture in its frame on the bedside table. Sakura's wide smile and Sasuke's more discreet one. Naruto protesting, but bracketed firmly between the two. He hadn't seen them in days. It was absurd to be missing them. Surely they weren't missing him and his mood swings and his aloofness. They had their own things to do, their goals, their family and friends. They were busy training, and he was busy. He looked away. He had never thought about freedom. What would he do with it? He had no wish to leave and wander. But there was something else he wanted. Naruto wanted to help, for no reason that Gaara could fathom. He didn't want anything in return. He was just acting out on his own feelings and desires. Gaara brought a hand to his forehead, tracing the rise and fall of the kanji etched into the skin. What if this, he could have? They sat on the grass, staring at each other, for a long, long time. Waiting for a decision to be made, for a conclusion to be reached, for something to happen. The forest had disappeared around them, the rest of the world faded to an abstract concept they weren't part of. Naruto had the briefest vision of an open field, an unknown forest, and others roaming around, brushing against each other and yet unable to talk, to even see. He was thrown back years in the past, memories of walking Konoha's streets, surrounded by people and yet so alone. They looked away, turned up their nose, spit on the ground. They wouldn't approach. They wouldn't touch. Even if he yelled and ran into them, even if he cried and begged. He wouldn't be heard, nor seen. He wouldn't ever be part of their world. Naruto and Gaara could see each other though. They were here together. They could even touch, if they wanted to. Gaara turned his back to Naruto and the boy opened his mouth to stop him, beg him maybe not to leave. But Gaara wasn't leaving, he stayed where he was and slowly untied the white clothes he wore around his torso, the clasps of his gourd that he set aside. Then, he removed his shirt. Naruto stood frozen, caught by the intensity of the moment, as were revealed to him the broad expanses of Gaara's pale skin, spotless and unblemished. That was, until sand, sticking to him like an armor, started to pour away, revealing the jagged line of a seal rooted at the top of his spine, below the nape of his neck, sprawling to his shoulders and down to the middle of his back. It was larger than Naruto's. Far uglier too. It resembled nothing Naruto had encountered thus far, the lines straight and the angles sharp where his own seals were all curves and flowing lines. But even then, he could tell. The missing bits, the mistakes, the gaps, he could tell. He sat down too, rose a hand. Sand blocked him immediately. No one could lay a hand on Gaara. Unless they were crazy fast like Lee, the sand would always get in the way. It didn't need Gaara's prompting or control, it blocked even if Gaara couldn't see, like right now, with Naruto's hand hovering above his back. No one could lay a hand on Gaara. No one could touch him. Naruto's throat closed painfully against a rising sob, overwhelmed. Why did they have to live like this? What had they done, to deserve such a fate? I won't hurt. You have to let me. You have to let me through. Let me in. Let me touch. Gaara was rigid and still as a statue, not even breathing. It seemed like an eternity had passed before he gave the barest nod. Naruto resumed his approach. This time, nothing stopped him. Slowly, agonizingly so, he closed the distance between the tip of his fingers and the bare skin of Gaara's back. He hesitated for a second a hairbreadth away from the contact, before finally going through. The world spun on its axis. Gaara gave a full-body shiver and sagged, tension draining like a dam had been open, as he pressed back at the same time, pushing against Naruto's hand. The relief was painful in its intensity, there was confusion too, bewilderment. Naruto didn't register his own tears, as his second hand joined the first, splayed out on Gaara's shoulder, circling the base of his neck. Gaara's breath was labored, his chest heaving. Naruto's hand followed the rhythm, up and down, fast and erratic. He scooted closer, until he was all but pressed against Gaara's back, and he slid his arms around him so that he could lock him in his embrace and not let go. Gaara's hand gripped his wrists tight, enough to be painful, enough to leave bruises. Naruto squeezed harder, resting his forehead on the nape of Gaara's neck. They clutched for dear life, crying, sobbing, shaking with the force of a lifetime of rejection and loneliness crashing down, resetting. They held on. The world moved around them, indifferent, but right there in the space that didn't exist between them, the world was starting anew. Chapter 29. So, are you gonna help or not? Naruto was trying to appear firmer that he was, and he wasn't doing such a great job, if Akira's unimpressed look was anything to go by. They stared at each other for a moment, challenging, but the tension was ruined by Akito jumping between the two of them with an excited smile. Of course we are. We are, right, Akira. The older fox sighed dramatically, glaring at his younger brother's eagerness that always ruined his act. For the sake of not antagonizing him further, Naruto refrained from mocking him. "You'll owe me, Naruto," Akira eventually agreed, and even if his resistance had been mostly for show, Naruto was relieved. "Thank you, Akira," he said, sincere, and Akira looked away with a pout and a shrug, as if to say whatever. Akito was beaming by his side. "All right, let's do this then." You can come closer," Naruto said to his back. Gaara stepped away from the tree he had been half hiding behind. He approached carefully, with slow, measured steps, as if the two foxes were going to jump him any moment now. He made straight for Naruto. They reached out instinctively, as soon as he was close enough, to hold each other's hand. Gaara was as aloof as ever, quiet and withdrawn, but the difference now was that he was living in Naruto's personal space as much as he could. Before they had met, Naruto could count on his fingers the number of times someone had laid a hand on him without intending to hurt. The only one who ever did that was Shisui, and it was earth-shattering enough already, but this was on a whole other level. He would have expected Gaara to be quite cold to the touch, to match his icy demeanor, but he actually ran as hot as sand warmed up by the desert sun. His skin was just as dry too, although Naruto could tell that he didn't put up the armor when they were together in the forest. They didn't talk much. Naruto did his things, studied seals, trained, and Gaara watched, but not from a distance. He slumped against Naruto's back or hooked their ankles together, and it was so warm, and they understood each other better like this, with feelings flowing between them. Naruto couldn't get enough of it. You have to show them. They'll help, he said, and it was a testament to the trust that had grown between them, that Gaara didn't question it in any way, as if asking help from talking foxes was just on par with everything else. He uncovered his seal again. Naruto had studied it intently, but it was too unfamiliar for him to make sense of it on his own, especially seeing how incomplete and botched it was. An opinion the foxes seemed to share, judging by the disdainful snarl that escaped Akira's mouth as he took it in. "That's terrible work," he said. Without being told, he refrained from approaching, keeping a safe distance between him and Gaara. Naruto had hesitated to introduce them, although it was absurd. Akito and Akira weren't of their world. They had no reason to disapprove like people could. But Naruto always feared being rejected, by anyone he met, human or not, and this fear extended to Gaara, who was the same as him. Somehow he had been worried his fox friends wouldn't approve. But of course, they didn't care at all. "Can we fix it?" he asked, dreading the answer. If Akira said no. No, it didn't matter. They would find a way. Naruto had promised. It won't be easy, but yeah, sure. Gaara's sigh of relief was far less pronounced than Naruto's, but it was there nonetheless. He turned around to face the foxes, face as impassible as ever. "Thank you." His uncanny politeness showed up at the weirdest of time. They had stumbled upon Hinata training near the river the day before, and he had bowed to her as if she was some kind of royalty, nearly killing her with all the blood that had left her body to rush to her face. Akira waved him off, embarrassed, leaving Gaara a bit confused. In the end, Gaara was just a person. It should have been obvious, a given, but it wasn't. The both of them, when they strolled the streets of their village, when they were seen, they weren't really someone in those people's eyes. Demon, monster, host, Jinchuriki, but a boy? A person? No. Not them. Never. Well. They didn't need them anyway. They had each other now. "He's not here," Shisui said as soon as Sasuke and Sakura crossed the threshold. Sasuke faltered but kept going. "Who says we didn't come to see you?" Shisui rose his eyes from the book he was reading at the kitchen table to level a very unimpressed look at this cousin. Okay, don't look at me like that, geez. Where is he? Who knows? Certainly not me. He didn't mean to be so harsh, but he had slept badly and the kids had been insufferable today, and he had had an argument with one of the other teachers over the fact that leaving an entire class to its own device for an hour because they had an errand to run was not, in fact, whatever. And to top it all, Naruto wasn't even there when he had come back home. It was safe to say Shisui was in a bad mood. "Told you he wouldn't be." "Let's go," Sakura said, equally done with that shitty day it seemed. Sasuke frowned. "What time does he come back usually? Can we wait for him here? Could be an hour, could be 3. But sure, stay." Shisui regretted his bitter tone. He wouldn't mind the company, and he hadn't seen his cousin in a while. Fortunately, Sasuke didn't hold it against him, and after an insistent look at Sakura, she joined them at the table, not without an exasperated eye roll. Shisui went to make them some tea. "How is training going?" he asked once they all had a steaming cup and some cookies in hand. "Feeling better already?" Both teens groaned heavily. I can't feel my hands anymore, Sakura said, showing off the thick callus on her palms. I burned my hair practicing katon yesterday, Sasuke added. Oh, that's what it is? I thought you were trying a new look or something. If I was, I would have left my eyebrow alone. You could ask Ino to fix that for you. Ino isn't taking any sharp blade to my hair. Their inane chatter was interrupted by Shisui chuckling lightly. Really, this was exactly what he needed to brighten his day a little. I'm sure you'll do great at the tournament. They exchanged an uncomfortable glance before looking away. They were still struggling with the fact that they would have to fight each other. Understandable, and adorable really, that they were so reluctant to fight their friend. For once in his life Naruto displayed great timing, by throwing the front door open right this moment and cutting through their discomfort. Hi, I'm back. He stopped dead in his track when he realized Shisui had company. For an awkward moment the kids stared at one another, before Sakura took the lead. Let's hang out, she said, demanded really, marching toward the door and fully expecting the two boys to follow. Naruto hesitated and Shisui almost intervened, unwilling to see him turn down his friends yet again, but he didn't need to. Naruto crossed his arms and shrugged, playing careless well enough. Yeah, okay. Seeing their faces, Sasuke and Sakura surely expected it to be harder. They took it in stride though, and after bidding a quick farewell to Shisui, they were out the door. He didn't even have the time to ponder what to do next that the front door opened again. Tenzo's head poked inside. We're going out for drinks with some other jounin, you're in. Doesn't anyone ever feel like knocking on that door before barging in here? Tenzo's expression didn't move a smidge, and yet Shisui could infer how little he thought of that suggestion. He huffed. I'm coming. They walked in silence, stilted and uncomfortable. Sakura was still pissed. She didn't want to come at first, claiming that if Naruto wanted to spend time with them, he could come find them himself. Sasuke had argued that if they all thought this way, they would never see each other again, and she had relented, although it was true that them taking that step was far more likely than Naruto ever doing so. What have you been doing? Sasuke asked when the silence became ridiculous. Nothing had happened, they weren't even fighting. There was really no reason for them to be this awkward. Training I guess, Naruto answered without looking at him. You've been hanging out with that boy, haven't you? Sakura asked bluntly, tone set enough that it sounded more like an affirmation. Naruto still tried to play dumb. What boy? The one from Suna. Sasuke feared Naruto would try to deny it and anger her even more, but he made the wise choice for once and admitted defeat. How do you know? She shrugged. Isn't that obvious? It kinda wasn't, yet when she had suggested it earlier, Sasuke had found it made quite a lot of sense. He remembered how Naruto had reacted to meeting the boy the first time. It made sense he would seek him out again. He tried to kill Lee, Sakura accused. Was that why she was angry? She had gone to see him at the hospital, the boy wasn't doing so good. Well, I tried to kill Kiba so. Naruto was both defensive and challenging, as if daring them to deny it. Sasuke wanted to argue that it wasn't the same, that he hadn't and he wouldn't have, not really. But what did he know? Why do we put so much more value on some lives than others? What? You wouldn't care if the one he had crippled was some random ninja from another village. Sakura opened her mouth to protest, but probably realized she couldn't, not without lying. She didn't try to explain either. It's not like she could argue they were friends. She was grateful for Lee's help in the Forest of Death, but at the end of the day they barely knew each other. It wasn't the first time Naruto made a comment in that sense. It wasn't the first time he expressed how little he understood of the kinship they were to feel for their fellow shinobi, for the village's people. It wasn't something Sasuke was comfortable thinking about, let alone formulate aloud. The fact that loyalty to the village meant so very little to his friend. Let's get some ramen, Naruto said, shamelessly dropping the subject, and they went with it, because what else could they do? Fighting was tiresome. They crossed the shopping district toward Ichiraku. It had been a while since Sasuke had walked through Konoha by Naruto's side, and he had forgotten how uncomfortable it could be. The dirty looks, the careless whispers. It raised all his hackles up, and he could only imagine how it was like for his friend. No wonder why he chose to hide in the forest, no wonder why. No wonder why he didn't care about any of these people. Do you have something to say? Both boys cast a startled look at Sakura, standing legs parted and arms crossed in front of two clients of a fruit and vegetable shop. Do you have something to say? She asked again, and the two women recoiled and shook their head, mildly afraid at being scolded by a 12-year-old. Look away then, she concluded harshly, before turning on her heels and resuming their walk, significantly faster. They scrambled after her. None of them said anything, but Naruto looked a little odd, and Sakura was reddening in delayed embarrassment, and Sasuke smiled. His friends were idiots. They rounded the bathhouse and its pond to reach the academy district. Naruto stopped though, as they crossed one of the small wooden bridges hopping over the water. They followed his gaze toward the walls of the bathhouse. There was an old man crouching in front of the wood fence, obviously trying to peer inside. Naruto and Sakura wore matching faces of disgust, and Sasuke figured he ought to handle it before they resorted to punching a stranger that was old enough to be their grandfather. This is the women's bath, he called loudly. You can't be here, sir. The man startled and spun around to face them. Sasuke had never seen him before. He had long white hair tied in a low ponytail that reached down to his waist, and there were two red lines painted on his face, from his eyes to his neck. He wore a kind of reinforced forehead protector, but instead of the insignia of a hidden village, there was the kanji for oil etched into it. Haha, don't worry about it, kids. I am a writer. I'm conducting important research here. Sakura had a hand on the handle of her sword. Sasuke sighed. You can't be here, sir, he repeated. Maybe the man was a little senile, he was very old after all. You need to leave or we will have to report you to the police. The man frowned, displeased. Come on, there's no need for that. Oh, Naruto. How are you, boy? That was the wrong thing to say. I don't know you, Naruto growled, threatening. He hated people addressing him by his name when they had never met. Just because they all knew who he was didn't mean they should have skipped on introducing themselves, and letting him introduce himself too. Ah, I supposed you wouldn't remember. You were a baby the last time I saw you. So he was from the village after all? That didn't make him any less suspicious. Naruto looked ready to jump his throat. Anyway, let's not get carried away, all right? I'm sure we can find a solution, the man said, placating. Sasuke nodded. Sure. I can't believe that brat ratted me out. My son only did his duty. Please don't make me regret not arresting you on the spot, Jiraiya-sama. Of course Tsunade had recognized his voice instantly, but it was still jarring to hear the name. She had a hard time pretending to focus on her paperwork, as she listened to Uchiha Fugaku marching Jiraiya to her office. Anumbu had warned her of his arrival just a few minutes ago, and she had been holding her breath ever since. This place used to be much less uptight, Jiraiya mumbled. Well, there's been a few changes since you were last in the village, Fugaku said. She could hear the exasperation in his voice. Fugaku's respect could only be earned by acts and deeds, certainly not by any sort of reputation. For a man so attached to his image and his clans, he surely didn't put much weight in appearance and rumors. As such, he didn't sound very impressed with the Sannin. Then again, if he had found him spying on the women's bath, as the Umbu had reported, she couldn't blame him. Changes? Like what? Jiraiya asked just as they entered the office. Don't tell me you didn't hear either, Jiraiya, she said. One look at his dumbstruck face was all the answer she needed. Seriously? Aren't you supposed to be top spy or something? I haven't had much contact with the village lately, he mumbled, still stunned. She dismissed Fugaku with a quick nod. He looked all too eager not to get involved in that situation. Lucky him. I know that. I've been trying to get a hold of you for weeks. It was crazy, how they managed to be so casual, so direct, when it was the first words they had exchanged in more than 2 decades. She had heard about it when he had left the village to set up his spy network, and she had always assumed he at least kept track of her, even if never tried to reach out. But if he didn't even know she was back in Konoha? She quickly shook off this train of thought. Next time they will arrest you, do you hear me? I will have no qualm about letting you rot in jail until you learn your lesson. Come on. You wouldn't do that. I would. And I will. I'm the fucking Hokage now. Don't test me. With all the embarrassing traits you were supposed to get rid of as you grew up, he had to keep that one. Well, she no longer had just her fists to beat it out of him, and she wasn't above using all the power she had at her disposal. I can't believe you took over the old man, he said. Funny, she answered through gritted teeth, annoyed by his incredulity. She said the same. He gasped, taken aback. You saw him. In the very heart of the village. I supposed that's the reason why you're here. His trail led up to Konoha. I thought I would check it out, but I was convinced it was a decoy. I didn't think he would actually come back here. How funny was it that Jiraiya had been chasing after their third teammates all these years, and it was Tsunade who stumbled upon him without even trying. Ah. Not very funny at all. Did he say what he wanted? He did. Do you know about Konoha's Jinchuriki? Ah, yes, Naruto. I ran into him coming here. He looks just like his father. She gaped at him. Here she thought she was going to have to fill him in on everything, and it turned out he knew more than her. You know the boy? And his parents? You don't. Admittedly, it was absurd that she hadn't taken the time to get into it at all. But the Jinchuriki wasn't a topic she could just broach with anyone, and she had been busy. No time to sleep, no time to eat, busy. He's Minato and Kushina's son. She stared at him. Absent-mindedly she catalogued all the changes. He was obviously older, deeper lines etched in his skin, but somehow he looked just like she expected him to. She focused on that, because she couldn't process what he had just told her. She just stared, waiting maybe for an explanation, or for him to admit it was a joke, racking her memory for another Minato because surely it couldn't be. Minato, she parroted dumbly. Yes, one of my students. Do you remember him? Namikaze Minato. Yes. What do you? The Yondaime Hokage. Namikaze Minato. Are you alright? He didn't deny it. Her hopes that this was a massive misunderstanding vanished. But it couldn't be. Could it? She had assumed that since the boy's mother was one of the very last Uzumaki, one that had been shipped to Konoha to become a Jinchuriki probably, that his father was an outcast as well, another Uzumaki or another foreigner. That this was the reason why no one had stepped in to take care of the boy. It was tragically easy to lose track of orphan children in the village if they had no relatives, and adding to the fact that people were wary of Jinchuriki, it made at least a little sense that his fate hadn't interested anyone. It would be just plain indifference. But this? Now that she thought about it, the resemblance was there indeed, hidden in plain sight. But she hadn't seen it because it was just too absurd. Assuming that the villagers didn't know Naruto was their beloved fourth Hokage's son, but the other shinobi? The Jounin, the ones of his generation, his advisors, his subordinates, his teammates, his friends. Where were you? She asked, voice small. She saw how he hesitated, how he went for a stupid answer, for sidestepping the issue entirely, and how he thought better of it. It was rare to catch him in any serious mood, maybe it was an answer to her own gravity. After Shishi. It was pretty bad. And then he was gone. Maybe I didn't feel like staying here, any more than you did. Of course she understood this, better than anyone. But the kid? He was your student's son. I thought about taking him with me. I could have. I'm his godfather after all. This was the moment Tsunade decided to break out the sake. He didn't blink at her desperate gulping and went on. But I figured it would be no life for him. He was better off here. She let out a depressed chuckle. Not sure you were all that spot on that one, Yaya. She drank a healthy dose again. She had decided to cut down, after the mess with Orochimaru at the bathhouse. Had she been less intoxicated and less eager to down even more drink, maybe he wouldn't have slipped out of her grasp so easily. It was hard to let go of her best coping mechanism though. And you never came back? To check on him. He recoiled at the accusation in her voice. Hiruzen kept me posted. The boy grew up well, didn't he? You think? She had come to understand that their teacher had his own standards when it came to the well-being of children, like every shinobi of his generation. He had had other issues to deal with, surely to know that the boy was eating and sleeping under some roof was enough for him. Now that she thought about it, the state of the orphanage and the care of their children was also an item on her to deal with list. And you didn't bother to see that for yourself? Not once. She had only vague memories of Minato, but wasn't he well loved? Wasn't he important to this village? Enough that someone would bother to look after his orphaned son? I can't believe no one. You all failed him. The whole damn village. There were only the damn kids to step up. I had to go after Orochimaru, Jiraiya said, defensive. I couldn't. Is that your excuse? I bet they all have one. I couldn't possibly, huh? That's not my responsibilities? Whose was it then? Is that your excuse? And what's yours? Mine. Mine is that I'm weak-willed and a coward, and I was hiding away from all my problems. At least I'm honest enough to recognize it. She itched to punch the pitying look off his face. She was shaking with rage, with frustration, and confusion, with the weight of all the stupid decisions that had led them to this situation. All of them, assholes and cowards. All of them, guilty. And Naruto. Sage, Naruto. I'm sure Naruto understands. Understand what? He didn't know about the demon fox until 2 years ago. He still doesn't know who his parents are. That gave her friend a pause. It didn't make more sense to him than it did to her then. Should we tell him? Absolutely not. He frowned, disagreeing. Why? Why? Naruto has been shunned and cast aside his whole life, and before he knew why, he thought it had to do with his parents' heritage. If he realizes that there was no goddamn reason, that it should never have gone that way. No. He can't hear it. She had a sense that on some level, Naruto hated his parents. For who they were, for their absence, even for giving birth to him. He would understand. Understand what? She didn't even get it. You can't tell him, she said firmly. What? She asked, seeing his sheepish expression. I sort of told him I was friends with his parents. But that's all. And what did he answer to that? His frown deepened, and she had the impression that he was finally understanding fully the mess they were in. He said it wasn't possible, because his parents didn't have any friends. She closed her eyes against a sudden rise of emotion. She could just picture him saying this, deep scowl on his childish face. Of course he did. If his parents had had friends, he wouldn't have grown up as he did, right? She understood why he thought this way, why he had built such an image of his parents and family in his mind. It had to be it, because if it wasn't, it meant that he had been abandoned, pure and simple, and he had elected to reject that possibility. Is that what Minato wanted? When he sacrificed himself, his son, and his wife too I guess, for this fucking village, did he have any idea what we would make of it? Naruto is stored with so much resentment, and damn it, I can't blame him. She relished in the guilt and regret on Jiraiya's face, even if that made her a terrible person. But she allowed herself to be relieved not to have been the only one to fuck up so badly. I couldn't take care of a baby, you know? I thought. He trailed off. What he had thought didn't matter now. He had been wrong. He came closer, rounded the desk so that he stood by her side. He took the bottle of sake to knock back some, but when he set it down, he made sure it was out of her reach. I'll think of something. I'll fix it, you'll see. How hard can it be? I'll let the brat answer that. Good luck approaching him, let alone befriending him. Well, haven't you? She shrugged. Sort of. Not really. He has a hard time trusting his friends already, so adults, it's pretty much a lost cause. He set both hands on his shoulders, massaging gently her tense muscles. She was so mad at him, and disappointed and mad, she wanted to yell and throw a few punches, break a table on his head for being gone so long and being such a fool. And yet she couldn't help but relax with a long exhale, to lean back against her chest and close her eyes. He rested his elbow on her shoulder then, slumped so that he could put his shin on the top of her head. "It's good to see you, Nana," he said. She recognized every part of him, his face, his voice, his casual affection, his lack of sense. She took one of his hands in her own. She knew it well too, despite new scars and callus, she was familiar with it, and it was a comfort. "You too. Who knew? Maybe they could fix this." Whatever specks of good mood they had managed to put into Naruto by visiting him had been swept away by their encounter with that pervert weirdo. He called himself the Toad Hermit, apparently, but his name was Jiraiya. Sasuke's father had seemed to recognize him. With luck, they would never cross paths with him again. They were still at the pond by the bathhouse, sitting on the edge to soak their foot in the warm water. It could have been nice and pleasant, but the silence hung heavily between Naruto and him, thick and cold as snow. Sakura had left to see Ino and Tenten for what they called girl time, braiding hair, sharpening blades, and bitching about life. Sasuke was a little envious. "How is he then?" "Who?" The boy. "The one from Suna." "It's Gaara." "Gaara then." "He's fine, I guess." "Was he doing that on purpose?" Sasuke held back a frustrated sigh. "Not but like." "What is he like?" Naruto took his time to think then. "He's like me." "Broody and uncommunicative?" Sasuke almost asked. Sakura's frustration with their friend was rubbing off on him. "How so?" Naruto looked at him out of the corner of his eyes before turning away, hesitating. "He has a demon inside. Like me." That wasn't what Sasuke expected to hear. At all. "You mean? There are others." "He has a seal, like me, and he can talk to it and use it, like me." "And?" Naruto got lost in thought for a moment, absorbed in his distorted reflection on the water. Sasuke stared, absorbed in him. "He grew up like me too." Such a simple sentence. So loaded. Sasuke couldn't ask for more details. Couldn't ask Naruto to put words on it. How, he still wanted to ask. Alone? Cast aside? Angry? With no family and no friends? But is it how you still see yourself? Naruto, do you believe you're all alone? Doesn't he have siblings? He asked instead, and realized too late how biting he sounded, how judging. Naruto scrunched up his nose. Didn't help. Is that why you spend so much time with him then? Because you think you're the same. We are the same. Their tone was rising. Sasuke couldn't stop though. So what? So what? So he knows me. And I know him. And we understand each other. Don't you get it? We know. Is that what it takes to get your attention then? What? Do you think we can't understand you at all? Is that it? Do you wish we were familiar with it? Should I? Should I have been an orphan too, for you to recognize that we have things to share? Sasuke didn't know what he was saying, but Naruto had met that boy barely a month ago, and already he seemed closer to him than anyone. Was that what Sasuke was up against? Then again, why did he see it as some sort of competition? What the hell are you talking about? I don't wish. I don't want you to. He struggled with words but didn't manage to articulate it. It didn't matter, Sasuke knew what he was saying. I don't wish you pain. It was sort of amazing how quickly they managed to derail the most mundane conversation. And it was absurd, this idea that he wanted so badly to get closer to his friend, that he would suggest such a thing, as if there was anything envious about Naruto's situation. Naruto reached up to run a hand through his hair. For a second Sasuke was afraid he would slide his mask on his face, hide away. I shouldn't have said that, he rushed to say. I'm sorry. They were in the same position, they hadn't moved, and yet it felt like the distance between them had increased. Naruto was frowning deeply, hurt and confused, and Sasuke had no idea how to fix it. It's a good thing, Naruto said. That you can't understand. And Sasuke got that. He did. But why did it have to mean that he could never truly reach the other boy? In spite of it all, He couldn't help but hear some sort of accusation in there. Did Naruto resent him for this? For not being able to relate to his pain? For having it so much easier? Of course the answer wouldn't have been for Sasuke to share his fate. But for Naruto to share his. How different a world would it be, if Naruto had had a family and a normal childhood, where they would have been friends from the start, and he would have laughed and been brighter and lighter and they wouldn't have had to go through this, all the time, to struggle so much, to be so miserable. I'm sorry, he said again, he didn't even know why. It's not your fault, Naruto answered lamely. It never seemed to be anyone's. Who could they be angry at then? Who could they blame? How were they supposed to fix it? There was something different about Gaara these days. Temari couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it was there. It wasn't the extended bout of disappearances, they never knew what he was up to, even at home, he was always held up somewhere on his own. How he occupied his time was a mystery. It wasn't entirely true. She had discovered purely by chance that he spent quite a lot of time in the glass house where they grew their herbal and medicinal plants. There was even a corner there solely dedicated to him, tucked away from the rest, where no one would bother him. She had gotten a glimpse of it one day while looking for old Cho to ask for some of her famous concoction against period pain. She hadn't dared ask about Gaara, and the old woman hadn't offered any explanation. It made sense though that out of everyone in the village, the misanthropic, recluse Cho would be the one to form some kind of kinship with Gaara, even if it didn't go further than sharing space in silence. It was already more than most were willing to give him. Anyway, Gaara grew cacti in his corner and had some in his room too. It was the only pastime she knew he had, other than the bloodier one, that regularly saw him forbidden to step outside the Kaze cage tower. The random bursts of violence were few and far between, but the threat of it was enough to put them on edge constantly, and there were only so many families the Kaze cage could compensate for injury and trauma before he would end up with a rebellion on his hands. It was better since they had started to take Gaara out on high-ranking missions. A shitty solution, but a solution nonetheless. She had never dared broach the subject with him, let him know that she knew about his incongruous green hand. She feared he would feel the urge to abandon it, there had to be a reason why he was so secretive about it. She had fleeting memories of a beloved teddy bear, torn to pieces, and she knew she had no right to ask for any of his trust. So of course, he hadn't said anything to her, to any of them. The fact remained that there was something different about him. It was in the way he carried himself maybe, in the off angle of his frown, in the strange new light in his eyes. There was something. And she needed to know what. Doesn't Gaara seem different to you? Kakuro, sitting on their bedroom floor with various pieces and tools spread around him, didn't bother to look up from the puppet he was tinkering with. She had been reading by the windowsill, but she couldn't concentrate on the book. Different how? Her brother asked, with a tone suggesting his interest in the answer was more than limited. I don't know, just different. He shrugged, uncaring, and she gave up on trying to get him into this. His way of dealing with Gaara was to not deal at all. As much as he could, he pretended like he didn't exist, even more so when the boy wasn't there. She was bored out of her mind, restless but unwilling to go train again. She didn't like the eyes she could feel on her when she trained on Konoha's open training grounds. She felt antsy, and she was worried too. She decided the best course of action was to go indulge in a bit of stalking. She had no idea if Gaara knew that she occasionally followed him around on his aimless wandering, on the occasions where he was allowed out. She couldn't approach him, not really, she had no idea how to talk to him. It was the next best thing, although it was pretty much nothing at all. It was the only way she had found to know what was going on in her brother's life, at least a little. She figured, best case scenario, it would give her some things to work with for the day she would finally cross the bridge and manage to truly engage with him. So she took off, leaving Kankuro to his tinkering, and set off to find Gaara. Konoha was very different from Suna, in every way. The weather was different, the building, the food, the people. The very colors. Even the sky wasn't the same. It was nicer, she supposed, less harsh than austere Suna, but she had trouble adjusting to so many people roaming the streets and looking at her. It wasn't just because she was a foreign nin, she was certain Konoha people were just much more nosy and less discreet about it. In Suna, people went about their business not caring about others, the streets were narrower, they didn't linger quite as much. Except in the markets, of course, but then it was the opposite. The markets were so tightly packed, so dense and noisy and colorful, it was easy to drown in there, to disappear. She felt too exposed here, the spaces were too wide, since cutting the merciless rays of the sun wasn't an architectural priority in Konoha's latitude. Everything was drier in Suna, the air, the buildings, and the people. She missed it, although she wasn't looking forward to going back. The issue wasn't the place, or the people. She loved her village. But it didn't give back very well. She caught his trail near the training grounds, going deeper into the forest. She had trained herself from an early age to tune into the distinct flavor of his chakra, that permeated his sand and trailed behind him wherever he went. It was her job to keep an eye on him, to be able to answer for his whereabouts and actions. Truth be told, she was surprised they hadn't heard of him causing any trouble. It had been 3 weeks since the Forest of Death, since his last fight. He ought to have grown antsy. Not having heard anything wasn't necessarily a good sign. So she followed the trail, wondering what she would find at the end. She associated it with the smell of sun-beaten sand, although she knew it wasn't actually her sense of smell that guided her through the forest. Sand was an integral part of life in Suna, and it was even truer of Gaara's life. She walked between the lush trees and wild bushes, struggling to keep her footing on the uneven ground. She wasn't used to the forest, to the roots spurting out of the soil and the thorns cling her naked legs and arms. At its thickest, the woods blocked the sky entirely, oppressive and menacing, like being trapped underwater. She ignored the discomfort and focused on Gaara's presence while cursing him for choosing this of all places to run and hide. Well, he liked plants, so it sort of made sense, probably. Still, she wondered what he could possibly be doing in those woods. She got her answer a few minutes later, when she heard the telltale sounds of hits and punches, fists and feet hitting limbs. She came into view of a secluded clearing where she was greeted by the weirdest vision. Gaara was here with the Konoha boy, the blonde one they had met the day they had arrived, the one Gaara seemed strangely taken with. It was weird in its own right, Gaara willingly spending time with someone, and someone willingly spending time with Gaara. But it wasn't what gave her a pause. They were sparring. Truly sparring. As in, the blonde boy was jumping around trying to land a hit in Gaara. Gaara was blocking and hitting back. With his body. Because the sand wasn't interfering. It was still here, swirling around them like a puppy wanting into the play. But it wasn't getting between the two of them. Even when the Konoha boy's hits landed, they weren't full force, she could tell, or Gaara would have been sent flying. Still. She had never seen Gaara as much as hit his head on the corner of a cupboard. The sand didn't let him get harm in any way, it didn't let anything in. Gaara couldn't be touched. Right? He was clumsy and weak in taijutsu, as expected. The other boy worked around it though, and she realized with a start that this was a proper training session, as in the blonde boy was teaching Gaara. Teaching him hand-to-hand combat. It was like stepping into a dream. That quickly turned into a nightmare when she made a noise stepping forward and they spotted her at the edge of the clearing. The sand was as quick as thoughts through the brain, maybe even quicker, it was rushing over her before she could say anything, before he could even recognize her. Or maybe he had. Maybe it didn't matter to him. She was frozen in place even though she knew she had to move, she knew the damage the sand would do, but she couldn't move and... Gaara. The sand stilled. The other boy had a hand on Gaara's shoulder. Heavy, placating. Gaara looked back, they exchanged a glance. The boy's hand moved down Gaara's arm until it reached his wrist, his palm. They intertwined their fingers. The sand receded. "What are you doing here?" Gaara asked, voice wounded tight, aggressive. He wasn't looking at her. I was worried. "We're not doing anything wrong," the blonde boy said. "About you," she wanted to scream. "I was worried about you. Not what you might be doing or the troubles you might be causing. About you." After all, he being attacked wasn't rare, and there were other Suna shinobi in Konoha, and who knew what Konoha had heard about him. At least in Suna she knew what she was up against, but here. "I was worried about you." "We're not doing anything wrong," he echoed, still refusing to meet her gaze. Please leave. She saw their hands tighten their hold. Sand was dancing around them both, light and slow but threatening nonetheless. Around them both. Around them both. Don't come back too late, was all she could say before fleeing. Who was that boy? What had he done? How could he? He had put a hand on Gaara's shoulder. He had taken his hand in his. He had managed to hit him without the sand obliterating him. He had gotten Gaara to trust him. Had she ever touched her brother, she wondered, emotions rising, eyes welling up. Had she? It seemed absurd to even need to ask, and yet. No one in her family was demonstrative or tactile, but still she knew her father had patted her shoulder or head a few times, that she had held Kankuro's hand to lead him through the busy streets and comforted him after a nightmare. Gaara dealt with his nightmare alone. It wasn't often since he didn't sleep properly. He roamed around the village alone too. Had she ever touched him? Had she? She walked around for a while, aimless, mind adrift, swarming with unanswered questions. She kept wondering if he would have hurt her, and what was so special about that blonde boy, and how it was that she had never touched him. Temari had hated her younger brother, for the first few years of his life, because he had taken her mother from her, because it was his fault she had died. And by the time she had realized she was wrong, and that everyone else hated him too but for another reason, it was too late. He had put her in the same box as the rest, and there was nothing she could do to get out of it. Or maybe she hadn't really tried. What's wrong? What happened? Kankuro asked as soon as she returned to the inn. She doubted her face showed much. Gaara's lack of facial expression also had some genetic backup, but Kankuro knew her the best. She couldn't answer though. She couldn't explain. Especially when she noticed Beiki in a corner, watchful and calculating, and Gaara propped against the wall next to the door, equally alert. She had been out longer than she thought, if he had beaten her to the inn. Nothing, she answered firmly, leaving no room for further questioning. You're right on time, Beiki said without missing a beat, leaving her to her secrets. I had something to tell you. What is it? It was flickering, barely visible, but she caught it as she usually did, even if it was rare. The smallest hint of a softer expression on Beiki's face, something that resembled pity but that she chose to see as sympathy. She wanted to believe he was on their side, sort of. After all, he was the only adult that didn't treat Gaara like a dangerously contagious disease. That counted for something. I just heard from Suna. Your father in on his way. He will arrive in Konoha in 3 days. They carefully let nothing show. Kankuro stayed focused on his screwdriver. Gaara didn't move a muscle. She stood straight and steady. It's not like they didn't know he was coming. Very well, she said, talking for the three of them, as always. She would need to account for everything that had happened since their arrival to their father. She had to prepare what she would say, what recap she would give of the first and second tasks. She was relieved they had all made it to the final stage. That was one bout of disappointment and scolding they would avoid. Beiki left and she made to follow, to ask him advice about how best to phrase her report. Gaara stepped in. She flinched when he reached out. She couldn't help it, and she hated herself for it, but desperately wanting not to didn't change to old reflexes, old fears. He didn't falter but his eyes dimmed a little more. He grabbed her sleeve, not her wrist, she noticed, their skin didn't touch. Don't tell, he whispered. Kankuro moved in her back, attention drawn by the interaction, ready to intervene. Gaara wasn't threatening though. If anything, he looked. Please. Scared. He never asked anything of her. He certainly did not plead. But here they were now, his big, watered-down eyes trained on her, his hands clutching at her sleeve, but not touching, never. She didn't need to ask what he was talking about. She realized that she hadn't even begun to contemplate telling their father what she had seen in the forest. But he couldn't know that. Gaara knew nothing about her, and her feelings. As she knew nothing of his. I won't, she promised. There was no telling if he believed her, but Kankuro got closer and Gaara let go, turned away to sit in a corner and proceeded to rigorously ignore them both. Kankuro cast her a questioning look. She waved him away with a move that meant later, or maybe forget it. Not now, in any case. She looked at both her brothers and she was overcome with the urge to hold them both, close to her, to hide them away in her embrace and tell them everything would be fine, that she would protect them. She left the room. Gaara woke up. It didn't immediately strike him as odd. His head was heavy, clouded. He couldn't feel his mouth and he had a hard time opening his eyes. All in all, it was unpleasant. He laid there on his futon for several minutes, greatly confused as to why exactly he felt so weird. He didn't get sick, he hadn't been hurt, so what? It occurred to him in a sudden flash of lucidity. He had woken up. The sun was just starting to rise, the room still dark, his siblings deep in slumber, but it had been just after midnight when he had laid down to attempt to get some rest. His mind had been quiet, uncannily so, he had trouble adjusting to it, the silence, the peace. Naruto said maybe it was better this way, that he would get time to adjust, to get used to it. They couldn't fix the seal all at once. The first attempt, when Naruto had slammed a hand on his seal after painting symbols and spells on his skin, the sand had lashed out, sent him flying. For a second, Gaara had thought he had killed him, that the other boy's body had broken against the tree he had been slammed into, and the thought had sent him into a panic that could have leveled the whole forest, had Naruto not stopped him. He had been fine, if bloody, and in pain. Gaara didn't understand why stayed, still willing to go on, what was wrong with him. He had said something then. We'll just have to be more careful. It's fine. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Those were Naruto's words. It's not your fault. The sand defended Gaara, always, if he didn't make a conscious effort to stop it. It did even if he wasn't aware, even if there was no real threat. It couldn't judge, couldn't think, it just acted. It hurt and killed those who tried to hurt its master. It's not your fault, Naruto had said. That was the reason why they sparred. So that Gaara had more say over the sand's instincts. He didn't pretend to know how it worked, he had lived with the ability all his life. Contrary to what people thought, it didn't come from the Ichibai. Proof enough was that his link to it hadn't been weakened in any way by the strengthening of the seal that muffled the Tanuki's voice more and more with each passing day. The sand was an extension of his body and mind. Naruto said that it could be trained like any other limb and technique then. Gaara had agreed, because Naruto was still willing to help, and for the very first time in his life, Gaara nurtured the wish to avoid causing harm to another person at all cost. The other attempts had gone better. Their work wasn't done. Naruto said that as long as the seal wasn't completely fixed, he was still at risk of losing control under duress or any strong emotions. But as far as everyday life went, the voice was still there, but it was muffled and far away, and he could easily ignore it if he wanted to. He could turn away. Gaara had just woken up from sleeping. He felt lightheaded and restless. He didn't think he had ever stayed still for so long. What was it, 4 hours, 5? He hadn't dreamed, or he didn't remember it, which was probably for the best. Who knew what his dreams could be made of? It didn't matter anyway. How dare you do this to me? He frowned. He didn't get how she could be angry at him, how she could be surprised that he would want to lock her away, to earn some peace, take back his mind from her. If you want to talk to me, you have to ask, he answered, and it was crazy, unbelievable, but it was the truth. He could mute her if he wanted to, he could be alone in his own head. He could sleep. He wasn't sure he liked it, but the point was that he could. Suddenly he understood this freedom Naruto was always raving about. Some things never changed, and, unfortunately, Tsunade's hatred for formal meetings with important people was one of them. She had done her fair share of it as a child. All the adults in her family held some kind of high responsibility position, going from head archivers to freaking Hokage, and they loved to show her off for some reason. It didn't help that at the time she had been very set on the idea that she wouldn't follow in any of their footsteps. Senju Tsunade would be a dumb heavy lifter or a field medic, possibly both, but certainly not more, and that was this on that. She ought to be kind of grateful now for all the lessons in proper etiquettes and diplomacy that had been drilled into her head, but it left a bitter taste in her mouth. She felt like she was betraying the girl who used to stick her tongue at her grandfather when he told her that she would change her mind someday and make a great shinobi leader. She hated that he had been right in the end. No matter her feelings though, she had to suffer through it. She didn't doubt the Kazekage and the Mizukage had made the trip more to meet with her and seize her up than to see the conclusion of the Chunin exam. Kiri didn't even have a shinobi left in the competition. She deeply disliked these dynamics of power and performative relationships they all had to partake in. She was the oldest of the three, but also the least experienced. The real trial would be to keep her cool. Shizun stepped into her office, looking stiff and far less comfortable than she usually was, intimidated by her sudden formal role. Tsunade-sama. The Godame Mizukage of Kiri, Terumime. In stepped a tall woman with long, rich auburn hair hiding parts of her face, but not so much that Tsunade couldn't see her pleasant smile as she walked further into the room. She was holding her cage hat in one hand, a large, ornamented fan in the other. Tsunade's own hat rested on her desk. She was glad they seemed to agree those things were pretty unpractical and, frankly speaking, kind of ugly. Terumime wore a fitting dress of a vibrant shade of blue. Her makeup was heavy enough to be spotted at first glance. She cared about how she presented herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mizukage. Likewise, Hokage. I hope we can get along. She wondered what the Mizukage knew of the Godame Hokage, just as Terumime had to be wondering what the Tsunade knew about her. Not much. She had recently inherited a village left in shambles by the bloody reign of her predecessor, and she had been tirelessly working to lift it up from the ground ever since. Kiri had sent less than a dozen genin to the exam this year. It was no wonder none had made it to the last stage. Although given what was being said about Kiri's genin selection, it was a miracle they even had that much to send. All in all, Tsunade was probably lucky where she stood, compared to the other women. I'm sure we will, Tsunade answered, and found that she almost meant it. She offered the other woman a drink, which she accepted eagerly. Oh, yeah, they would get along all right. The two men accompanying her stood by the door with Shizun, as the cage sat at the table set in a corner for such an occasion. Tsunade already dreaded the trial of finding something to carry the conversation, but the other woman beat her to it. She opened her fan, painted with a misty landscape of lush forest and steep mountains Tsunade supposed to be Kiri's surroundings. I have to confess, there was a matter I wanted to bring up with you, if you don't mind. She didn't hide behind the fan, but it still provided a barrier, a physical wall between her and her interlocutor. It wasn't that her politeness was faked, but there was a certain stiffness to it that indicated it didn't come naturally, and that maybe she would have rather done without. As such, Tsunade didn't take offense in the slight condescension. She couldn't headbutt with the Mizukage after less than 5 minutes of meeting her. Please do. I think one of your team killed 2 shinobi from our village a few months ago. The smile was still in place, the pleasant voice was the same. Tsunade drank her glass slowly, faux casual, as she studied the woman intently. It's possible. It would have been in Wave Country. I thought they were deserters, Tsunade remarked, deciding not to play the ignorance card on this one. She knew what mission Terumime was referring to. Kakashi's report suspiciously lacked details, but it had been his team's first outing, and not pleasant in the least. They were, regarding their actions against the Yondaime. But circumstances have changed, for us and for them. Ask what you want to ask, Mizukage, Tsunade said sternly. Did they truly die? The woman's expression had changed, if only slightly. This was closer to her genuine feelings, Tsunade was sure. And she would have bet the Mizukage wasn't asking purely for diplomacy's sake. It was almost said to have to answer. Yes. Both of them were killed in combat, there is no doubt about it. I'm sorry. She added the apology on a whim, because the woman's eyes flickered with disappointment and resignation, because Mamakai Zabuza was just a few years younger than her, and he had fled his village after trying to overthrow the 4th Mizukage. Given the timing. Had news ever reached him, that Terumime had taken his place? Animosity spiked up, crackled between them. The tension affected their guards too, posture straightening in anticipation, some hands going to rest on a weapon. Tsunade noticed absent-mindedly that Shizun had left the room. The idea of a fight breaking out there and then was such a hassle to think about, she failed to entertain the possibility properly. There was no need in the end. The woman reined herself in, the mild smile returned to her face. I see. I thank you for your honesty. Don't worry, I didn't come to seek retribution or revenge. It's not like I could obtain it anyway. The words were those of the Mizukage, but the tone, the look in her eyes, they were of a woman hurting from loss and struggling not to act on it. It endeared her greatly in Tsunade's eyes. I have hope that we can build back some trustful relationships between our villages, the Mizukage said, reverting back to a more formal demeanor. I would be happy to discuss it with you, if you can afford some time here after the exam is over. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't expected Tsunade to be so compliant. She was quick to roll with it though. I can. Thank you. Tsunade could hear every advisor and every mentor she ever had berate her for being so open and so quick to hand out information and promises, and she kindly asked them all to fuck off. She would never survive the job if she was as paranoid and distrustful as Cage tended to be. Didn't it tire them out to be so suspicious all the time? So what if she chose to believe that Terumi May did have her people's best interest at heart, and that as such, she was both worthy of help and interesting to have as an ally? Why not try to make some fucking friends instead of enemies for once? Kiri had cut all ties with other villages under its previous leader, and she wasn't going to spit on their new Mizukage's attempts at rebuilding it. After all, they were not at war anymore, and if she would do her best for it to remain so. Approaching footsteps in the corridor caught their attention and both women turned just in time to see Shizune enter back in the office. They both rose to their feet to welcome the newcomers Shizune had brought with her. Tsunade-sama, Mizukage-sama. The Yondaime Kazekage of Suna, Raza. They exchanged quick bow. The man had to be 10 years apart from each woman, older than one and younger than the other. He wore the off-white sash typical of the ones from Suna around his neck, and he also had his hat in hand. It was a stupid detail to be hung upon, but Tsunade needed to recognize them as real, actual people if she hoped to conduct any successful business with them. Raza, so nice of you to join. This party was starting to get too lively, the Mizukage said, voice far sweeter than earlier, unpleasantly so. So Terumi May didn't make the effort for everyone. Or maybe she had before, and he had lost the privilege since? The man's face twitched but he didn't dignify the comment with an answer, choosing to focus on Tsunade. Behind him, the few shinobi he had brought stared ahead, impassible. Greetings, Hokage. We thank you for your invitation and hospitality. And I thank you for coming. Both of you, she added. Better not to play favorite just yet, even if they were already in on that game, it seemed. The tournament is tomorrow. I would be glad to discuss current affairs with you until then. I don't think we have anything to say to each other, the Kazekage said curtly. Tsunade bit back a rude retort. The Mizukage didn't. Don't you know, Hokage? Suna is so powerful and self-sustaining, they don't need to partake in petty things like building alliances and favoring trades. Ah, so that was the issue between the two. Suna was prideful, even in their time of need, and wary of every other nation. It made sense, given their isolated position and lack of long-standing ties they could rely on, but it also made their life harder, from Tsunade's point of view. Then again, how many wars had been fought between them? How many deaths, as a result? The offer still stands, Tsunade said, placating, as the two other Kage exchanged distrustful looks. This was exactly what she hated about this kind of thing. It was exactly as frustrating and headache-inducing as teenage squabbles, but in addition they weren't even allowed to insult or punch each other. I have business to sort out with my people. I will leave you to it. They bowed again and he departed without further words. Wasn't it a team of his own children that had made it to the final tournament? But rumor also had it that the Yondaime Kazekage had sealed his village's jinhiriki in his own child, so it was maybe giving him too much credit to think he wanted to spend time with his family. Well, it wasn't as if Tsunade had expected anything else. Frankly, it was miracle enough that the Kazekage had even made the trip, had agreed to step into Konoha. Limiting Konoha's missions in the Land of Wind and relaxing the border control had paid off. Besides, Orochimaru had implied that not so long ago, he had thought possible to involve Suna into attacking Konoha. In that light, the improvement was tremendous, even if they had exchanged less than 100 words. Damn, she hated politics. I'm not in a mood for foreign affairs just now, the Mizukage said, but I'll take you up on the offer later on, if it's alright with you. It is. Since she seemed eager to leave, Tsunade felt no qualm about sounding eager to get rid of her. Terumime smiled her complacent smile and walked out with her escort. Tsunade gave quick orders for a Chunin to be detached to each delegation, to show them around the village and lead them to the dignitaries' quarters. When this was sorted out, she was left eyeing the bottle of sake on the table with no small amount of envy, but Shizun cut in. What do you want to do now, Tsunade? If Tsunade had no qualms about disappointing herself, she hated letting the other woman down. It was the reason why she had tasked Shizun with the monitoring of her alcohol intake, with instructions to guilt-trip her mentor as much as she wanted if it yielded results. There had to be something else she could do to take her mind off things. She hadn't always been such a drunk. What did she used to do to distract herself, before turning to alcohol? Oh, right. Maybe it was a sign then. Maybe it was time, if she was to abandon this particular hobby, to go back to another, more productive one. I think I'm going to visit the hospital. It had the added benefit of bringing awe and pride to Shizun's face. It was rewarding enough. Isn't there something you want? Naruto cast Gaara a puzzled look. What, in general? As repayment. From me. To you. Oh. He thought about it for a while. His eyes fell on Gaara's tattoo. Well. There is one thing. Chapter 30. Sasuke and Sakura stood straight and rigid in front of their teacher. They were trying to assume a serious, solemn expression, which was quite funny on their juvenile face. Sakura was scolding more than anything. Sasuke looked kind of sad. Naruto was sulking a few feet away because Shisui had dragged him kicking and screaming before he had been able to elope early in the morning as he usually did. Kakashi was pleased to note though that once he had been greeted with equal part enthusiasm and disbelief by his friends, he had made no attempt to slip out. Kakashi was suddenly filled with an inordinate amount of affection for the three of them. Sasuke and Sakura had worked hard in the past few weeks, in preparation for the Chunin exam. Since both had their own specific training to attend to, Sakura in Kenjutsu, and Sasuke in the fighting style of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi had been able to split his time between the two to complete their training on more basic shinobi skills. They had often worked together, along with the other Chunin candidates and their instructors. Even those who had failed the second task had joined on occasions, Ino, Hinata, Koji too, all hard-working enough, except maybe for Shikamaru, to assume as endless annoyance. But Sakura had approached him regarding his peculiar chakra blade technique, so at least the man had had something to occupy himself with. All in all, a productive month. Naruto hadn't shown up once. Kakashi knew his friends wondered about it, and Sakura had made it clear that she resented him for not forcing him to attend, for not going after him and dragging him here with them. Something the boy's friends had failed to do, and that she had hoped authority could solve, maybe. The thing was, he had tried. Or at least, he had planned to. When Naruto had refused at first, Kakashi had thought he would change his mind, if only to spend time with his friends, but it had never happened. He had it from Shisui that Naruto was gone all day doing one thing or another, and he had elected to tail him once, hoping to catch him in the act of training on his own, and have a chance to offer him some help. He was probably still training in Fuinjutsu in secret, and there was admittedly little help Kakashi could provide on that regard, but still, there had to be something. So he had followed his trail into the forest with Pakun, hoping to make it look like he had stumbled upon the boy purely by chance. And he had found him. But Naruto wasn't alone. They hadn't noticed him because he was a high-class jounin and former Umbu, and also because they were asleep. Naruto, and one of the genin from Suna, Gaara, wasn't it? Curled up against one another on the soft grass. Between them, for some unfathomable reasons, laid two balls of fur that Kakashi later identified as foxes, also asleep. The whole scene had an eerie, surreal look to it, from Naruto's peaceful face, lacking, in his sleep, its usual frown, to the way the boys had arranged their body around one another like a yin and a yang, to the freaking foxes. What was Kakashi supposed to do about that? Turn tail and pretend it had never happened, was what he did. He hadn't tried to go after the boy again after that. It felt wrong to try and confront him on the matter. If he had somehow managed to make a friend out of that strange boy, Kakashi had no business and no reason calling him out on him. Shisui had berated him for spying on Naruto, something he himself refrained from doing despite his mother hen urges, but he had been pleased to learn that at least Naruto wasn't wasting hours away on his own. When it came to the boy, they had to make do with small victories. But even if they had resigned to let him do as he pleased for now, even if there was no need for him to have followed the intensive training, seeing that he wasn't up for the final tournament, Kakashi still wished he had been here with his two friends, and he could guess they did too. Genin teams were a special thing. It only lasted a short while but left lifelong traces on Shinobi's mind and memories. Not always good ones though. Kakashi couldn't help but feel like he had failed his team, when his only win was that Naruto was there on the very last day, to see their training reach completion. "I'm proud of you kids," he said with a smile and without showing an ounce of what he was feeling, because Sasuke and Sakura were here still and he needed to be their teacher right now. "You've come a long way, and you're ready. I trust you'll do good tomorrow." "Thank you, Sensei," they said in the same breath. It was nice to engage in a bit of formality from time to time. It was not ideal, them fighting each other. Sasuke was weighed down by his family's expectations to excel at the show of strength that was the tournament, but he didn't want to hurt Sakura, physically, but above that, emotionally. He feared humiliating her with a swift victory, while also feeling guilty of this assessment of her skills. Sakura on her hand, out of fear and doubt, was as likely to close off as to lash out during the face-off. Kakashi feared how this could damage their relationship, but there was nothing they could do about it. It occurred to him then that in all likelihood, one of them at least would become a Chunin, and this team would disappear. "All right, come on, I'll treat you to lunch. What do you want to eat?" "Soba. Okonomiyaki." They glared at each other. There was a lull as they waited for a third suggestion, always the same. But it didn't come. They looked at Naruto, expectant. He was lost in thought. When he caught up, he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. A complicated set of emotions flickered rapidly on the three kids' faces, and Kakashi felt a sense of loss at the failed connection, at how they always seemed to reach out but never in the same direction, hand grazing but never touching. "It's quite hot today. Let's go for cold soba," he settled, dispelling the tension. They agreed. They managed to have a good time, despite it all. Once they were coaxed out of their own head, they fell back into easy friendship and the casual intimacy that was so effortless to children and so difficult to adults. The edges were still there, and they nicked themselves on them sometimes, with a poorly chosen word, an ill-received comment, but they kept at it anyway, mindless of the cuts. On the one hand it was a good thing, that they could look past their grievances and enjoy themselves. On the other hand, if it went on this way, one day the cuts would be too large to be ignored. They had just walked out of the restaurant when they were accosted by three strangers, in a way that didn't feel coincidental in the least. "Hi." She didn't introduce herself, he only recognized her and the two jounin with her because they all had received a debrief on the visiting cage and their entourage. Her smile was sweet and wide and entirely fake, she wasn't even making an effort. "Can we help you with something, Mizukage-sama?" Kakashi asked politely, to remind everyone involved what was at stakes here. The kids' stance shuffled just so, Sakura and Sasuke straightened, more serious. Naruto just glared harder. "Hey, take Kakashi. I was looking for you." "Ah. So that was what this was about." He was quite used to that tone of voice, to that way of saying his name. Plenty of people had sought revenge out of him before. He didn't refuse a fight, usually. Felt like he owed it to those people, if it could ease their pain, bring them any sort of closure. But the Godame would kill him if he got into a brawl with the Mizukage of Kiri. Her two bodyguards looked anxiously at their leader. "Mizukage-sama," one of them called under his breath, worry mixing with a stern warning. He was older than her, one eye neutralized by an eye patch. Kakashi was reasonably certain he had seen his face in one bingo book or another, but he couldn't place his name. The air remained strained a few more seconds, before the woman sighed and let it go, murderous intent simmering out into something harder to spot, if still present. "To think, just a few months ago I would have been free to challenge you and fight you to the death, she said wistfully, true longing heavy in her voice. But alas, that wouldn't be appropriate now, would it? Mizukage-sama, the older man said again. I know, she dismissed. Let's go. Of course she had to catch sight of it then. She zeroed on Naruto's head. On the mask nestled in his head, that never left if now. He felt the shift, recoiled slightly. That's not yours, she said conversationally, as if she didn't look ready to rip it out any second. It is. I earned it. From its previous owner. And what happened to them, I wonder? Dead. It never ceased to amaze Kakashi how Naruto managed to convert so seamlessly his anguish and pain into aggression and rage. He knew for a fact that the event of Wave Country still weighed heavily on the boy's mind and heart, and yet he managed to throw it around so casually, as if it didn't affect him in the least. Kakashi was forced to consider how he would stop the Mizukage of Kiri from throwing hands with a 12-year-old that would be more than happy to oblige. Did you know them? Haku, and that one, Zabuza? Naruto asked, uncaring of any property or tact. We did. Were you friends? She twitched at the question, so naive and blunt, because they had been missing Nin and she was the Mizukage, surely it had to be more complicated than that. But she just shrugged. Not very good ones, it seems. Lightning fast, she suddenly extended a hand, attempting to snatch the mask right from Naruto's head. Instinct had him crouch down and snarl like a wild beast. He bared pointy teeth at the laughing woman. Ha ha, all right. Keep it then, she said, mocking. The older man behind her shook his head. The younger one, a hand racking trough blue hair and the other fiddling with his glasses, looked like he wished for nothing more than to be far away from this. The Mizukage flicked the mask on the forehead, where Kiri's symbol had been morphed into the monster kanji by Naruto's stubborn blade. It suits you, doesn't it? They left it at that. Kakashi's team watched the Kiri-nin walk away in silence, a bit stunned by the whole encounter. What were the chances really, that they would run into them? Most likely it was no chance at all. Kakashi's name and face were well known. I didn't think they had. Sakura trailed off when she realized she had started to voice that thought aloud. She coughed, embarrassed, but she finished anyway. Friends. It's easier not to, Kakashi answered. He didn't elaborate. It wasn't a lesson he was eager to teach them, all their enemies were the same. They would all have friends and families, they would all just be people, just like them. They had to know, so that they realized killing wasn't something to take lightly. And at the same time how easier it would be not to know at all, how lighter the burden on their shoulders, the nightmares plaguing their nights. She wanted revenge, Sasuke said, pensive. Kakashi hummed. Why not take it? Naruto this time, of course. She has her village to look after, Kakashi answered. He could see on the boy's face that he didn't understand. Naruto split after that, claiming he had things to do. His friends sulked but didn't try to stop him, whispering between them. Or, well, whispering. Kakashi had no idea how they could believe their poor understanding of what discretion was, and the mere 3 feet between them meant he couldn't hear them. Kids. He'll come tomorrow, Sakura whispered scream into Sasuke's ear, right? Of course he will, Sasuke mumbled in answer. Yeah. Of course. Neither sounded convinced. He will, Sakura repeated more firmly, hints of anger in his voice. His new friend will fight too after all. Kakashi had to join in at that. What friend? He asked, feigning innocence. The kids' faces soured. Jealous? It was kind of cute. One of the genin from Suna. He's going to see him right now, I'm sure. They spend all their time together, though I can't imagine why, the girl said, bitter. It's because they're alike. Sasuke couldn't help but defend Naruto, even when he was crossed with him. It was both endearing and a little worrying. At least Sakura knew to express her frustration at the boy. Alike? In what way? Kakashi asked casually. Sasuke debated with himself, no doubt pondering whether getting it out was a good idea or not. Things had improved between them, and they had come to trust him, but they often reverted into their standard teenage stance of, adults shouldn't be trusted, especially when it came to Naruto. But Sasuke was desperate enough for insights that he finally spilled. The boy. He has. Like Naruto. He has a demon. Kakashi's thoughts stuttered to a halt. What? After all these years though, keeping his emotional reactions in check was second nature, and the kids didn't notice a thing, even though he was having a minor freak out. Naruto told me. Right, no big deal, Kakashi thought. It only meant that Suna had sent their freaking Jinchuriki to Konoha without bothering to warn anyone about it. No big deal. Apart from the small matter that this could be seen as a declaration of war, or be a motive for one. What was the Kazekage thinking? He had just arrived in Konoha, according to the Chunin on gate duty, but Kakashi was certain that if it were known that he had his Jinchuriki here with him, the whole shinobi force would have been notified of it. What the hell? And to top it all, Naruto had to go and make friends with him, of course. If he knew about it, as Sasuke had said, it was probably the very reason why they had approached each other in the first place. Kakashi had not thought much of the display during the preliminary tournament. Naruto was in high spirit and high on mindless violence, which wasn't new. He didn't think. Sometimes how unobservant he could be was beyond him. Are they in trouble? Sasuke asked warily, catching on his teacher's hesitation. He looked like he regretted saying anything at all. Kakashi waved his concern away with a smile. No, not at all. Off you go you two, try to get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow. Though suspicious, they complied and scurried away, and Kakashi wanted nothing more than to follow his own advice and go crash on his couch for a 5-hour nap, or Guy's couch maybe, or Asuma's. Asuma was more likely to match his sullen mood. But he couldn't do that. Instead he took the way of the Hokage Tower. We're almost done, Akira declared, after a careful inspection of Gaara's exposed back. Really? Naruto peeped hopefully, peering at his handiwork. The seal sure looked a lot less messy now. I think one more time, to bind your work together, and it will be stable enough. Both boys let out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, Naruto said as he collapsed in the grass. Complex sealing was exhausting, not so much for all the chakra it took, even if it was a lot, but for the focus and patience it required. Naruto had never been very good at sitting still and concentrating on one task, so drawing hundreds of tiny seals and infusing them with steady chakra for hours on hand didn't rank high on his list of favorite activities. And on top of that, the tournament is tomorrow, he said to the open sky above him. Gaara hummed in assent by his side. Naruto didn't want to say it, but inevitably, after that, you'll leave. The other boy hummed again, before silence claimed them once more. In a sense it was good that the dread filling him at the idea was so huge, so impossible to seize and apprehend. As such he couldn't act or react to it, he simply couldn't manage to fathom it. So he was calm enough, for now. But Gaara would leave soon, return to his own country, and who knew? Who knew when they would meet again? His mind was running wild with all sorts of crazy ideas, of taking Gaara's hand and making a run for it, dashing through the forest, never to return. Of hiding him in his room at Shisui's place, and it was the first time in months he regretted not leaving alone, for it would have made it easier. Of hiding in Gaara's gourd and follow him to Suna. He said as much to the boy. I wonder if I could fit in there. He tapped the sand gourd. Gaara narrowed his eyes quizzically. I don't think. Naruto snorted. It's a joke, Gaara, a joke. Ah. He had yet to make Gaara laugh. But he would manage, he would. He wanted them to elope, to leave, but how could they? Where would they go, what would they do? Had they been ordinary orphans abandoned by the word, they could have just done that, but their village would never let them go, would they? And if they each stayed stuck behind their walls, chained to their village's will, then... No. No. They would meet again. They had to. They couldn't leave because they weren't strong enough, because they couldn't go against the rest of the world. Yet. I think it's not mine, Gaara declared as Naruto was drifting off to sleep. Had he missed a part of the conversation? What? Gaara was looking at his hands, a thoughtful look on his face. He didn't elaborate, and there was no making him say anything he didn't want to. Naruto shrugged it off. I want to sleep. Gaara never said no to that. The sound of excited shrieks greeted Tsunade even before she was pushing the gate of the Hokage's residence. The former one, not the tall house next to the Hokage tower where she supposedly lived but barely set foot in. She slept on the couch in her office. Shizune said the house was lovely though. She entered a well-tended garden, full of bright-colored, odorant flowers and plants. There was a small boy with mud-stained clothes and scraped knees running around kunao in hand, playing ninja no doubt. He almost crashed into her in his chase for imaginary enemies. Hey! What are you doing here? Kano Amaru. Be more respectful to the Hokage. She stopped trying to outdo the kid in the grimace competition to look at her old teacher walking toward her leisurely, tranquil smile on his face. The boy wrinkled his nose. It disturbed the half-peeled band-aid stuck across the bridge. She's not the Hokage. You are. Kano Amaru. The warning was plain as day despite the man's warm tone, and the boy pouted but obeyed. He gave a hasty bow and a quick, "Good morning, Hokage-sama," before dashing back into the bushes. "Hello, sensei." "Hello Tsunade. How are you?" "Well enough. And you?" "Older by the day." She chuckled awkwardly. It was true he had aged, in just a short few months, as if his body had been waiting for him to finally be at rest to catch up on the years, to allow the weaknesses of age to take their rightful toll. He wasn't unhealthy. Just old. Please excuse Kano Amaru. I fear he has been too spoiled, he is terribly bad-mannered. It's fine. She had seen him before, running around the village with his friends from the academy, and she had heard of him too. The teachers complained about the boy, who was rowdy and rude and never listened to anyone. He reminded her of herself at that age, and she could even guess they had the same reasons for acting out like this. After all, she was a Hokage's grandchild too. It's the last phase of the Chunin exam this afternoon, she said conversationally. The tournament. Raza of Suna came to watch, the new Mizukage too. I heard. It's going to be quite the entertainment, I'm sure. She thought about asking if he was coming, but she found that she didn't want him to, and she didn't want to sound like she did, to give him any idea. You'll have to tell me about it, he said, as if reading her mind. There were people keeping informed. She didn't know who, proper informants or just old friends and students dropping by to gossip. Either way, even if he seldom left this place, he knew all that happened in the village still. Or maybe not all. Orochimaru is in Konoha. She hadn't come to exchange pleasantries after all. It was a stale satisfaction to see him lose a bit of his carefree attitude, to see worry settle in its place. She didn't want to feel guilty about sharing that burden with him, even if it didn't really concern him in the end. She followed him to a stone bench half buried between the bushes. He reached back to ruffle between the leaves and draw out an eavesdropping Kano Amaru. Go help your mother in the kitchen, Hiruzen ordered calmly. The boy stuck his tongue at them, but he complied without more fuss, and the old man turned back to her. You saw him? Yes. I still don't know all that he came for. But there's one thing at least. What is it? Naruto. Curiously, the expression on the old man's face told her it wasn't the answer he had been expecting. What did he think she would say? She dismissed it. And what would he want from him? Who knows? Just to deprive the village of him, or to study him. No matter the reason. He won't have him. I just wanted to let you know. How is Naruto anyway? She was surprised by the fondness in his tone, the genuine concern. She didn't think he cared. He's fine. A blatant lie, but what was she supposed to answer to that? He didn't press. Was that all you wanted to say to me then? It wasn't. It never was. There were a million things she wanted to tell him, to ask him, stories she needed to hear from his mouth, grievances she needed to get off her chest, advice she was desperate to be granted. She wondered what he knew of Danzo's death, of the 2 young jounin they had buried, of the poison of roots still seeping into every crack. Of all the reproaches people had for him. She wanted so badly to just ask. But every time was the same, she ended up tongue-tied, unable to speak her mind, to step up into the Hokage's coat that she wore with less and less effort outside these walls. In front of him she was a teenager again, unruly and unwise, and he was her teacher, the one she looked up to, who had all the answers and could do no wrong, and to whom she absolutely could not confide in. And so, every time, it ended the same. No. That's all. He had to know it wasn't true, but he didn't ask, either because he didn't want to push her, or because he too was unwilling to dive into unpleasant topics. They stayed like this for a while, sitting in silence among the flowers and the buzzing bees. She appreciated the calm, but she couldn't fully enjoy it, not with the list of all remaining duties heavy on her mind, not with the weight of all that was unspoken between them, a dense mass in their silence, that set them apart even if they sat right next to each other. It had been the same with her parents, with her grandparents too. Maybe children and their elders were bound to resent each other, and to never be able to put it into words or acknowledge it at all. Well, I won't linger. I have a lot to do. Next time, she promised herself. Next time, they would talk properly. They would lay it bare. She got up and walked to the gate. He usually watched her go without a word, but this time, he followed and he stopped her as she reached for the knob. Tsunade. Something in his voice made her turn to face him fully. He had a softness in his eyes, sadness too, regrets. I'm sorry. She frowned, puzzled, but he didn't let her question it. You will make a great cage. She blinked at him, caught off guard. He had said it before, with different words, but there was a strange kind of finality in his tone, almost fatalistic. Almost like an order. I'll do my best, she answered lamely. When she closed the gate on his old, pained face, she couldn't help but feel like she had missed something obvious. Sasuke was shocked to realize he had almost forgotten how it was like. To be fair, he had other worries on his mind, other issues to deal with. He didn't spend much time at home these days, what with training and seeing his friends and training some more, and his family was busy too, doing whatever it was they did. There was an ongoing investigation taking up all of his father's time, and Itachi was helping at the archives again, putting to use his love for organizing things. His mother was preparing her genin team for their graduation. It was hard to say if his father had said so little for the first tasks of the exam because he was occupied elsewhere, or because he didn't see the need, didn't even consider Sasuke failing so early in the process. But now that they were nearing the final stage, it was as if he had just remembered that he did have strong expectations for his son's performances. And Sasuke had forgotten how it was like. And as such, he was ill-prepared for it. I hope I'll be able to come for your first fight, his father was saying, bowl in hand yet soup still untouched, but I may only be there for the second round. And all Sasuke could do was grip his chopsticks harder. He didn't know which feeling to give into, which retort to voice. He tried to see it as a mark of confidence, to be proud of the fact that his father was so certain he would win his first fight. But all he could hear was that he had no choice in the matter. That he'd better win indeed, that there was no other option. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered so much if his opponent was someone else. But Sasuke knew what opinion of Sakura his father had. He would have phrased it differently if his first fight were against Neji or Shikamaru. Not even that, he would have made sure to be there for that. Once you've made Chunin, you can join the regular training sessions with the rest of the clan, although you'll be sent on missions often enough at the beginning. Because of course, him not making rank wasn't an option either. Because every self-respecting Uchiha got promoted on their first try, and all of them before they were 15, and Sasuke was 12 already and Itachi had been only 10, so there was really no other option. With their father, there never was. And what if I don't? Both his mother and Itachi covered their face with their bowl. What if I don't make Chunin? Sasuke asked again, just to be clear, eyes firmly trained on his father's confused face. You will, he said, as if it was already settled, as if it was obvious. What if I didn't? He wanted to know. He wanted his father to say it. To think about it at the very least. To be honest and tell him, what would he do, if his son failed the exam like a loser? What then? What would you do? He knew he had to stop pressing, had to calm down because he was working himself up over nothing, but why did his father have to say it like that? There were people failing all the time. Most of them did, actually. And Sasuke was good and he was strong, but he was not special. He was not above it all. You will, his father repeated stubbornly, and this time there was the hint of a threat in his voice. As if he could scare Sasuke into winning his fights. At that very moment, Sasuke wanted nothing more than to fail the exam miserably. At that very moment, his own ambitions, his own drive and self-esteem and competitiveness were less important than to embarrass and shame and anger his father. It quickly passed, he could never lose on purpose, and Sakura would murder him if he tried anyway, but the realization lingered, bitter in his mouth. That he wished so badly to disturb his father's plans. To disappoint him. He was about to retort when Itachi caught his gaze and shook his head, just barely. "Let it go," he urged. "Let it go." He was right, of course, there was no use arguing with their father on that, but Itachi was far better than Sasuke at reining in his frustrations. Itachi was better than Sasuke at everything anyway. "Yes, father," he finally said, and went back to his bowl, eyes trained down and determined to leave them there. He heard a sharp intake of breath, braced himself for a comment on his insolent tone and rude attitude, but he supposed his mother did some mediation of her own, because his father stayed silent. They resumed eating without another word. Sasuke had offered to fetch her at her house so that they could go to the arena together. Sakura had declined, and she had a feeling he was expecting it. She had barely slept, turning and tossing restlessly in her bed all night, the promise of sweet oblivion only getting further and further away the more she wished for it. She didn't feel especially tired though, one sleepless night wasn't hard to deal with, although she would surely feel like death when the day was over. She couldn't project herself that far, no matter how hard she tried. It was inevitable that the day would end indeed, that the hours would pass and that she would find herself back exactly where she was come evening, at the doorstep of her parents' house, sliding the key in the lock. But oh, all the things that would have happened in between. How would she be then? Triumphant or humiliated? Hurt, proud, disgusted? Impossible to tell. She made her way to the arena avoiding the main streets and keeping her head down, even though people wouldn't recognize her as the first contestant of the day's tournament until she would step into the pit. Sasuke, they knew. Her? Not a chance. Absorbed as she was into her feet, she startled when another pair entered her field of vision. When she raised her head, the other person was close enough that they almost bumped their forehead against one another. "You should look where you're going," the girl scolded, a severe scowl on her face, the same she had had in the forest, although it was then twisted in pain and covered in sweat. "You. I came to wish you good luck," the girl said. Karen, her name was. She pushed up her glasses and waited for an answer. "How is your leg?" Sakura asked instead, because she didn't know what was happening exactly. "It's fine," the girl scoffed, caught off guard. "Worry about yourself." Sakura couldn't bring herself to take offense at the disdainful tone. She was used to this kind of cold exterior. The girl had sought her out, it was too late to pretend she didn't care. Why couldn't people just be honest? "Thank you." Caught off guard again. The girl blushed lightly, and it did a funny thing with her bright red hair. It was pretty. "I have to go or I'll be late." "I'll be watching you." Sakura pondered that such red hair would be easy to spot in the crowd, and the thought was comforting in a way. That was one person that would be cheering only for her at least, except for her parents, whom she had failed to convince not to come, of course. As if they were going to miss it. Couldn't they have chosen another time to stop being disapproving of her career choices? The Chunin exam is a big deal, Sakura. No matter what happens, we're proud of you. They didn't think for one second that she would win her first match. The fighters were shuffled into a viewing platform away from the main rows. Sasuke didn't look at her, sulking in a corner as he gazed at the arena down below. He didn't want to be here either. The Uchiha were an unmistakable dark splotch in the sea of spectators, all gathered, all wearing their clan's dark outfits. At least for her it was only her parents, her aunt, a few cousins, if they had even bothered to come. But Sasuke didn't worry about disappointing them all. Or did he? Was it bad of her that she wished he did? That she hoped he was worried, just a little, about the outcome of their fight? She didn't pay attention to the others, she didn't even know if she would stay to watch their fights. She wanted it to be over. She wanted to know the outcome without actually having to go through the whole ordeal. Uchiha Sasuke, Hara no Sakura, one of the Chunin in charge said in their back. Come down. It's time. They marched down the stairs in tense silence, thick and heavy although it wasn't silent at all, what with the rumors of the crowd above them. There were a lot of people. Sasuke stopped her just before they stepped through the door and into the sun, into view, with a hand on her arm, a bit more forceful than necessary. He opened his mouth several times, but he had trouble saying what he wanted to say. In the end he settled for, "We're friends." It could have been a declaration or a question, it was unclear. He looked frustrated with himself, as usual when he had failed to get his point across, which was all the time, because he had no way with words nor with feelings. Either he said too much too bluntly, either he didn't say enough and it was incomprehensible. She empathized with his struggles, really, she did, although it was kind of hilarious too. It wasn't the same as Naruto. Naruto didn't want to talk. Sasuke did, but he didn't know how to. Hopeless, both of them. But she was too, at that moment, so she could only grab his wrist and squeeze lightly, and parrot, "We're friends," and trust it meant something. They found themselves facing each other in the arena. Shiranui Genma raised a hand. Begin. The crowd cheered. Stand guard. Kill anyone steering trouble, but don't attract attention. If the alert sounds, raise the kekai. Yes, master. Sasuke's eyes flashed red as soon as the fight began, and Sakura instinctively looked down, in order not to cross his gaze. Her eyes fell on his lips, and a fleeting memory crossed her mind, of how love-struck she had been as a kid, how she had daydreamed about him being her first kiss. It seemed impossible to even entertain the possibility now, that would be so weird. She could only imagine the confused and disgusted face he would make, and it made her relax somehow. Sure, it was Uchiha Sasuke, best student of their year, good even among his clan, trained by their very best. But also, it was only Sasuke. She drew her sword. It was a bit shorter than what he was used to seeing her with. Or so he would think. The weight was setting her on edge and she knew from experience that he was unlikely to attack first. His style was surprisingly still, the consequence of his clan relying so heavily on genjutsu, probably. It meant that his stamina wasn't off the chart, but it was still better than hers. She wouldn't win this on the long haul. She charged. He blocked the blade, kunao in hand, tried to knee her in the side, but she spun around to avoid it and struck again, aiming for his neck. He ducked, she stepped back, chased by a kick. A favorite of his, hands flat on the ground to kick up at his opponent's abdomen. She had suffered it more than once. A kunao could change hand, he only needed one to hold it, so he had a limb on her who had to keep her two hands on the handle of her sword. That didn't mean she couldn't hit him though, and when he got too close next, slipping through her guard, too close for the blade to be turned back against him, she slammed the handle into his temple. He avoided the fall with a flip, but there was blood trailing down the side of his face, and it was absurd and a little mean how pleased she was with this. Of course, she hadn't hit hard enough to knock him out or even throw his balance. There was a reason why she favored Kenjutsu, and that reason was she packed a weak punch. It was frustrating. Especially seeing that when he managed to land a hit on her next, catching her jaw with a fist, her vision went dark for a second and she almost bit the dust. What she bit instead was the inside of her cheek and she spat blood with an angry snarl. She hated the taste. At least he didn't show any hint of concern or regret, as he watched her closely for the next move. She wouldn't be able to handle it if he tried to be nice to her right now. Again, she thought back on what she would have given, back at the academy, for him to show kindness to her. The kid she had been would be appalled if she saw her now. The brief lull had her uncomfortably aware of the noises around them, of all the eyes watching their every move. Assessing, judging. What did they think of her, she wondered. How did they think this would end? Sasuke broke her out of her building panic by moving on to the next move. His hands flew into familiar mudras, and she had never told him, but she truly hated his clan's signature jutsu. She was forced to retreat and ran around on the walls as he rained hellfire onto the arena, scorching a few trees on the way and no doubt making the whole audience sweat buckets. He had really improved the range and scale of his katon in the years they had known each other. But at least the destructive jutsu meant little visibility for him, and she could do with a few burns and a few holes in her clothes if it meant she would get closer. He would run out of breath eventually. She was on him as soon as he did. They exchanged a few more blows, until finally, she swung her sword at his chest, but he stepped back in time, avoiding the blade by a few inches. Or so it seemed, until his shirt ripped and blood gushed out of the cut, not too deep but not just a graze either. He looked down in confusion, then back at her, back down again, at her sword, before understanding dawned on him. His face twisted in a mixture of disbelief and delight. "Sakura," he scolded. She stuck her tongue at him. It had been Ino's idea, because Sakura was complaining that her sword still wasn't long enough. "You can just make it so," she had said. She had talked about her sensei's technique. If Sakura had one thing going for her, it was her chakra control, and it was the basic requirement of the chakra blade technique. She could only give a few more inches to her blade, but it was enough. Sasuke shook his head and laid his palm on his chest. It glowed green briefly, the bleeding stopped. Damn, he could do that too. No time for anything too refined though, so the wound was still there. She still had that. They fell back into it. He was wary of the tip of her sword, but knowing it could reach further than he could see and actually working around it were two different things, especially seeing that she didn't keep it up at all time, and she managed to slice open some more skin, draw some more blood. She was glad the Sharingan couldn't discern chakra like the Byakugan could. Since she couldn't win over him neither in strength nor in speed nor in genjutsu, she would have to make do with brains. And the pointy end of her sword. She had to be damn fast to stop him from doing his katon, the speed with which his jutsu was unreal. It consumed a lot of chakra though, so he wouldn't abuse it. She was anxious to finish fast because she was running out of breath and her muscles were aching. Her whole face throbbed with the hits she had taken, her side too, and she had pulled something in her right leg, if the pain was anything to go by. She kept a laser-sharp focus on his movements, where he would go next, what he would do. Sasuke's main weakness was his predictability. He wasn't very good at improvising, and he often fell back on the same patterns. She knew him well. If only she could. Sasuke missed a punch and had the reflex to twist back toward her. She crossed his gaze, annoyed and frustrated, as she swung her blade toward his exposed back, stopping a hairbreadth away from the nape of his neck with a triumphant cry at the tip of her tongue. He couldn't move without her cutting off his head. And then it hit her. She had crossed his gaze. He vanished, only to reappear in her back, now pressed to the base of her skull. He seldom used genjutsu during training and sparring, wasn't all that comfortable with it. But his Sharingan had evolved again during the Forest of Death, it stood to reason he would have improved on that too. She knew not to look at him in the eyes, she knew it, but he did that so rarely, and she had been so caught up in the moment. "Naruto is right," she said through gritted teeth as she lowered her sword. "Your eyes suck, Sasuke." He had the good taste to look apologetic, as Genma proclaimed him the winner of the first round. That was it then. She had lost. Of course, because that was the kind of idiot he was. He put out a hand for her to shake. She rolled her eyes, but she complied. She knew it was important to him. She couldn't help using her grip to bring them closer and headbutt him. "What was that for?" he asked, rubbing at his forehead. She had the harder head, at least. Perks of her big forehead, Ino would say. "For beating me?" He looked at her warily, likely trying to gauge if she was angry for real. She waved off his concern. "I'm fine. I am." It was a good fight, right? There was a lot of noise around them, people cheering, talking excitedly. Sasuke was out of breath and a little battered, but he looked content. He nodded firmly. She had held her own. Longer than anyone would have guessed, probably. She was in pain but she was still standing. She could be proud. They went back to the stairs to regroup with the others, but Ino called her out at the bottom of the stairs. Sakura gestured for Sasuke to go on without her and joined her friend in a corner of the deserted corridor. Ino stared her down, arms crossed and eyebrow raised, and Sakura just stood there, blank-faced, because it was fine, really, it had gone better than she expected, she was fine. "Damn, you're such an idiot," Ino said dramatically before engulfing Sakura into a sturdy hug. Sakura gripped at her friend's back and burst into tears. She hoped the next contestants wouldn't be down just yet, and at the same time she really didn't care. I wanted to win, she raged into Ino's neck, pouring tears and snot all over her shirt, shaking hard with frustration and disappointment. Ino was stroking her hair, making a soothing noise from the back of her throat. I know, she kept saying, because she did. She was familiar with that helpless rage. Damn it. Sakura had known, she had known there was no other outcome, that she wouldn't come out on top. She had done good, really, she had, better than others would have against Sasuke, she had done good, it was the best that could have happened. But still. I wanted to win, she whined again pitifully, now angry at her own greediness on top of everything. Ino didn't berate her for it though. I know. Ino could understand. Shino's fight against Kankuro of Suna ended on a draw. Shino's bugs ate at the chakra string of the boy and invaded his puppets so that it couldn't move, and the puppet's blades that had nicked him were coated in poison. It was declared that they were both dead by the end of the match. Neither showed much emotion over the fact. The Suna boy looked sour when he was made to give the antidote to Shino. Doso didn't show up for his fight, leaving Kiba pissed off and the winner by default. Come to think of it, there was no shinobi sporting the music note to be seen in the arena. Maybe they had gone back to their village already. After all, even if the event was a joint thing, the promotions were handled by each hierarchy according to their own criteria. Shikamaru's fight against Temari put Sasuke and Sakura's fight to shame, in Sasuke's opinion. They hadn't pumped each other into unconsciousness like base street brawlers, but they hadn't displayed much strategy either. Everyone in their year knew that Shikamaru was in a league of his own when it came to the brain, and this was blatant proof. Even if he gave up in the end, because he couldn't be bothered to put up any more effort. The Suna girl didn't look pleased, and Sasuke could understand why. It couldn't feel much like a victory to her, despite her being the one to advance to the next stage. Out of all of them, Shikamaru would be the one to survive in the field, to lead a team. Sasuke wished they could have met in the next stage. He had no interest in Temari, although he felt strangely compelled to beat her too. It wouldn't do to be outed from the tournament by a ninja from Suna. And speaking of Suna Nin, Gaara appeared in the middle of the arena in a whirl of sand. Niji looked thoroughly unimpressed and sort of angry to be here. Sasuke would have thought the boy eager to take revenge for his friend, whose future was still uncertain, even if he had spotted Lee and Guy's twin bob cuts in the crowd earlier. Did Hyuga Niji have any friends though? He hadn't seemed to care all that much when Gaara had nearly killed his teammate. It came back to him then, a piece of trivia he had learned when studying the various clans and their traditions. Member of the Hyuga clan can only be promoted at the will of their clan head. It was sort of customary for clan members to ask permission to attempt an exam, because their performance was a display of the whole clan's strength, but it seemed silly that they could be denied a higher rank in the shinobi force. Unless, of course, they were of a subordinate branch, and couldn't be allowed too much responsibilities or power. Would Niji be allowed to make chunin? Surely, if he was there today. Maybe that's why he didn't want to. As for Gaara, well, as usual. Gaara was looking at Naruto, his blonde hair easy to spot in the crowd. Naruto was looking back. Who knew, maybe they could even communicate like that. What could they be saying? Sasuke hoped Niji would win. You don't seem surprised to see me, sensei. I knew you would come. Niji huffed, annoyed at being ignored, especially for that obnoxious blonde that had sprouted all this nonsense during the preliminary tournament. His opponent, Gaara, focused back on the ring and the fight supposed to happen here. His eyes were cold, unfeeling, as he studied Niji carefully. You're the boy with the seal, he said, looking up at his forehead. Niji felt the urge to cover it, even if he was wearing his forehead protector, and the seal wasn't in sight. It was an open secret, yet he preferred to pretend like people around him didn't know. He preferred not to wonder what they thought of it. And he parted his feet, put up his hands in the traditional Hyuga stance. It would be good to fight unrestrained and try his hardest to hurt his opponent. For once no one would reproach him. The boy stayed motionless, arms crossed and back straight. Niji had seen firsthand he didn't need to move to inflict damage. You should ask him to remove it. He will, if you ask. He didn't need to precise who him was. Niji had done his best to forget about the boy's words, about his nonchalant attitude and confident comments. There is no such thing as an unbreakable seal. He had tried, but the words were haunting him. It had never even crossed his mind. Once the seal was there, there it would stay. Any attempt at removing it would trigger it, and who would even know how to begin? There was only one thing that had ever erased a Hyuga binding seal from the forehead it was etched on, and it was death. How? I don't know. But he would. He got a similar feeling from those two boys. When his eyes settled on them, on their core, he could see something stirring below the surface. There was a black hole at the center of their chakra system where the Byakugan couldn't see a thing, and it felt like an entire world was folded into that spot. It felt like it could stare back. They also spoke with the same deadpan confidence. Why would he do that then? I don't know. But he would. There was no doubt in his words, and it made Niji wondered. He shouldn't have. It was absurd. For all he knew, this was all they were, words, meaningless, empty. What could that boy know anyway? But it wasn't just those. If you hate it so bad, why don't you just fight it? The boy was a pariah at the academy, for no discernible reason. He wasn't even supposed to ever graduate. Everyone at the Hyuga clan had been warned at some point against befriending or even approaching him. That rage within him, the way he talked, looked at others, adults especially. Niji had learned a long time ago to conceal it all, but that didn't mean he couldn't recognize it. Fight it, fight it. In the end, wasn't that all he ever wished for? The proctor cut through their thoughts. Begin. Niji had seen it before, it was no surprise. Sand surged. He took positions. 8 trigrams. Revolving heaven. The stronger the attack, the harder the Hyuga's shielding technique would repel it. Sand exploded away, taking the other ninja by surprise, although not enough to make him move. Niji dodged the next attack. Looked like he wasn't going to wait passively to be attacked this time. Byakugan. Niji could see it easily. As long as there was chakra involved, then he could dispose of it. This time, when he slammed palm against the tendril of sand coming his way and it liquefied abruptly, lifeless, there was a true look of surprise on the Sunanin's face. Surprise, and displeasure. Don't do that, he gritted. Niji didn't bother answering. Sand came again. Niji neutralized it, again. In the end, it was the boy's chakra controlling it, and disturbing chakra patterns was as easy to do inside a body as outside, for Niji. The first tournament had proven the sand wasn't faster than Lee. And Lee, no matter what he deluded himself into thinking, wasn't faster than Niji. Don't do that, the boy repeated, agitated. He didn't seem to appreciate being robbed of his only mean of fighting. There was no angle of attack the Byakugan wouldn't catch, and slowly, Niji was getting closer. There was the matter of his sand armor, but even that would fall away if hit enough. Niji was patient. The sand is mine, it's mine. Don't take it away. He sounded genuinely distressed. Niji scoffed. How do you suppose I would win then? Niji finally got within punching distance, but that was the moment his opponent decided that his feet weren't glued to the ground after all. He jumped away, raising a barrier of sand in his place. Niji had to retreat. You want to win? What kind of question was that? Niji didn't answer, just prepared for the next move. Nothing happened though. Why? For a moment he wondered if the Sunanin was just attempting to mock or provoke him, but he looked genuine in his puzzlement. The worst thing was Niji didn't even have a good answer to that question. He almost didn't come. For a second in front of the arena's doors he had thought of turning away. But Niji didn't disobey, never. No matter how much he wished he could, how much he wanted to, it was never going to happen. His uncle had ordered him to make Chunin, since he had the capacity and Genin were useless to the clan, and he had complied. If he ever made Jounin, it would be because the clan willed it so. But he wouldn't ever rise higher than that. What he told himself to justify yielding like a good servant yet again was that he was to fight this Gaara, and that the perspective of beating him where Lee had so thoroughly failed wasn't an opportunity to miss. He wasn't going to tell that to that stranger though. In fact, he wasn't going to tell him anything at all. Why not? Don't you? No. I want to kill you. It was said with a disconcerting lack of passion. Why? The boys had the gale to look surprised by the question. That's what I'm meant to do. And really, of all the answers. Sand surged from the ground, almost catching Niji's ankles as he jumped up. He used the momentum to launch himself toward his opponent, determined to put an end to this stupid fight. It was easier said than done though. That's what I'm meant to do. But the more agitated the boy was, the more the sand was too, and it picked up speed as it kept Niji at bay, alternating between whipping tendrils slicing the air and high-speed projectiles flying wildly. The boy didn't even seem to be in their fight anymore, mumbling to himself as sand danced around him. It was beyond frustrating. If he could find a window, if he had enough time. He launched into the 8 trigrams right into the other boy's space. Sand protected him, of course, but he was still thrown away by the force of the spiraling chakra, rolling away in the dirt. Sand was up again even before he was. There was no counting on the boy getting out of chakra to end this fight. It was impressive how little he had to focus on what was happening around him, how autonomous his sand technique was, as if it had a mind of its own. Gaara was looking at his hands, mumbling something again. It's not mine, Niji thought he heard. What did he care about that boy's emotional crisis? He ought to do the trigram again closer to the outer walls next time, so that it would catch the boy in his fall, so that he could be on him fast enough to get through the sand. There was a crack on the boy's face. It was as unsettling the second time around, to see sand peel off of his skin. This time there was no murderous expression underneath though, no wave of violent intent sweeping through the air. Instead, he almost looked sad. Can't we just leave this place? The boy wondered aloud, even if he wasn't addressing anyone in particular. It gave Niji the slightest pause, that strange longing in the boy's voice, as if he was truly questioning what they were doing here. Truly, what were they doing here? Niji couldn't even finish the thought. As if scripted, the boy's wish was answered, albeit in a roundabout way. That very moment, a thunderous crash ripped through the air, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Check the description for the links to the author.